क्या वो पहले से बेहतर हो चुकी है? इसके ऊपर आपकी क्या राय है?
अभी जैसे बॉन्डिंग हमारी चल रही है ना, बहुत बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है और आगे भी फोकस कर रहे हैं क्योंकि हमारा मेन तो इंटरनेशनल ही है टूर्नामेंट। तो अभी तो मस्त चल रही है क्योंकि हमारे में कोई दिक्कत भी नहीं और प्रैक्टिस तो बहुत हार्ड करते हैं हम लोग।
क्या बात है। और रॉकी देखिए, अभी शांकी की जो परफॉर्मेंस आई है वो भी हम देख रहे हैं कि जिस तरीके से वीक 2 में उन्होंने खेला, 47 एलिमिनेशंस निकाले और इसके साथ साथ जो वो उनके एलिमिनेशन होने के चांसेस थे वो भी बहुत कम थे। मतलब सिर्फ 14 टाइम्स वो खुद एलिमिनेट हुए थे। दैट शोज कि लगभग 3 से ज्यादा का केडी रेट उन्होंने मेंटेन किया। तो जिस तरह के वो खिलाड़ी हैं, डिलीट से बेहतर आई थिंक इनको कौन जानता है। उनका स्पेशलिटी क्या है, इतना कम वो एलिमिनेट होते हैं, इसके पीछे का राज क्या है? गेम सेंस या फिर कुछ और?
भाई उसका गेम सेंस भी बहुत बढ़िया और भाई पूरा ऐसे एग्रेसिव ही रहता है क्योंकि उसको बस ऐसा चाहिए कि भाई बंदा सामने दिख जाए, बस घुस के मार दे। और भाई उसका डेली रूटीन, भाई गेम प्रैक्टिस 8-9 घंटे का मस्त। थैंक यू। तो
वेल अब बारी है इनसेन की। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर योर अमेजिंग आंसर्स डिलीट। आप पे भी और सवाल बाकी हैं जो हम दागेंगे जरूर, लेकिन अब शुरुआत होगी इनसेन की। इनसेन, सबसे पहले तो आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा, 3 बैक टू बैक बूयाज और उसके बाद इतनी कन्विंसिंग परफॉर्मेंस के साथ ग्रैंड फाइनल के लिए क्वालिफाई। देख ब्रो, सच सच बताना, क्या वो लॉबी ही इतनी आसान थी या फिर आपको लगा कि भाई उस दिन आपका दिन चल गया, इतना अच्छा कर गया? क्योंकि ये मेरा नहीं, ये जो आपके क्रिटिक्स है इनका कहना है कि अक्सर वो लोग आपको क्रिटिसाइज किया करते थे कि देखो ये तो मतलब अंडर परफॉर्मिंग टीम है और सिर्फ पार्टिसिपेट करते क्योंकि मैंडेटरी होता है। बट इस वक्त इतना जबरदस्त परफॉर्मेंस, क्या कहना चाहोगे अपने क्रिटिक्स को?
मैं तो ये कहना चाहता हूँ, मैं तो मतलब ऐसा दिन सबका है, मैं तो बोलता हूँ हमारा ना है, फिर देखते हैं क्या होता है।
रॉकी, मेरा एक इसी के ऊपर एक काउंटर क्वेश्चन भी रहेगा काइंड ऑफ, कि जिस तरीके से आपने बताया क्रिटिक्स काफी ज्यादा है ज्ञान गेमिंग की, अंडर एस्टिमेट किया जा रहा था। इवन मैंने देखा था iQOO यहाँ पे OGxTSG के लेजेंड ने भी बोला था कि वीक 1 में दिन चल गया था ज्ञान गेमिंग का, इसीलिए टॉप 12 में इन्होंने जगह बना ली थी। और इतना ही नहीं, जब सवाल पूछे गए थे कि कौन सी ऐसी टीम है जिसमें कोई एक खिलाड़ी पूरी टीम को कैरी करता है, तो वहां पे भी एस्टेक की तरफ से आया था कि ज्ञान गेमिंग के जीजी इनसेन टीम को कैरी करते। तो इन सब चीजों के ऊपर आपकी क्या राय है? मतलब बाकी अपने टीममेट्स के बारे में बताइए, बिकॉज वी नो कि जब आप इस स्तर की परफॉर्मेंस करते हो जहाँ पे स्टेज ऐसा है कि एक से बढ़कर एक टीम है, भारत की सर्वश्रेष्ठ टीमें कॉम्पीट कर रही है, और वहां पे अगर आप क्वालिफाई कर रहे हो तो वो कोई एक खिलाड़ी तो नहीं कर सकता।
जी बिल्कुल, ये बात से मैं सहमत हूँ आपकी कि सारे जो बंदे मेरी टीम में, चारों प्लेयर्स हैं जो हम, वो सबका इक्वल कंट्रीब्यूशन था। और अगर मैं उस चीज़ का रिप्लाई दूं कि सिर्फ मैं अकेला परफॉर्म कर रहा हूँ टीम से या फिर मैं कैरी कर रहा हूँ, तो वो बिल्कुल गलत है। क्योंकि अगर देखा जाए तो लास्ट दिन जब हम क्वालिफाई हुए तो उसमें सबसे कम किल मेरा था, सबसे कम किल। तो ये चीज़ प्रूव करता है कि आरूप और शुभा और निंजा तीनों का भी इक्वल कंट्रीब्यूशन।
अब अगला सवाल मेरा डिलीट से रहेगा। सो डिलीट, मैं यहाँ पे स्टैट्स देख रहा था कि डे 2 पे नॉकआउट स्टेज में 153 अंक आपकी टीम ने स्कोर करे और जो सेकंड प्लेस पे टीम थी उनके 92 अंक थे, 61 पॉइंट्स का गैप। देखो ये नॉर्मल तो नहीं है, तो ऑनेस्टली बताना, क्या आपकी टीम उस दिन प्लान करके गई थी कि आज तो लॉबी तोड़ देंगे, या फिर क्लिक कर गया बस सब कुछ कि हाँ भाई सब कुछ सही जा रहा है हमारे फेवर में? सच
जैसे कि फर्स्ट डे जो हुआ था हमारा एलिमिनेशन बहुत ज़्यादा हो रहा था क्योंकि हम पोजीशन पे जा ही नहीं रहे थे। तो हमने थोड़ा सा बात की टीममेट से कि हाँ भाई डे 2 में करेंगे, मगर प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट जरूर निकालेंगे। तो हमने ऐसे ही करके खेला कि शुरू में मारते रहेंगे और लास्ट में कैसे भी जोन जाके बैठ जाएंगे। तो यही सीन था हमारा, मारते गए और प्लेसमेंट भी आया और 2 भूजा भी किया हमने।
क्या बात है। अभी करंटली अगर हम लोग देखें तो अगर हम एलिमिनेशन लीडर बोर्ड देखते हैं ना, तो उसमें से टॉप 10 में हमको 7 तो रशर्स नजर आ रहे हैं। तो ये सवाल मेरा आप दोनों से रहेगा, एक सिचुएशन अगर क्रिएट होती है जहाँ पे आप एक टीम के ऊपर रश कर रहे हो, आपका स्नाइपर आपको कवर दे रहा है, आपके 2 रशर्स आगे जा रहे हैं, तो सिचुएशन 1 ऐसी है जहाँ पे आपका स्नाइपर नॉक हो चुका है, अब आपके 3 खिलाड़ी ही वहां पे उस फाइट को लेने वाले हैं। सिचुएशन 2 है जहां पे आपका एक रशर एलिमिनेट हो गया, एक रशर फ्रंट पे है, उसको बैकअप देने के लिए बॉम्बर, और पीछे स्नाइपर होने वाला है। तो आपके लिए कौन सी परिस्थिति ज्यादा मुश्किल है? सिचुएशन 1 जहाँ पे आपका स्नाइपर एलिमिनेट हो चुका है, या फिर सिचुएशन 2 जहाँ पे आपका रशर एलिमिनेट हो चुका है? बिकॉज अभी तो रशर्स बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, बट ये बात भी हम लोग जानते हैं कि स्नाइपर टीम की बैकबोन होती है। सबसे पहले इनसे
देखो मेरे हिसाब से तो अगर स्नाइपर खड़ा है पीछे टीम के तो वो ज़्यादा बेटर है अपने लिए, क्योंकि स्नाइपर अगर एक शॉट भी कनेक्ट कर देता है तो जो सामने एक बंदा भी बचा है, 2 बंदे बचे हैं, तो मोको आ जाएगी उनको, और नीडर भी अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन दे सकता है, और जो रशर है वो भी सिर्फ एक एक गोली में किल ले सकता है।
डिलीट
मेरा तो फर्स्ट रहेगा कि स्नाइपर अगर एलिमिनेट हो जाएगा तो हमारे लिए तो बहुत दिक्कत हो जाएगी, क्योंकि सामने वाले पे रहेगा, और वो जब हम रश भी करेंगे तो सामने से शॉट्स आएंगे, तो यही दिक्कत है थोड़ा।
देखिए, सवालों को और मसालेदार बनाने के लिए अब हम बाकी टीमों के प्रश्न भी आपसे पूछेंगे, और ये प्रश्न दोनों से है, इनसेन और डिलीट, आप दोनों से, कि मैं यहाँ पे आंकड़े देख रहा हूँ दोबारा से। फायर आइज गेमिंग को गॉड्स प्रोज ने 41 बार एलिमिनेट किया है, एरोबॉट्स ने 35 बार एलिमिनेट किया है। लिटरली मतलब सारी टीम की पंचिंग बैग बनी हुई थी टीम कि भाई जो भी आए पहले आके फायर आइज गेमिंग पे हाथ साफ करे, ठीक है। फिर भी वो क्वालिफाई कर गए। इनसेन, आपके सामने भी वो टीम कई बार आई, डिलीट आपके सामने उतनी बार तो नहीं आए, बट सामना आपसे भी 1-2 बार तो हुआ है। अब जाहिर सी बात है दोनों की हो सकता है अलग अलग पर्सपेक्टिव हो, बट मेरा ये प्रश्न है आप दोनों से कि फायर आइज गेमिंग का ये डेथ फॉर इंफॉर्मेशन वाला जो अप्रोच था, क्या ये एक स्मार्ट टैक्टिक है, या आपको लगता है बस नसीब वाले थे जो क्वालिफाई हो गए? स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम इनसेन।
देखो उनने बहुत मेहनत की है इस सब के लिए, एंड उनने प्रूव करके दिखाया सबको कि ऐसे खेला जाता है। एक अंडरडॉग टीम आके उठ के और मार रही है सबको, चाहे वो मर रही है बट फिर भी उनके पॉइंट इतने हैं, वो क्वालिफाई हो रहे हैं, तो वो चीज़ें मैटर करती है और चीज़ कुछ मैटर नहीं करती। और रही बात, वो इतनी बार एलिमिनेट हो रही है क्योंकि उन पर बहुत सारी थर्ड पार्टीज हो रही है। बिंगा शक्ति पे क्लैश होता है TSG और उनका और हमारा भी, तो हम तो स्मार्टली साइड हट गए, बट उनमें करेज था, वो फाइट दिया विंग पे, तो हेड्स ऑफ टू देम।
यहाँ तो प्रेज हो गया, देखते अब गॉडजिला क्या रिप्लाई देते हैं।
जैसे कि वो बहुत अच्छी टीम है, जैसे हमारा क्लैश होता है पैगेट्री में, और भाई उनका जो कोऑर्डिनेशन होती है, ऐसे कैसे घेर के मारना है, कैसे गन पावर उनका बहुत अच्छा है। वो मेरे को नहीं लगता कि उनकी जो प्लेइंग स्टाइल है भाई कई T1 टीमों से भी बेटर है भाई उनकी, तो वो मेरे को पहले से लग रहा था, क्योंकि मैंने और फौजी भाई ऐसे प्रेडिक्ट किए थे कि डे 2 में भाई फायर आइस गेमिंग क्वालिफाई कर गई, तो हो गई भाई। उनकी गन पावर तो बहुत अच्छी है मेरे को।
चलिए,
Well
गन
said.
पावर की बात करी है रॉकी, तो K9 स्पोर्ट्स का नाम ना आया ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है? तो ये भी सवाल
Absolutely.
रहेगा कि डे 1 पे लास्ट पोजीशन पे आए थे K9 स्पोर्ट्स, और डे 3 पे जब वो खेले वीक 2 में, तो उन्होंने ऑलमोस्ट क्वालिफाई कर लिया था, बट कर नहीं पाए थे, सिचुएशन उनके विपरीत गई। K9 स्पोर्ट्स वो टीम जिसको 4 वर्सेस 4 फाइट्स के लिए जाना जाता है, जिसमें जियान और साथ ही साथ दाफिक जैसे हैवी हिटर्स है, तो इनकी जो परफॉर्मेंस आ रही है कभी अप कभी डाउन, इस मोमेंटम के साथ आपको क्या लगता है ये टीम क्या ग्रैंड फाइनल में क्वालिफाई कर पाएगी? और अगर वो ग्रैंड फाइनल में क्वालिफाई करती है, वी नो कि बहुत ही हाई कैलिबर की टीम है, फायर पावर काफी ज्यादा है, तो क्या आप उनको एक टॉप कंटेंडर मानते हो चैंपियनशिप जीतने का? सबसे पहले डिलीट आप।
वो जैसे उनका एक जैसा है कि सारे गेम उनके क्लैश होते हैं पहले तो K9 के, तो वो थोड़ा ऐसे 50-50 होता है कि कई बार एक में मर जाए, पिगेट्री में मतलब मार दिए, तो उनका यही सीन होता है कि खेल लेते हैं पूरा, मगर वही है फिर पॉइंट नहीं निकाल पाते हैं, लास्ट तक नहीं पहुंच पाते हैं। तो अगला फाइनल में मुझे लगता है पहुंच जाएंगे, क्योंकि अब तो जो बड़ी बड़ी टीमें थी वो क्वालिफाई कर गई, तो उनका मतलब ड्रॉप पॉइंट भी खाली हो चुका है 1-2, तो कर लेगी मेरे को लगता है फाइनल में।
और दाफिक, उनका जो रिकॉर्ड है कई बार आपकी टीम को उन्होंने क्लच भी किया, तो उनके ऊपर आपकी क्या राय है? किस तरीके के प्लेयर और उनकी स्पेशलिटी क्या है? एक्यूरेसी, स्पीड, मतलब आपके POV से क्या उनमें ऐसा है जो उनको एक एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी खिलाड़ी बनाता है?
उसका गेम सेंस बहुत अच्छा है, मतलब क्या करना है, क्या एडिट से करना है भाई, उसका गेम सेंस और उसका गन पावर तो भाई वैसे ही है, वन टैप भी सब बढ़िया भाई।
इनसेन।
तो हम कंपेयर करें जो परफॉर्मेंस आ रही है उनकी, जो पहला वीक था और दूसरा वीक, तो अभी तो उनका बहुत बेटर हुआ है। थर्ड उन्होंने फिनिश किया था अभी लास्ट, जो टॉप 2 पहुंचना था, तो आई गेस वो हो तो जाने चाहिए क्वालिफाई टॉप 6 में। क्योंकि टॉप 6 आना है, तो 3 दिन भी ऐसा नहीं है कि एक दिन खराब हो गया या फिर एक दिन अच्छा चला गया, तो 3 दिन है तुम्हारे लिए, वो जो क्वालिफाई जो अच्छा खेलेगा वो क्वालिफाई करेगा।
अगला प्रश्न आप दोनों के लिए लड़कों, आप दोनों से सवाल है कि कई ऐसे मैप्स के हिसाब से टीमें बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रही है, स्पेसिफिक टीमें। तो मेरा प्रश्न आप दोनों से ये डिलीट और इनसेन कि आप लोग भी अपनी टीम के लिहाज से पर्टिकुलर मैप के हिसाब से अलग रणनीति सोच के आते हो, या फिर रिगार्डलेसली आप बस ये सोचते हो कि नहीं हमारा गेम प्लान एक ही है, जैसा डिलीट ने बताया भी था कि प्लेसमेंट के लिए जाना है ना एलिमिनेशन के लिए जाना है। व्हाट इज द माइंडसेट ऑफ अ वेरी गुड टीम कि वो ये दिमाग में रखकर चले कि नक्शे के हिसाब से प्लान करें या अपना जो नॉर्मल गियर है उस पर खेलें? स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम डिलीट।
वो जैसे कि मतलब ये सब मैं नहीं करता, वो ऐसा ही करता, क्योंकि वो पहले से प्लानिंग करता कि भाई जिस रोटेशन में भाई कौन सी टीम आ रही है, कौन सी टीम नहीं आ रही है, तो उस हिसाब से हम देखते हैं। और यही होता कि भाई जहाँ मतलब जिस टीम को हम रोटेशन में पकड़ रहे हैं उसको मार के फिर प्लेसमेंट बॉन्ड पे जाते, तो यही होता है हमारा कि मार के फिर चले जाओ, एक जगह होल्ड कर लो। यही होता है।
जी इनसेन, आपकी टीम के लिए मैप मायने रखता है या स्ट्रेटेजी ज्यादा सही रहती है कि नहीं एक ही गियर पे खेलना है?
मैप और मतलब जो स्ट्रेटजी है दोनों एक साथ ही आते हैं, क्योंकि जो नेक्सटेरा, सोलारा और बरमूडा है ये हमारे मोस्टली हाई काउंटर गेम होते हैं, इसमें हम ज़्यादा एलिमिनेशन पे फोकस करते हैं। और जो परगेटरी जैसे जो बड़ा मैप है उसमें स्लो गेम चलते हैं हमारे लिए, क्योंकि हमारे आसपास इतना टीम नहीं होता, जो टीम थे वो तो एलिमिनेट हो गया आसपास सारे। और जो बाकी के मैप्स हैं जैसे नेक्सटेरा उसमें हमें थर्ड पार्टीज मिल जाती है, और सोलारा में भी हमें थर्ड पार्टीज मिल जाती है, तो वो हमारी ज़्यादा बड़ी गेम जाती है।
क्या
Well
बात
said.
है।
ओके, अगला प्रश्न दोनों से ही है मेरा, स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम इनसेन दिस टाइम, कि अहमदाबाद में आपका ग्रैंड फाइनल्स होने वाला है, आपको पता चल चुका है, क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन है अहमदाबाद की क्राउड से, कितना सपोर्ट आप एक्सपेक्ट करते हो इनसेन?
देखा जाए तो अहमदाबाद में जो गुजरात के अंडर आता है, तो गुजरात में बहुत ज़्यादा फ्री फायर एथलीट्स हैं और बहुत ज़्यादा मतलब फ्री फायर के प्लेयर्स हैं जो नॉर्मल लोकल प्लेयर्स बोल रहे हैं और कुछ भी बोल रहे हैं, तो आई गेस बहुत सपोर्ट आएगा। और पिछली बार बीपीएल भी वहीं हुआ, तो क्रेज थोड़ा सा और है, हाइप थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा है इस बार, तो मज़ा आएगा, बहुत सपोर्ट मिलेगा हमें।
वैसे तो भारत के किसी भी शहर में हो iQOO टोटल गेमिंग के लिए फैंस का हुजूम आता है डिलीट, बट फिर भी पूछना चाहूंगा अहमदाबाद से एक्सपेक्टेशन क्या रहेंगी आपकी, कितने फैंस आप एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हो वहां पे?
जैसे लास्ट टाइम तो लखनऊ का पता ही था फाइनल में कितने आए थे, तो इस टाइम गुजरात में तो आप तो पता ही कि क्या है टोटल गेमिंग का, तो उससे डबल भी हो सकते आएंगे। और क्रेज तो भाई बहुत क्रेजी रहेगा, मजा आने वाला भाई इस लैब में तो।
बिल्कुल मजा आने वाला है। बट इसी का चलिए आखिरी सवाल ये रहने वाला है कि आप दोनों तो क्वालिफाई कर गए हो अपनी टीम के साथ, बट अभी 12 टीमें बची हैं जो कि वीक 3 में 3 दिन आपस में टकराएंगी, तो उसमें से कोई एक ऐसी टीम जो आप चाहते हो कि क्वालिफाई करके आगे ना आए, बिकॉज वो आपके रोटेशंस में आते हैं या फिर थर्ड पार्टी करने आते हैं आपके अगेंस्ट, तो कोई भी ऐसा एक नाम जो आप चाहते हो कि वो तो क्वालिफाई ना करे बिकॉज हमको वो प्रॉब्लम्स देते हैं, वी नो कि हम उनसे फाइट जीत जाते हैं बट कहीं ना कहीं नुकसान होता है टीम का। सबसे पहले इनसे
मेरे लिए तो ऐसी मतलब कोई टीम नहीं है, मतलब जो आ रहा है आने दो, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है सर। और जो अच्छा खेलेगा उस दिन, जैसा कि जिसका दिन अच्छा होगा वो पहुंच जाएगा, वो क्वालिफाई कर लेगा टॉप 6 में, बस।
डिलीट।
मेरा भी तो यही है कि किसी टीम को ऐसे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आती है तो हम तो मार ही देते हैं, तो वही बात है कि भाई जिसका दिन अच्छा रहेगा उस दिन तो वही क्वालिफाई करेगा। जैसे अंडरडॉग का दिन अच्छा हुआ तो अंडरडॉग क्वालिफाई हो जाएगी, और T1 की तो मतलब दिन खराब हो तो भाई वो भी जाएंगे और क्वालिफाई नहीं होंगे।
वेल, तो ये थे कुछ कमाल के प्रश्न जिनका बिल्कुल जबरदस्त तरीके से जवाब दिया है यहाँ पे iQOO टोटल गेमिंग के डिलीट और ज्ञान गेमिंग के इनसेन ने, और बहुत अच्छा साथ निभाया मेरे साथी सूत्रधार आईबी ने। इसी किस्म की मजेदार वीडियोस को अगर आप लाइक करते हैं तो लाइक शेयर सब्सक्राइब करना मत भूलिएगा हमारे फ्री फायर मैक्स ई स्पोर्ट्स इंडिया ऑफिशियल को। मिलते हैं आपसे बिहाइंड द ग्लू वॉल के एक और एपिसोड के साथ दोबारा। टिल देन स्टे सेफ, स्टे एट होम एंड गुड बाय।
रॉक पेपर सिजर शूट। वो लेट पिंग उसकी हाई चल रही है। मैं लेट कर रहे हो। क्या iQOO टोटल गेमिंग ओवररेटेड है? थोड़ी सी।
TSG का पहला ऑफिशियल है, देखते फाइनल्स तक जाएगी या नहीं जाएगी अभी।
के एक और एपिसोड में आप सबका स्वागत है। पिछला एपिसोड मसालेदार था ना, तो चलिए इस एपिसोड को और मसालेदार बनाते हैं पिछले के कंपैरिजन में। I'd like to welcome our first guest, एक ऐसे खिलाड़ी जिनको ऑफिशियल स्टेज पे आने में समय तो बहुत लगा, लेकिन इस बार वो आए हैं ट्रॉफी को लेने के लिए। I'd like to welcome none other than legend। कैसे आप?
बढ़िया बढ़िया।
एक्साइटेड?
फर्स्ट टाइम है जैसे आपने बोला, तो थोड़ा ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड हूँ।
और गाइस, लेजेंड को तो बुला लिया, लेकिन एक खिलाड़ी के साथ तो 1v1 हो नहीं सकता। So I'd like to welcome another athlete। इस खिलाड़ी को ट्रॉफी उठाने की आदत है। #1 से नीचे ये बात नहीं करना चाहते। So I hope आप लोगों ने नाम गेस तो कर ही लिया होगा। We have none other than माफिया। कैसे हो आप?
बहुत बढ़िया इंसान भाई।
मुझे लगता है कि पूरी हमारी फ्री फायर मैक्स कम्युनिटी में लेजेंड लुक मैक्सिंग जो सबसे ज्यादा करी है वो माफिया नहीं करी।
माफिया ने करी।
चलो यार, ये प्यारी शुरुआत गई। आप लोगों ने पिछला एपिसोड तो देखा होगा। आई होप आप लोगों को अंदाजा लग ही चुका है कि यहाँ पे मसालेदार चीजें होती है, ज्यादा मैं बोलूंगा नहीं। बट चलिए आज का दिन का पहला राउंड स्टार्ट करते हैं। राउंड 1, क्लेम योर ग्राउंड। आप दोनों को मैं सिंपल सा रूल बता देता हूँ कि कोई रूल नहीं है। मैं आपसे सवाल पूछूंगा, आपको जवाब देना है। तो हु वांट्स टू गो फर्स्ट?
माफिया भाई।
उनने बोल दिया, मैं चले जाता हूँ, चलो।
क्या बात है लेजेंड। आपसे सवाल मेरा, iQOO टोटल गेमिंग में ऐसा क्या है जो ये हर बार जीत जाते हैं?
मेरे हिसाब से तो इनमें जो प्लेयर्स हैं चारों, और बाकी एस्टेक का तो देखा ही है, और शैंकी भी इनका ऐसा है कि वो अगर उस पर एक्सपीरियंस कम है ना, बट उसका आईक्यू लेवल वगैरह गेम सेंस बहुत सही है, तो इनको ऐसे आईजीएल की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ती, फीड नहीं करना पड़ता इनके प्लेयर्स को, खुद का सब दिमाग है, तो ऐसे ही प्लेयर बड़े स्टेज पे चलते हैं।
बट देन ऐसा क्या है iQOO OGxTSG में कमी की इतना बेहतरीन नहीं हो पा रहा है? कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ी सी कमी रह जा रही है, तो कमी क्या है वो?
एक्सपीरियंस ही कमी मैं मानूंगा, क्योंकि हमारे प्लेयर्स न्यू हैं, तो थोड़ा ज़्यादा मेरे को गाइड करना पड़ता है, इन गेम चीज़ें बतानी पड़ती है, ये करो वो करो। इनमें ये अच्छी चीज़ है कि ये खुद भी अपना दिमाग लगा लेंगे।
चलिए अच्छी बात है, आप लोग दिमाग लगा रहे हैं। और मैं चाहूंगा कि iQOO OGxTSG के खिलाड़ी भी गेम के अंदर, कि वो दिमाग नहीं लगा पाते हैं गेम के अंदर, वो भी गेम के अंदर बढ़िया से करें। तो टोटल गेमिंग में आप, फौजी भाई, डिलीट, और उसके बाद नाम आता है ऋतिक और लेजेंड की जोड़ी का। इनका भी एक भाईचारा कमाल का है। तो ऐसा क्या भाईचारा आप लोगों के बीच में है, और ऐसा क्या भाईचारा बाकी टीम्स में नहीं बन पा रहा है कि हमें उस तरीके के डुओज, उस तरीके के ट्रायोस देखने को नहीं मिल?
क्योंकि हम सबको कोई फेम का नीड नहीं है, हमको कोई ऐसे मतलब कि हम पैसे के लिए नहीं खेलते। हमारा ऐसे कि भाईचारा अपना बनता है, हमारे को एक दूसरे पे ट्रस्ट था। हम किससे सामने से कुछ एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करते, वो सामने से हमारे को देता है सब कुछ, एक्सपेक्टेशन से नहीं चलता। वहाँ पे भाईचारा ऑटोमेटिक बन जाता है। ऐसे हम सामने से पोकरिया करें कि जो चीज़ हम है ही नहीं, तो फिर दोस्ती नहीं चलती है। इसलिए मतलब कि आपको एक दूसरे पे ट्रस्ट होना चाहिए मेन। बाकी लोग का तो मेरे को इतना आइडिया नहीं है कि क्यों नहीं चल पाती दोस्ती वगैरह, उनके प्योर्स मैंने नहीं देखा। बट हमारा तो एक हमारे को एक दूसरे पे ट्रस्ट है, तो इसलिए हम इतने लॉन्ग टाइम के साथ में।
अग्री करोगे आप माफिया के जवाब से?
बिल्कुल सही बात। थोड़ा लाइफ में से सेटिस्फेक्शन मिलना चाहिए कि हम किसके साथ रह रहे हैं, किसके साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मेरा ये है पर्सनल, जहाँ भी रहूँ मैं खुश रहूँ, ऐसा नहीं कि ज़बरदस्ती किसी और टीम में जाऊँ। जहाँ पे हूँ मेरे को वहीं बेस्ट बनाना है।
ऑफर तो बहुत आए होंगे ना?
तभी कह रहा हूँ ना, मतलब कहीं और जाता मेरे को उतना खुशी नहीं मिलता, कंफर्ट भी नहीं मिलता। तो मैं जाऊँ, मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि ऐसा आने वाले सालों में ऐसा ना फील हो कि यार फुकट वहाँ पे गया ऐसा करके।
कोई एक नाम बताना चाहोगे बड़ी और का, बड़ी टीम का, जिसने ऑफर किया?
नाम नहीं, मतलब
सबने?
ऑलमोस्ट
सबने?
हाँ, एक टाइम पे।
टोटल गेमिंग में भी किया था क्या ऑफर?
मेरे को आइडिया नहीं, फौजी भाई देखते हैं प्लेयर
साफ।
ये मैं कुछ नहीं बोलूँगा इस बार।
माफिया, अब थोड़ा सा सीरियस सवाल मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ कि काफी लोगों के सवाल हैं, काफी लोगों ने काफी बार स्टेटमेंट दी है कि यार लेजेंड को रिटायरमेंट ले लेना चाहिए। क्या कहेंगे आप इस बारे में?
वही है, कॉइन के दो साइड होते हैं। एक साइड अच्छा होता है, मतलब एक साइड फैन का सपोर्ट है, तो दूसरी साइड हेट तो मिलेगा, क्रिटिसाइज करेंगे ही। अब फैंस चाहते हैं कि वो अपने फेवरेट टीम को ऑफिशियल्स में देखें। बाकी अगर वो डिलीवर नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, जो कि इस बार तो वो अच्छे से कर रहे हैं, तो इस बार आई होप सो कि वो मतलब जिस वे पे चल रहे हैं उसमें वो सक्सीड करे, अपने फैंस को पूरा सेटिस्फाई करे, और उनके फैंस उनको सपोर्ट करती हैं। अभी उनकी एज ही नहीं है, अभी तो रिटायरमेंट के भी तो मतलब अभी ऑफिशियल्स तो बहुत सारे खेलने हैं उनको। अभी तो बहुत अच्छा करियर बनेगा उनका, मतलब उनका तो बहुत पहले से अच्छा करियर है, उसको और ऊपर लेके जाना है। तो रिटायरमेंट का तो अभी कोई सीन ही नहीं है।
अग्री करेंगे आप माफिया के जवाब से?
करूँगा अग्री, और ऐसा है ना, जब खुद आवाज़ आए ना कि अब हो गया, तब तक खेलते रहो।
देखो ऑडियंस बोलती रहती है, तो उस टाइम पे कैसे आप उसको हैंडल करते हो?
ऑडियंस अगर कुछ मेरे को हेट करती है या फिर कुछ ऐसा कमेंट पास करती है ना, तो मैं ज़्यादा सीरियस लेता नहीं हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे को पता है कि मैं क्या हूँ, और मैं कितना टाइम खेल सकता हूँ या मेरे को क्या चाहिए अभी तक अभी गेम में आगे। अगर हमारे ऊपर भी कोई देख रहा है ना हमको, तब तक हम गेम खेल सकते हैं आराम से, कुछ बिना प्रेशर लिए। बट जैसे ही वो चले जाएँगे तो अपना भी थोड़ा हार्ड हो जाएगा।
बट मुझे लगता है कि ऋतिक तो छोड़ने वाला नहीं है आपको। आपकी ऋतिक की जोड़ी तो यार जय वीरू की जोड़ी है। अगर इस बार वो ट्रॉफी ना आई, तो क्या फीलिंग होगी या कैसे क्या?
ये क्वेश्चन ही मतलब वेस्ट है। कुछ भी होता है, चाहे मैं फर्स्ट से लेके 8 दिन तभी मैं नॉकआउट स्टेज हूँ, मैं कुछ भी हूँ, मेरे को अपनी टीम पे पूरा ट्रस्ट है कि मैं मतलब इनके साथ जीता हूँ, तो मैं इनके साथ कहीं पे भी रह के खुश हूँ। मेरे को इनसे मतलब ये है कि मेरे को फर्स्ट चीज़ चाहिए, फर्स्ट नहीं है तो टीम छोड़ दी। तो मेरी टीम के साथ मैं जीता हूँ, तो मैं अपनी टीम के साथ 8 टीम से आके खुश हूँ। मेरे को मतलब ऐसा है कि मेरी टीम बस ठीक है साथ में।
यार क्या जवाब दे रहा है माफिया।
हाँ, मतलब पूरा प्रिपेयर हो क्या है।
प्रिपेयर हो गए, पीआर ट्रेंड। कम्युनिटी में ना बहुत लंबे टाइम से एक डिबेट चल रही है, माफिया और पहाड़ी की। आपका क्या कहना है? हाउ टू सेटल दिस डिबेट?
जैसे रोनाल्डो मेसी का होता है, तो मेसी ने वर्ल्ड कप जीत रखा है। ऐसे ही माफिया ने काफ़ी सारी ऑफिशियल जीत रखी है और कंसिस्टेंटली मेरे को लगता है माफिया खेलता है, ऐसा कभी उसका मेरे को डाउनफॉल दिखा नहीं है। मतलब अगर जो ई स्पोर्ट्स प्रॉपर फैन होंगे वो अभी अभी के टाइम पे माफिया को ही चूज़ करेंगे।
आप किसे चूज करोगे?
मैं भी माफिया को ही करूँगा।
अच्छा, बट आपको क्या लगता है कि यार हम बात कर रहे हैं पहाड़ी की, तो एसएटीएल एलीट में ऐसी क्या कमी रह गई कि वो क्वालिफाई नहीं हो पाए? बिकॉज़ 167 के आसपास का उन्होंने स्कोर लगाया था। सबसे ज़्यादा पॉइंट उन्होंने लगाए थे। ग्रुप ऑफ डेथ जब अगले सप्ताह का आया, वहाँ पे दे वर एट द बॉटम।
अब मेरे को पता नहीं उनके अंदर इन गेम क्या हुआ था, बट ऊपर से तो ऐसा ही दिख रहा था कि उन्होंने ज़्यादा कुछ ड्रॉप्स वगैरह चेंज किए और कुछ नया करने की ट्राई की है। मतलब अगर कुछ करना चाह रहे हो ना आप, तो पहले टेस्ट कर लो, मैं ये कहता हूँ। डायरेक्ट अगर ऐसी स्टेज पे करोगे तो मतलब हो सकता है ऊपर नीचे, तो उनका उस दिन हो गया। बट आई गेस वही दिन-दिन का फ़र्क था, अब नेक्स्ट टाइम हमको वो दिखेंगे ही। पहाड़ी अभी थोड़ा प्रेशर में खेलता है, मेरे को ऐसा लगता है गेम में। उसको अभी फैन्स का जैसे हम लोग को बर्डन है, उसको भी अभी आ गया है बर्डन।
क्या iQOO टोटल गेमिंग ओवररेटेड है?
थोड़ी-सी है।
टीएसजी का पहला ऑफिशियल है, देखते हैं फाइनल्स तक जाएगी या नहीं जाएगी। अभी
आप ये कह रहे हो कि टीएसजी फाइनल तक नहीं जाएगी?
50-50 है।
हमारा ये पहला राउंड क्लेम योर ग्राउंड खत्म हो चुका है। अब बारी है हमारे दूसरे राउंड की। पिक अ कार्ड हमारा दूसरा राउंड है और दूसरे राउंड के लिए गेस्ट को बुलाना चाहूंगा, हमारे पेट। क्या बात, ये अलग वाइब में है, हमारे पेट बहुत ज्यादा वाइब में है। भाई पिछले एपिसोड में भी तुमने ये सब किया था। लेजेंड भाई उनसे कार्ड लेके मुझे दे दो यार। आ जाओ भाई, मतलब
दे दो बाबू, दे दो।
कैमरा मत घेरो इतना। थैंक यू, थैंक यू, बाय बाय। चलिए गाइस, मैं इनको शफल कर देता हूँ। मुझे भी नहीं पता इन कार्ड्स में क्या क्या सवाल है, और ये मैं कार्ड्स यहाँ पे बिछा देता हूँ। सिंपल से रूल्स है, एक कार्ड आप उठाओगे, मेरे हाथ में दोगे, जो भी सवाल होगा मैं आपको पूछूंगा। एक कार्ड आप उठाओगे।
एक को ही पूछोगे?
हाँ
तो मैं उठा रहा ना, वो माफिया को पूछो।
चलो, ट्विस्ट के साथ फिर हम ये कार्ड भी बांट लेंगे। तो यहाँ पे हु वांट्स टू गो फर्स्ट? आप उठाओ, माफिया से सवाल करूंगा। ऑलराइट, विच इज द मोस्ट ओवररेटेड टीम आपके हिसाब से?
मेरे को देख रहा है यार।
भाई
आंसर देना है।
हाँ, आंसर देना है भाई, वो देखना नहीं है।
टीएसजी।
एक ही आंसर है यार।
माफिया अब आप भी, बहुत सिंपल सा सवाल है यार। विच प्लेयर ऑन योर टीम गेट्स अंडर प्रेशर द मोस्ट?
अब थोड़ा कम हो गया, वैसे आयुष लेता था। मेरे को ही बैकफायर हो रहा है ये सब चीजें।
मैं क्लियर करना चाहूंगा कि ये ना कार्ड्स रैंडमली स्प्लिट हुए हैं यहाँ पे, बट पता नहीं सवाल ऐसे कैसे आ रहे हैं। आपकी टीम में सबसे ज्यादा बेटर प्रेशर कौन हैंडल करता है?
अगर सिचुएशन दी जाए तो गिल्ड वाइज ज्यादा खेल सकते हैं, पर चलिए आई थिंक सो यस।
चलिए बहुत बढ़िया। माफिया एक कार्ड आप भी पिक कर लीजिए। विच टीम डू यू थिंक डिपेंड्स टू मच ऑन वन प्लेयर?
आई गेस फिर ऐसा है तो हेड हंटर्स हो सकती है, वो अर्श पे मेरे हिसाब से डिपेंडेंट है। बाकी उनके रशर और जो नेडर वगैरह है वो शॉट में उतना कुछ नहीं कर पाता।
इफ यू कुड स्टील वन प्लेयर फ्रॉम एनी टीम, हु वुड दैट बी?
मैं किसी भी टीम का स्नाइपर ले लूंगा, मेरे को रशिंग करनी है, कोई भी मिल जाए मेरे को कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। T1 में से कोई भी स्नाइपर ले लूं,
यार ऐसा क्यों?
मेरे को रशिंग भी करनी है। वो है।
आप दोनों ने बहुत अच्छे अच्छे जवाब दिए हैं यहाँ पे। आई होप हमारी जनता को भी अच्छा लगा होगा। बट गाइस, पिक अ कार्ड का राउंड हमारा यहाँ एंड होता है। अब बारी है हमारे तीसरे राउंड की, जहाँ पे कुछ कन्फेशंस हो गए। तो चलिए कन्फेशंस की तरफ, कन्फेशनल शॉट की तरफ चलते हैं। अब बारी है थोड़े से इमोशंस की, बिकॉज हर एक प्लेयर की लाइफ में बहुत सारी चीज़ें होती है, अप्स एंड डाउन्स होते हैं। तो मुझे आपसे ये डिस्कस करना है। लेजेंड, आई विल डायरेक्टली कट टू द चेस। सबसे पहले मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, एवरीबडी नोज लेजेंड हैज बीन इन द सीन फॉर सो लॉन्ग, लेकिन कुछ समय पहले एक ऐसा लो आपने देखा जो किसी भी प्लेयर को, किसी भी इंसान को तोड़ के रख देता है। आई वांट यू टू डिस्कस अबाउट दैट अगर आप कंफर्टेबल है तो।
तो वो टाइम था जब मेरे को लगता था कि मैं तो भी खेल ही लेता था, भले कैसा भी था। मैं एक साइड से ऐसे बोलने भी नहीं होता था, तब भी मैं खेलता था।
हुआ क्या था?
ऐसे फेस का ही हुआ था, बट हाफ ऐसे पैरालाइज हो गया था, तो इधर की मूवमेंट नहीं होती थी कुछ भी, एक साइड की।
राइट साइड की।
हाँ, कहीं भी
आपका
मतलब
आधा फेस नम हो गया था।
हाँ पूरा। मतलब मैं पॉजिटिव सोचता हूँ, कुछ भी मेरे को होता है तो।
आप उस टाइम पे भी गेम खेल रहे
उस
थे?
टाइम में मतलब कुछ दिन मेरे को ब्रेक लेना पड़ा, क्योंकि थोड़ा देखना पड़ता है हेल्थ भी। हाँ, मतलब मेरा ऐसा है कि अगर जो हम सोचेंगे ना वही चीज़ आगे होती है। फैंस का पूरा सपोर्ट था, फैंस मेरे को मैसेज करते थे, ऐसे ऐसे टाइम पे मैसेज आते हैं ना, ऐसे टैग्स आते हैं, तो और मोटिवेशन मिलती है कि जल्दी ठीक होके वापस से खेलने जाना है।
आई होप कि ऐसे ही आप लोग खेलते रहो, ऐसे ही आपके फैंस आपको सपोर्ट करते रहे। लेकिन माफिया, अब मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, जब एज़टेक गए थे, बीपीएल में हम थे, आई रिमेंबर, मैं मिला भी था आपसे। सो व्हाट वर द इमोशंस जो आप उस टाइम पे फेस कर रहे थे, एक्सपीरियंस कर रहे थे, और कैसे कोप अप कर रहे थे, वो डिस्कस करो।
तो हमारे मतलब टूर्नामेंट के फील्ड टूर्नामेंट के फॉर्म चले गए थे, सबका रोस्टर चला गया था। फिर सामने से आता है कि हमारे महेंद्र में बताता है कि ये एक टीम छोड़ के जा रहे हैं फिर से। तो वो उस टाइम पे कॉम्प्रिहेंड करना इतना मुश्किल होता है कि हम एक तो बीपीएल पे इतना फन इवेंट है, तो वहाँ पे हम इतना फन जॉली मूड में है और एकदम से मूड पूरा चेंज हो गया। तो वो कॉम्प्रिहेंड करने में मेरे को बहुत टाइम लग गया कि क्या हो रहा है। तो मैं तो उसके बाद जब भी एंगर वैंगर था मैंने बोला, बट वही है कि अब एक लाइफ है, रोलर कोस्टर जैसा है, इसमें अप्स होते हैं डाउन्स होते हैं, पर कभी पीछे नहीं जाता रोलर कोस्टर, हमेशा आगे चलता रहता है। तो हमारे को भी आगे चलते रहना, पीछे का छोड़ देना, जो भी हुआ अब आगे फोकस करना है, जो हमारे पास अब हाथ में है उस समय कुछ अच्छा करना है। सबसे मेन आपकी मेंटल हेल्थ होती है इस गेम में, पूरा मेंटल गेम है ये। इसमें आपका कोई आपके बॉडी काम नहीं है इतना कुछ खास, कि मेंटल हेल्थ सही रखो तो आप अच्छे प्लेयर ही बनोगे।
आपकी जोड़ी फौजी भाई के साथ हमने देखी है, डिलीट के साथ, एज़टेक, शैंकी, जितने भी प्लेयर्स हैं, बेसिकली वो जाने-माने चेहरे जो हमारे कम्युनिटी के हैं, उनके साथ तो हमने देख लिया। लेकिन आपके भाई को भी मैंने तो पर्सनली बहुत सारे इवेंट्स में देखा है, तो भाई के बारे में कुछ कहना चाहोगे?
उसके बारे में तो क्या बोलूँ, अगर वो मेरे साथ नहीं होता, मेरा बड़ा भाई नहीं होता, तो मैं शायद यहाँ पे होता ही नहीं। मतलब सच में नहीं होता ऐसे, मतलब स्टोरी के लिए भी नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, कसम से ना। ऐसा है कि मेरा स्टार्टिंग से उसने मेरा यूट्यूब, इंस्टा, अगर मैं गेम खेलता था ना रात को भी थोड़ा लेट हो गया तो पापा से सारी रात वो सुन लेगा, मेरे को कुछ नहीं, मेरे को बताएगा भी नहीं कि ये हुआ। फिर मेरे को अगले दिन बोलता था कि मतलब थोड़ा सा देख लियो, अगर रात को शोर करे तो हल्का करियो। पापा कहते थे कि यहाँ पे आवाज़ कैसे आ रही है, तो वो कहता था कि मैं बात कर रहा था ना तू कॉल पे, तो सारी डांट अपने ऊपर लेता था। जैसे हमारी फैमिली में मैं बड़ा भाई है, तो हमारी फैमिली बिजनेस है, तो वो सारा काम खुद देखते हैं। जबकि मेरी एज भी हो गई है, मेरे को खुद देखना चाहिए, मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि मेरे को हेल्प करनी चाहिए, मेरे लिए बहुत खास है वो।
सबसे खास?
हाँ।
आपकी भी लाइफ में कोई है ऐसा खास?
मेरे लाइफ में ऋतिक ही है, जो पूरा बैक एंड संभालता है, सब चीज़ें मेरे को कभी मतलब कुछ मुश्किल में नहीं आने देता है। आज जो भी नाम है मेरा, ऋतिक के वजह से ही हुआ है। मतलब ऋतिक ने स्टार्ट में अगर सपोर्ट किया ही नहीं होता तो मैं आज होता भी नहीं यहाँ पे, गेम भी शायद कंटिन्यू ना करता। मेरे को यूट्यूब में, मेरे को इंसान बनाने में जो मैं हूँ आज यहाँ पे, वो ऋतिक का ही है।
दिस इज द फाइनल राउंड, दिस इज द वर्डिक्ट। आप दोनों से सिंपल सा सवाल, अपने हिसाब से आपको जवाब देना है। वैसे तो आज के दिन सवालों का सिलसिला चल रहा है, बट ये थोड़ा सा अलग टाइप का सवाल होगा। सबसे पहले सिंपल सा क्वेश्चन, आखिरी दिन पे ग्रैंड फिनाले में विच पोजीशन डू यू थिंक यू आर गोइंग टू गेट एंड विच पोजीशन डू यू थिंक दे आर गोइंग टू गेट? ये दोनों के लिए है सवाल। अपनी भी पोजीशन बतानी है और इनकी भी पोजीशन बतानी है, स्टार्टिंग विद माफिया।
फर्स्ट के लिए ये, उसके अलावा
और इनका
सही हो सकता है।
आप क्या कहेंगे?
चाहूँगा तो मैं कि हम ही जीतें और ये सेकंड आए। ये सेकंड आए तो बढ़िया है,
मतलब आप जीतेंगे, ये सही।
ये सेकंड।
डोंट डू इट। चलिए, अच्छी बात है, दोनों भाइयों ने
Teams tried their hand at both survival as well as combat yesterday. Some did stay on the top, but others are still finding their way, and that finding is going to be today's comeback that everyone will try and stage. Welcome back to TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2026 Spring. My name is Lucifer. With me on desk is Auzora as we start things off for day 2 and see what the teams can spell.
That's right, Lucifer. I'm just hoping that comeback needs to be on point today. Not gonna lie, yesterday's performance of the bottom feeders were not that good at all at any given moment. They were good when it comes to the eliminations, but they were not at all good when it came to the overall point of view of standing towards the top 4 or top 5. That's where the problem actually started arising, and they could not address that till the very end. And I'm hoping that today at least they can fix all of those errors, because tomorrow it will be high time, as most of the teams will have the lead, and chasing that lead will be impossible.
Impossible indeed. I agree with you, Auzora, because we saw 100 already being reached by the top 3 teams right now. Now, if you kind of try and double it, which is obviously going to happen at the end of the day, which is 200. Catching up anywhere close to 200 when you have not even reached the triple digit mark is going to be too tough. But before we jump there, let's talk about the overall journey. We started with our city qualifiers, FFC mode, group stage. Right now, we are at the knockout stage, and in the knockout also, we are at week 3. We are just one leg away from the grand finals, Auzora.
That's right, and that one leg away is giving a lot of nervous 99s to most of the teams to perform and reach towards the top 6 and be there in the LAN, because LAN, there's a different ambience altogether, and in order to match that heat, you need to bring in the fire.
And right now, every team with the hashtag of Feel the Fire are truly feeling it in week 3. It started yesterday, where we did have difficulty in understanding of who would decide to top their way. And eventually, teams who our fans love, they did shower with a lot of points. We'll talk about them, but our entire journey in the tournament is now coming to an end very soon. All the efforts that when we had around numerous teams trying to play in the city qualifiers, even in the FFC mode, from group stages we had 48, when you're down to the last and only 12 who have a chance to go into the grand finals. And what are these 12 doing, and how is it only these 12 left? Before this, we had 18 teams, Auzora. That was in week 1, but when we came to week 2, 6 teams on every given day made their way to the grand final. So 6 more, they are trying their chance to make the final 12.
I mean, and that chance, right, Lucifer, it's taking a huge toll on them. In week number 2, they had the opportunity. Get top 2, head towards the grand finals, watch the other teams struggle as they make way like nothing. And week number 3 is a testament for all of those teams who have already proven this one point, that getting through the group stages was a key thing, and now reaching here, all they have to do is reach the finish line. Get that cutoff point, and once you reach there, be in top 6. That's it. That's the only criteria, and you qualify with the rest of the lot. As they're already sitting there and watching these games, they're even seeing the meta that you're bringing into each and every map. It's not that the map is going to change. It's nothing of that sort. It's just that it's going to be randomized to the point where if a team has reached towards one of the stages of getting the 80 pointers, getting the Champions Rush activated, that's where they can do something about it. And on that note, right, day number 1, the points rush, this is how we can go ahead and elaborate it even more perfectly. You get good amount of points, you get a head start on the final day. If you were first on 25th, and on 26th, you will get 10 points to start your entire journey from. Second place, 7 points. Third place, 5 points. Fourth place, 3 points. Fifth place, 2 points. And sixth place with just 1 point. From 7th to 12th, it's all starting from scratch. So might as well be in the top 6 so that you can yet again prove a point that you deserve the spot.
I really like how the overall journey for every teams are just increasing in momentum in terms of pressure. And when they come to the champion rush, that's going to be on the grand finale of April 26. Their criteria is very simple to see on the scorecard, which is done by almost every team, is reach the 80 pointer mark, which is the champion rush criteria. And as soon as you make that mark, you enter the champion rush. From here onwards, every game that you play, if you're able to grab at least one booyah in one of them, you instantly are crowned champions. Why I'm saying if you are able to, we have seen numerous teams, even after activating the champion rush criteria, have had trouble in closing out. And to be the champions right at the start of the year for TEZ FFMIC 2026 spring is even more tougher compared to the 25 season.
Exactly, and it all reaches till here. The prize pool breakdown, it's a total prize pool of 1 crore Indian rupees. And from there, the breakdown reaches champions get 35 lakhs, second place gets 17 lakh, third place with 7, fourth place with 5, fifth place with 4 lakh 30,000, and sixth place with 4 lakh. And all of that, it'll keep shrinking down until the final position, which is the 18th, because you have survived for so long, right? And that's how the entire prize pool breakdown is going to award you with. But it's up to you how big of a leap of faith you want to take and reach either towards the top 3, because that's where the majority chunk is, or reach towards the positions where you're just going to have a little bit of amount and that's it. But the best part here is the grand finals MVP will receive 1,50,000, and every single day as we go through the knockout stage, teams are earning 10,000 from that 90,000 of a chunk.
And so far, we have given 70,000 in prize money to teams, additional to their top 18 prize money that they will be making. But can they make it into the grand finals with that team of the day? Now, yes, if they do it here on week 3, they obviously are going to get that additional 10,000 and be making it to the grand finals. But how they do it? It is basis the number of points that they will be grabbing on every single game. Point system, everybody's used to it. We've been starting from the early weeks of February. You have been used to the Booyah point system that we are seeing. 12 points, it starts off, ends at 0 for the teams at the 11th and the 12th. But the main criteria, which has been seen on the standings as well, is the number of eliminations, the way the aggression is formed within teams, the fire that we are seeing that teams are spewing is incredible, Azora.
That's right, and we could see the tiebreaker rule being applied yesterday itself. Getting couple of 75 points, EMZ and WindGodxTHW, they were squared up with those entire positions. But WindGod, they received a booyah. That's the reason they could even get the 5th position, and EMZ got the 6th. So that was just a live example for you to understand what entirely the tiebreaker rule does. And the one unique active skill, you have 4 players in your team. Each player gets to choose one unique active skill. Nobody can duplicate that. Nobody can use it twice. I mean, in a same team, no 2 players can choose the same active skill, and that's the criteria that you need to abide with.
Now that is very interesting that we have this, and I love this because teams are bringing up new compositions. And while we thought maybe the old meta is gone, we ended up seeing even Alo coming into play. That tells us that teams are going to bring out their uniqueness in every squad that they're going to be forming. But with that, let's talk about the squads, the teams that are going to be playing today. It is same as day one. Nothing is going to change even tomorrow, but a lot in the overall standings could change, because right as of now, when we see the team at the first to talk about K9, they're sitting at the bottom, contrary to Revenant XSpark, who are right next to them, who have been on a ship consistently picking up points with Aerobotz, and a phenomenal comeback from what we did see on week 1 to right now iQOO OGxTSG. Godlike went berserk, Metaninza, GG Instinct, Team Tamilas, Reckoning, WindGodxTHW, 4Ns who had a start, but EMZ took away their fire, and they are right now sitting in the top 6.
That's right, and talking about the team's lineup, every single one of them looking super lethal. And I don't think so the subs are going to come in just yet, as today is a day where the comeback needs to be on point. I'm talking about K9. They have not had a really good day yesterday. Aerobotz, the entire lot of this, they have played pretty good. Metaninza on the other end, they had some ifs and buts, but that needs to change right about now. And the others, they are afloat. Revenant XSpark pretty consistent yesterday according to how they have played, and the others follow up through as well. GG Instincts, they were a wild card, man. Lovely performances. Same thing goes for WindGodxTHW as well.
Now, GG Instinct, I agree they're a wild card, but the wildest performance that we've seen in the 25 season is still not replicate it. And I understand a lot has changed from 25 to 26, but on the other end of how WindGod are performing is an eye-opener. While we see Fire Eyes what they did in the week 2 and qualified into the grand finals, WindGod might be in that direction. We thought even 4ends might join them in that spree, but somewhere after game 3, something completely stopped and stalled at their end. Whereas EMZ, Mac, Aditya, Mr. Ani and Rupesh, they picked up pace in a phenomenal fashion. However, Reckoning, this is a surprise. They might be at the 7th spot, but when we had that Aja 1v1, right, we thought Reckoning would maybe start off on a phenomenal stuff, but they haven't. So let's see if Sabu, Wild Fox 9, Ash and Hemu could do something different today.
Expecting for the same, and the action just carries forward as we're gonna head all the way towards a Godlike Esports point of view. They earn total of 82 elimination points. Easy eliminations? It's most eliminations it is. And yesterday being called the team of the day as well, they have for sure put some additional stars on their name. Look at the first, third, fifth and sixth game, all double digits. And this just separates them from the entire herd.
Yeah, big time. This is the reason we even spoke about maybe Godlike had their ups and downs. Maybe they had issues over the weeks, but when it came to qualification, when they knew a banner and the love that the fans shower them with, they know they have to stand strong for that. And finally, they've opened up in a phenomenal fashion. 82 eliminations. The team at the 2nd spot have 69 in total, a difference of 13 eliminations from the top team. And this is just a little feel the fire. Their overall eliminations is higher than the overall score of Reckoning Esports. That's where Godlike are standing right now at.
You had to drop the bomb, didn't you? Alright, and now they have to live with it. Reckoning Esports, it's do or die for them. Heading all the way towards the 7th position, they for sure need to change a lot of things, specifically the firepower, which Godlike is doing phenomenally great at. 82 eliminations yesterday. I could see Yogi out in the open in the last map of Alpine. He was just constantly at the throats of the opponents, just singing the song of death, MA2B, or whether it be AC80, he was just hitting those banger of shots. And that's how you can keep changing the pace, right? That's how you can dictate the entire circle, the flow of the wind as well. So Godlike Esports, keep up the good work, and I'm hoping to see similar kind of performance today as well.
Everybody is expecting the same because we now jump into the grand finals qualification points. That is the cutoff. We were just talking about it. While already we spoke that the teams on the top are at 100 plus, for sure they'll be reaching 200, meaning they should be closer to the safe cutoff that is at 260 points. And this is for every other team, and also as you viewers watching, that if your favorite teams are 260 and above, they should be safe and sound into the grand finals. But expected, we are thinking around 240-ish is where we should see. But that's the most riskiest part, Azora, and I hope no teams bank on the risky part of it. I know higher the risk, higher the reward. We do say it as a saying right here, but it is not the case always. It does put you out of the race itself, and we don't want anybody thinking 220 should be okay. Score and hit for the 260 plus.
But for the high risk, high reward, you need to be on your feet, on your toes always.
Yeah.
Just run around rampant, get those elimination points. Know that you're going to be facing the brunt of some eliminations here and there, but keep a player stagnant towards the vending machine so that you can instantly plug the fallen comrades and bring them back alive. Talking about the game schedule, it is going to be crazy in the first few bits itself. Bermuda, Purgatory being the 2 maps in the starting, which I'm very happy about. Unfortunately, Kalahari is towards the 6th and Solara is on the 3rd. So it's a very nice stagnant game in the starting. Purgatory being a very rotation-oriented gameplay, and Solara being a frag-heavy map. So you know the kind of variation we can see in the beginning 3 maps itself. This is crazy, man.
It is. I think first 2 games, it'll let teams kind of get a balance between themselves, and then instantly a Solara comes through, forcing every team to more aggression, right? So It starts off
Would
really
love to
well,
see
and especially that we have already spoken that today is about comebacks. Teams need to understand that if they stage a comeback, it is going to be a downfall for some other team. Hopefully, it's not the teams at the tops is what everybody is going to be hoping for. But let's talk about the preferred drop spots. At the very first game of Bermuda, we were even talking to our Hindi talent, right? We did see that they were
Yes.
mentioning K9 are being forced out of their drop spots yesterday. A lot of battles, they're getting eliminated, sitting at the bottom. And right now, again, yesterday also they had this clash with GG Instinct, and now both of them seem to be at Blue Will, and Fusion close by is reckoning could be a problem. And we know Godlike, when they hear noise, they should be making their move towards that direction for more eliminations, and they did do that yesterday.
And it's all about rotations, man. Have an exit plan. Prepare. Do not get bamboozled at the very end, knowing that the opponents are going to come from this corner, and all of a sudden your mind is blank. You have no idea at all. So that's where you have to start creating the difference. And K9 yesterday, we saw there were like so many moments where their mind just went blank, and they were just following one trait, which is whoever leads, whoever scouts, they're going to reach there. Might as well not do that. If you're playing your individual game, play it in a way where you seem united, right? You get frags, you call in your teammate, you get the support, and that's where you start rushing down the throats of the opponents. And that's one thing that we did not see from K9 just yet. 40 points, sitting at the smack bottom. All of the viewers out there, they will have a very hard time as well digesting this one medicine, which is so bitter. So might as well change that. And today is the day, man. Lucifer, today is the day.
Yeah, it has to be the day. If it is not today, then you know what's gonna happen. We've been talking about this. It's a nightmare, to be honest, and that's the reason I'm not saying it in just complete bold statement that hey, if not today, then no tomorrow. You have to do it today.
Yeah.
There is no other go.
Have to.
There is no other new way. There is no light around the horizon. There is nothing if you don't do anything today. So a lot on every team's shoulders. While we spoke about the teams at the top 6, right, looking comfortable, most of them are around the 100 mark. If we talk about the top 4, the 5th and the 6th are sitting at the 70 points and around, but the teams at the bottom are a difference of 30 from the teams at the top. Again, top meaning the 5th and the 6th. That's the closest for them to kind of push out. But we also spoke about this, right? Me and you, when we were going to be starting it off, we were like 2 good games, and both of them being 30 points plus will give them 60 points, and they should be getting to the triple digit mark. I think that should be the ideal goal, that you pull off 2 big games, 30 plus points, and then you feel not comfortable, but at least that now you're gearing up to the next few games. But that cannot happen in game 1 and then game 6. Then you still don't have any space or buffer.
See, it's about dropping the ball. The quicker you drop the ball, the quicker you're going to be out of the circuit. So might as well do not do that. Just understand where you have to head towards, calculate, analyze, and if someone is contesting your very drop location, then think 10 steps ahead. Always take this one thing in your mind, that it is going to happen. It's not that that one dedicated spot is just for you. Many teams are going to clash it out. They would want to be a thorn in your path. Then remove the thorn, put it away, go to a different spot, get good weaponry. And yesterday there's one thing that I could see, which is K9 Esports, even though they had an upgraded arsenal being unlocked, they got some really nice Groza, Arm in their hands, alongside some Thompson as well. But still, taking fights was one thing that they were easily resisting. And if you resist more while having such lethal weapons, then you're just not putting that weapon to an actual test. So today, come on, we would love to see the fights coming in, be aggressive. And I'm talking about Team Tamilas as well. Yesterday, we could see some really good individual brilliance. The sparks were being flown right across, foreigns as well. Metaninza in Kalahari game, they were phenomenal, reaching all the way towards the 2nd spot. But having the disadvantage of the height was the only problem that they faced. GG Instincts, they're having some really good individual brilliance towards the early battles, but the late round execution, that's where they need to start focusing more towards. And we are focused already towards our top 3. Chat, what do you think? Your top 3 better than ours? Might as well go ahead and prove us wrong.
I think yesterday, I'm happy to be proven wrong by our chat, right? Yesterday, I did not have Godlike in my prediction in the very first game, and me and Oro were trying to pull off the Spider-Man thingy that, no, you. But today, I knew that was about to happen yesterday, and I'm very happy that happened in the very first game of 30 eliminations. So I rightfully have their name in our game of Bermuda. Yes, for some of you thinking that there was Alpine a little bit, that was just a technical glitch. You don't have to worry about it. It is Bermuda that we are starting on. I've gone in for iQOO OGxTSG along with Metaninza, and we have that Metaninza as same, but you've gone for WindGod and GG Instinct. You're rooting for the underdogs, and I really like this because WindGods have shown us promise. That's why they're in the top 6. GG Instinct on the other end, they're promising. They've done it always. It might have not happened on day one. So I feel with you in that mention that yes, they have the capability to topple anybody.
They do.
But one thing in my pick I was going for is when I saw iQOO OGxTSG yesterday and I was just tracking back to Bermuda and iQOO OGxTSG, I could see at least 2 of their booyahs on Bermuda. And I was like, if they're back, it should
good
be
record.
this.
That's right, man. They have a very good record when it comes to Bermuda. And I was actually very skeptical in the fact where let me choose iQOO OGxTSG, but that would have been very redundant, right? You already have chosen.
Yeah.
I would like to choose someone else. Metaninza, I do not know how that became the common point, but I wanted to change that too. Trust me, I wanted to change. I want all the underdogs to feel confident enough so that they can topple the entire game. And all the folks who are sitting on the top, they feel threatened that this position can be removed at any given point. And that's like the best Free Fire max I can ever see in a tournament wise. So I'm rooting for all the underdogs to have a very nice ball, and Bermuda is a really good map because it's default, it's basic, they've played it for so much time, so they already know the ins and outs of that area. So I'm just expecting and I'm hoping that it's going to be a perfect play coming in from all of them. End circle, and I'm not able to see like 10 teams dishing it out, then it's not the end circle that I'm hoping for.
I really like you being all so ever joyous that you want to see 10 teams in the last 10 few circles.
It's impossible,
Yesterday,
I know.
it was a little bit of a hope that we did see. I think it was on Purgatory. Yeah, if I'm not wrong, it was in Purgatory. There were 12 teams and we were in still circle 3. I was like, wait, it's happening. We might go to circle 4. And then as soon as I thought instantly, we ended up seeing 2 teams get eliminated. So yes, we are at that stage where teams are trying to push as further as possible in their journey of survival in terms of being towards the very final fights, even in the top 4. But I think some names we did have Metaninza, right? A little bit of a commonality when we did bring up. My thought and your thought in terms of perspective is, seems like, I don't know why, both of us are having the heebie-jeebies thinking that there is a comeback from them. Today we just saw them a little in terms of what they are doing, and it seems like that could be working in their favor. We spoke about a lot in terms of what K9's doing right or wrong, and I'm pretty sure a lot of the fans out there are like, what happened to K9? Come on, you guys. And I understand that emotion when everybody is looking at K9, and we were speaking so much about the Feek, and when Zian, Aim and Honey, all of them kind of assisted him in that form, right? It's still, as a squad, they're not able to close it out. That is where they're lacking. They're sitting at 33 eliminations. They're higher and closer to where Metaninza are sitting. If they're already closer to the 9th and the 8th spot, why are they not able to close it out? It's the placements that they're lacking. They're unable to come towards the top 5. They're going out way early.
True, and if you want to be a hound, right, Lucifer, you do it right. Hounds, what they do is they smell blood, they reach there, they tear the opponents apart and get those elimination points. And if you're doing that on a regular basis, if you're doing it consistently, rather than just breaking the flow, first game, good amount of eliminations, second game, 0 eliminations, being eliminated at the 12th spot will give you nothing as a reward. So that's where the things are getting highly concerning for K9. And like you rightly mentioned, the last laughter has not been taken from K9. So initiatives of early brilliance, getting the eliminations, that's good and all, but you need to start focusing towards the adaptability and survivable tactics at the very least of it. So hoping that this is going to be a lesson for all the other teams as well. It's not only them who would want to qualify at the very end, it's others as well who are fighting for the 1st to 6th spot. So I'm hoping that they can go ahead and fight it out, and alongside the fight part of it, chat, even you guys can fight it out and get your tickets for the grand finals. It's gonna happen in Ahmedabad, and it's a lovely opportunity for you guys to witness all of this happening in front of you and cheer for your own team.
This is your opportunity. Quickly grab it. Tickets are live, and you will have an opportunity to see Feel the Fire. For the audience who did manage to see this when we had TEZ FFMIC 2025, they know how the whole arena was, how it felt when they saw iQOO Total Gaming picking up and being a double time whammy champion, right? It was not at all easy, but the momentum they carried was seen and resonated with everybody who were there at the venue. It could happen right now that you could be a part of something amazing like that. This 26 season has already been a big curveball for everybody. We are still figuring it out of which team's been the best, which team has been ever so consistent. We can't even put iQOO Total Gaming at that spot. Yes, on week 2, day 2, they had 153 points, team of the day qualified. But what happened on week 2, day 1? Why weren't they on the top at week 1 day as well? What happened there? So all of these questions can come in when you kind of think about, wait, who would win in LAN? That is where it gets interesting. But making it a lot more interesting, I want to talk about underdogs, right? When we saw Fire Eyes, that kind of showed us the Feel the Fire for every other underdogs who could pick up that pace, which started with 4 ends yesterday, but I think a spectacular comeback ended up being staged by the game 4, 5 and 6 from EMZ Esports, and I was not ready for that, Solara.
You know, I would give all the credits to Revenant XSpark. I believe it was them who took the higher advantage in the barbershop itself. Even though 4 ends, they were very confident in order to take the fights. But that one plushie being lobbed right from underneath, that just rifted them, that just tore them into pieces. And then later on, in 10 seconds, 4 ends could not meet the end at all. So Revenant XSpark is that kind of a lethal team, and that's where they're losing the forte, right? They have the compound, they're holding it very well, they're not able to fortify it. And for a temporary basis, all you have to do is use your glue walls at the right time to keep the enemies at bay. And for doing that, you need to be more calculative. So 4 ends, I know for a fact that they're sitting at the 10th spot, but this can change in a jiffy. And the way they're performing, I could see those sparks, man. That's the reason, like you rightly mentioned, right? 4 ends, they look like a team that can change all of what has happened in day number 1 and not let that affect the entire momentum in day number 2. So I'm hoping for that. And let's see how well it'll go.
And I hope it goes in their way as well, in terms of picking points, getting towards the top 6. But one team that has been doing, and you even mentioned that kudos to them of what they did, was kind of 4 ends mess up that we eventually saw was, yes, Revenant XSpark. And I think the smartest of all right now that is being played is Revenant XSpark. While we saw the plethora of eliminations, the amazing booyahs coming in from iQOO OGxTSG, ending a highlight day on Godlike's end, it is Revenant XSpark who are not at all taking the limelight. They don't want the spotlight, but however, they are in the top 3. They are playing so very efficient, and we were talking to the other talents as well, right? We were like talking about how the IGLs are performing, what's going on, who looks very good, and everybody was common with this term, saying X Divine, he is a phenomenal IGL. The way he tunes and commands his squad, and we could clearly see, I'm still going back to the same fight which happened yesterday. Either it was Purgatory or Solara. It was, I think, no, it was not Solara, it was Purgatory, where iQOO OGxTSG got the booyah. iQOO OGxTSG and Aerobotz, and in between is Revenant XSpark. They could pick the fight with either of them. It's up to them, they wanted, but they never did. They just played survival over there, and they survived as long as possible, got their points, they survived, they're in the top 3. If this continues, one position is gone, meaning every other team is now fighting for the other 5. Because Revenant XSpark have sealed their position of if they're consistent here on day 2. And I think from day 2's end itself, we could kind of get an idea of what could happen. Then it could be 4, 5, 6, and maybe even 1, 2 if iQOO OGxTSG and Godlike miss their performance today.
So, see, your point is super valid, Lucifer. It's super valid. And we all have seen that Purgatory fight. It was insane. But heading all the way towards Bermuda, the game starts right about now. It's time to prove that you are the most feared team in the entire lot and make the opponents feel the fire.
And we start with yesterday's victors, Godlike Nancy, as the flight takes its course from Caton and ends at Rimnam village. We already see a jump that's made from GG Instinct, and they are at Cape Town. 4 ends very close to them, and it could be a battle between them. We kind of thought there could be a lot more cluster. Metaninza as well, they make their way. Godlike at peak, and Godlike love peak. I want to see if anybody's going to challenge them at peak, because as of now, there is no challenge yet.
You know, Reckoning usually loves to head towards the peak, but this is a different squad altogether. So they like to take it even more passive. They love Rimnam Village so that they can easily call in the rotations and head all the way towards western side, moving in towards east and taking those battles inside the circle. But Godlike, so far, they're looking super confident. They have those weaponries that they require, even though they're swapping it a lot more. But there's no one to contest them. It's just one team towards Bhima Shakti Strip that can reach instantly using the zipline. But other than that, there's no danger at all whatsoever.
And I'm surprised. This is something that we thought yesterday teams will be playing in terms of discipline split coming through. But today, they're like, hey, today it is a comeback for everybody. Everybody would need points. Everybody needs to be sharp. And that is the reason we don't see any clashes yet. However, Aerobotz, the Inoculars, they come out, they prong individual players from various teams, but it seems like Aerobotz are making a move in the direction of WindGod, but WindGod are making a jump from Observatory towards iQOO OGxTSG. This is interesting, and now iQOO OGxTSG, they're going to get a big surprise, and that heap is not going to be in their direction. Ayush out in the open, Legend right below the building where WindGod's lineup has jumped. And Django, he spotted him, gotten closer to Ayush, and Ayush, there is no run away from here.
Absolutely, man. I could see so many players just pouring down. And from one corner, there's Aerobotz heading towards Team Tamilas, and Team Tamilas are heading towards where Aerobotz were. So there was a lot of confusion there in the entire clash of it, but there is no confusion whatsoever in this fight. As WindGod, they've already attained 2 eliminations. The others, they're just battling, they're running away, and iQOO OGxTSG, they're on a back foot as WindGod. They've initiated things on such a good note.
And on the other end, you spoke about Team Tamilas. They found some on Aerobotz, but Aerobotz, they're here in the mix with iQOO OGxTSG. A fight in all various directions, and WindGod decide, hey, another team close by, that seems are picking. They jump right into it. WindGod, they're now close to Team Tamilas. Aerobotz, in the meantime, they're trying to get the confirmations on the players. They did knock GG Instinct on the other end. On big Splithora against 4 ends. Team Tamilas, now an opportunity. WindGod, however, they've been playing smart. We did see the KC's healing, but that's not going to help. WindGod are instantly going to knock 2 of the players in a 2v2 battle.
And that alligator did pump a lot of bullets onto the opponents. And I've seen this somewhere. It feels like a deja vu to me. The Team Tamilas were taking a fight against WindGod and they lost that battle. And scurrying away is the only way to survival. And those survival instincts, they're kicking in as WindGod. They're taking fights personally with each and everyone who has taken down, who has berated them yesterday.
Godlike? Legend's the last man standing. If they get him, it's done for. It's going to be trouble, but somehow I think he's brought one player back into life. And
yes,
thankful iQOO OGxTSG will survive, but Godlike also here in the mix. This is getting interesting, and WindGod have spotted. Marco gets a little pot shot hit on him. Instantly decides to retreat. It is a distant fight. Therefore, Godlike have time to reinforce themselves. But what a situation to be in. Legend, he just by his hair survived this.
Okay, Zap. Nobody sees you, but I see you going all incognito. What do you think? You're going to survive this? Yes, he will. He wants to go ahead and scout it out, know where the opponents are. And if this works by any chance, he's going to be that one person who can call in a lot of battles. And Zap, he knows there's a team right in front. And iQOO trying to cook the nade to perfection. Zap way too low on HP. And that nade... oh my god, how did he just survive that? Zap, he's holding on to the final breath and he's still fighting as the others, they're not at all joining into this action. They know that this might be a lost cause as they can bring him back alive as there's a vending machine very close. Godlike, they have the height advantage and this advantage can give them yet another point as Prodigy is right in front. If Prodigy gets some really good shots, then I believe Metaninza is just going to bounce at Godlike.
But Aerobotz, they're deciding to jump here, but Godlike, they're inclining to jump back to the compound. Big surprise they were not ready for. End up losing Marco over there. And now even iQOO, Nancy and Yogi, as they've gotten closer to Metaninza, they have lost their players and Aerobotz are making a jump. K9 are here in the mix. Katulistiva, right now, the land of eliminations, numerous teams, but Zian helps out Nancy's survival. Puts one player down, and now Anshu's confirmation comes through, but Nancy will not stand for too long. Nero Plushie, Riptide Rhythm, double the whammy on the other end. And now Jarvis fighting for his own life because he's isolated as Aerobotz are trying to surround him.
Ooh, what a rush coming in. Metaninza slightly off guarded, and they could not do much there. Aerobotz, they just swooped right in, got those eliminations, and they have the vending machine as well on their name. So I don't think so it's going to be a problem calling in the Bolt Maker as well. K9, I believe they're on to a very good start. They want vengeance, and they're looking for it like Batman.
Looking for it like Batman might be the case, but looking for eliminations like a devil of Joker is Aerobotz, but somehow they've made their way to 7, but they've also managed to survive as a 4-man squad. They've not had casualties, even though we saw a little earlier when they were fighting with Team Tamilas. Aerobotz have played really smart. Now taking the path, making it across, getting into the circle because they are far away from it. But the direction they jump in, they try again for another fight. Godlike is here, Metaninza is here, Yogi's been spotted already, Kunal's made the call, and look at Prodigy, he's gotten closer. Mad God and Johan will make a move anytime, but in the meantime, Metaninza's Anshu, he comes in the scope of Aerobotz and Prodigy puts him down. Now Jarvis is in trouble, he's also been spotted, shot miss.
How?
Yogi was right behind him and Johan puts him down, and Aerobotz, somebody has to stop this squad, already at 9 eliminations, looking forward to 10th, and Zap is stuck.
Oh, Johan, he's the first one to fall there. Zap, quick on the feet, and he knows his drill to go ahead and at least get some casualties so that they cannot follow a couple of players who have already run across the playing field. Aerobotz, 10 eliminations, they look unstoppable, and they are quickly fixing themselves up as well. They have a car to run away, they have a car to reach inside the circle as well, but they do need to understand the factor that they should not be gate-kept in any chance, because having 10 eliminations has a huge target on your back. So you don't take away those eliminations alongside the 12-pointer of a Booyah.
They're even expending their resources in all these fights, and if they're not able to replenish it, another trouble for them. Godlike, before they could replenish themselves as a squad, they've been hit in numerous directions. They've been losing players. Somehow, they've revived most of them, all back, but ready for a fight against EMZ, who feel like I have better weapons. And Yogi once again. Yogi, by the time he could regroup with his teammates, he's again taken out. Thankfully, Nancy, instant revival. But is this gonna work?
Oh, might be another bird falling from the sky who might just get clipped. And I'm hoping that this doesn't happen. Yogi did not even get a single opportunity to stay on his feet, to stay on the ground. No opportunity is given, and Anshu has been taken down. iQOO, good weaponry on his hands, but out in the open has no opportunity whatsoever. Finally, the glue wall comes in, the time turner alongside, which will help them gain back those fallen players. And Jarvis, he's still stuck and is lonesome in order to understand what's going to happen next right here at Clock Tower.
Position compromised as he tried to take his shots at Yogi, now making a run for it. Puts up a chrono, nice with the dually, but not for long. Only a knock, no confirmation, and Metaninza's Jarvis will also be confirmed. That's another elimination. And Godlike, after they made their way out, they feel like this looks comfortable. That was, I feel like, a kind of good decision that they made their directional run to. If they did mess up over there, it could have been a lot of problem. Maybe the whole squad would have been messed up, eliminated, but good decision to make their way towards Clock Tower, closer to the edge of the circle as well. On the other end, we spoke about Peak being challenged because Godlike left this as an empty lane, and Revenant XSpark decided they would want it as their own.
Oh, that's right, Revenant XSpark. Roshan, looking at that one player who's falling from the sky, can soon be clipped. That's the only golden thing that he's waiting for. The others, WindGod, they're right underneath. They're not at all giving any kind of a sound hint or a clue that they're outside. What's happening? Revenant XSpark is completely in the blind. And the moment they drop down, which is not going to be the case as the circle is favoring this entire team, They're just going to stay there, watch the rotations from the other players, and then call in those shots. But this is what happened to iQOO OGxTSG, parting ways earlier on itself, having no elimination points whatsoever. That was just a sad start.
While a lot in terms of their records prove that they were the ones who should have won it, but they're the first team to be eliminated. But GG Instinct and EMZ both fighting to stay in the top 6. One is already there. On the other, GG Instinct, they want to make their entry. EMZ, so far no eliminations in their name. GG Instinct, they have one. Melter tossed. They will try to retaliate to it. Rupesh wants to be the one to initiate a battle. He's the rusher trying to get closer, but look at the flank coming in from GG Instinct. However, it seems like running ring around the roses is what right now GG Instinct are doing, because EMZ are a foot ahead of it.
Oh, Patlu, I believe he might just get caught off guard, and he does. Rupesh, instant blasts coming in from his end, and EMZ, they're on to a very good start. They want to take down GG Instinct, but their manpower disadvantage is gonna sting them like a bee. Swaroop right around the corner, instantly pulls in the glue wall, and there you go. EMZ has been eliminated, all thanks to Tiger watching from afar, and his shots, they land as he's the sniper doing the heavy lifting. GG Instincts on to a very good start, but they need to enter inside the circle and not take any more teams just like that.
Entering the circle is what Godlike also want to do. They saw an individual player from Reckoning, they got that elimination, and now they have Metaninza once again. This repeated clash between Godlike and Metaninza, it is just happening even without them wanting to. Both Metaninza and Godlike, but Godlike are happy because they are getting it and they're increasing the total number of eliminations they've had so far. They're sitting at 9 right now. Team Tamilas, from their early clash that we saw with Aerobotz, we see them now back again, and now it's towards WindGod. This could have happened earlier as well, but Team Tamilas look a lot more confident. Took the initial shots, but WindGod, they're regrouping before this battle, but Team Tamilas do not want to give them the timing or the chance.
Prolonging the entire fight, calling in yet another team for a third party. That's the best opportunity that you can make. But still, I believe Revenant XSpark is going to be super happy about this position as it's still favoring the circle. Like, they're just not going to move from there. Watching Gokul from afar, that's 1 point right in front of them. And Swaroop, even though they're trying to take the car and enter towards the circle, it's going to go kaboom. And that's what happens when they're calling in late rotations.
Late rotating was even Metaninza. We saw Damage King being zapped, but there is nothing to zap anymore as he's out of this lobby. He's going to be waiting in the next one. Right now, GG Instinct, they want to zap because they did find one player on the roof from Revenant XSpark. Vincent, still waiting for his opportunity. He knows he cannot overpeak. If he does it, it's going to be an opening for others to climb up on the roof. Aerobotz on one end, WindGod and Team Tamilas right below, and Godlike could make a jump or even K9. And Reckoning, is that the last player from their end? That's Hemu, but Roshan, he's trying to finally take his shots. Gokul, who made it his way out. Nero Plushie coming out. Revenant XSpark trying to be forced from the roof to make a mistake. As of now, they've been very methodical.
Exactly, strategical as well. The aftermath is crazy right here. And I'm so happy. 4th circle and we can see 9 teams. Thank you, teams. Thank you for such a blessed game. But finally, I believe Revenant XSpark, they would like to take the launch pad and instantly dash away, heading towards the circle. And Roshan is already on the hot tracks of this. There's only one person from Reckoning, Hemu. We all know whenever he's in a very difficult situation or a pickled up situation, he will go incognito instantly. So those rotations need to be kept under tab, and that's where Revenant XSpark, they thought that they did one thing better, but it's unfortunate events being struck down upon them. GG Instincts, that's what happened. Roshan, Arsh, Divine, these are the 3 players. Oh, sorry, scratch that. Couple of players, Divine and Arsh. They're alive, and let's see what they can do.
Alive is even Aerobotz with the number of eliminations. Team Tamilas put under pressure. They did find a knock. They're rushing right towards them. They're trying to find an opening, doing the damage, and yet waiting for an opening where it's going to be Johan who gets taken down. Even Kunal and Magod and Prodigy make it Prodigy. The last one standing. What does he do? Quickly has to run away. The vending machine was close by, but he couldn't go challenge for it. He couldn't go contest it because Team Tamilas were right next to it, and Aerobotz, who started this fight, were the ones who were pushed off from it, and 3 eliminations for Team Tamilas.
The Moon God is doing a lot for the team. Team Tamilas, heading all the way towards the circle now, as it is shrinking down to the parts where the battle is gonna get even more intensified. Revenant XSpark, just one player remains, as every single one of them is taking pot shots at them. Godlike with 4 members, Team Tamilas with 4 members, and this battle is gonna look even more fierce. Clash of the Titans is what I can say.
Titans who all want to qualify, and all of them right now in the top 4 right here in Bermuda. And K9, we had a complaint about them that they don't make it to the top 5 at all, and this time they made it to the top 4. However, their numbers almost lost because it's Godlike, the Feek, the last man standing, and finally he will be clean with the help of Revenant XSpark. Godlike and Revenant both joining hands, but with that, Team Tamilas put Revenant out of the running race. A 4v4 between Godlike Esports and Team Tamilas, and now Team Tamilas, they are the ones who need a comeback. Godlike are already sitting at the top of the charts. Script making a rush, but the damage already being done. They're moving in as a 4-man squad, and iQOO, he's holding off, but one player, that's Khonshu as a sniper, holding it as of now to see if he has an opening.
That's right. And going in from the sideways, Marco, he's already pushed right out. But those battles, it's fierce, and Godlike, they're having a very good chance of winning this, as they have the manpower advantage. Khonshu being the last man standing. He is on top of the rock, but he cannot be called the Lord just yet. He needs to fight against the world, but that's not going to happen, as the Strogans is just singing songs of death, launching in all of those nades and lobbing in towards that one final survivor of Team Tamilas. Godlike, ladies and gentlemen, yet again starting the first game on a high note.
Yesterday, 30 eliminations did not get a booyah, but they decided they're going to end it on a booyah. And today they say it's Bermuda. It is going to be easy peasy, and you can see they are already making signs of them flying towards the land. That is the confidence, and Marco rightfully has to do it, because yes, a lot of limelight was towards Nancy, right, when we saw the 25 season. This season Marco has stepped up big time, even in terms of eliminations. But how this fight was concluded was just brilliant. Team Tamilas had the same strategy that Godlike holds, right? That they will keep Yogi behind, and Yogi will help them in scouting information, will snipe if anybody's trying to get closer. And Khonshu was trying to think of that, but before Khonshu could maybe even peek from that boulder he was sitting on, instantly his teammates script one after another. Everybody else started getting laid land flat, and once that happened, Khonshu had nowhere to run, and the last shot showed that it is Godlike who will get the booyah.
Godlike were pretty confident. They knew even if the circle shifts, it's going to be favored towards us. And getting 17 eliminations in the first game itself, just one shy from 30 bomber, this is a crazy game coming in from their end. And they have finished it on a very nice note as well, getting the booyah. So that's super important. K9 Esports, it's the day of comeback for them. 19 total points has been awarded to them, getting 12 eliminations, 7 placement points. And that's where we all have focused ourselves towards. Aerobotz with total of 18, and Team Tamilas, even though they got the second position in placement points, it's just that their eliminations fell short.
Yeah, they survived as long as possible, played really smart, and I think slowly moving in the right direction. And we were talking about it. Team Tamilas, so far in all the games they've played, they've been consistent in the points they could pull off, but they've not yet had a big game, and it could again be seen right here. But when we talk about big game, we have to even talk about a big team. That's going to be iQOO TSG. While every team has at least got one in terms of a point, iQOO TSG in the very first game went out with nothing. Now when things like this happen, it opens up a field for other teams to slowly creep in. Whether the ladder is going to be a rung up or below, or it is an escalator, it helps.
And trust me, it did help Revenant XSpark. They have already upped the ante, and they have reached the second position according to my mathematics. I do not know about the others. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong. But talking about Marco, he is the MVP in the map of Bermuda. Lovely performances coming through, and his favorite weapon, we all know, going up close and personal, being the rusher. 6 eliminations with M590. This has to be a crazy game coming in from his end, man. I still remember the Oscar dash at the silo region, where he instantly dashed in and got that one elimination in the name of Aerobotz. So Marco has been doing this consistently, and the combination is working for him.
Yeah, I think finally Godlike are kind of setting, right? They know now they're playing 4 of what they need to do, how they need to play, and it is working out for them. And I'm pretty sure fans, you guys will be so happy that you're seeing Godlike performing like this, even though it's the last week for qualification, but they're doing their best in terms of qualification. Marco might have taken away all the MVP, right, is now on the cards, but Nancy, iQOO, and Yogi, without them, it couldn't have been possible. We saw the Riptide Rhythm and Nero Plushie coming together in action, proving being a big problem for everybody. And in case while this was happening, if there was another issue that somebody decided to take them down or tried to take a lot of shots, Nancy has his chrono. Now this time turner, the way they're using this is very brilliant amongst the rushers, right? They see somebody very up close and they might decide they want the fight, but they're not ready for it. Prop the time turner, buy some time while the opponent tries to rush inside it, you rush out of it, and then eventually you put them in a disarray and you are the one finding the knock. And that helps the side of Godlike to win this first booyah. But you can see nobody is short of eliminations, nobody is short of damage. 3 eliminations on Nancy, 4 on iQOO, and Yogi is sitting at 4 himself.
You know what the best part is? The time turner, it's a double-edged sword, right? You can use it as a defensive mechanism, you can use it as an attack mechanism as well. But the entire fact that you are using it for second guessing what their next move is, that's gonna bamboozle the opponent so much that they will keep guessing, they will keep overthinking the entire scenario, and that's gonna put them in disarray. So I just love Chrono even more than anything, man. Truth be told.
Truth be told, right now, even Godlike's performance of how it started around peak, we saw them from there. They went all the way towards graveyard, them losing players and then making their way back to get closer to peak. You could see they were at Clock Tower. They made a little, I would say, run towards the western end. From there started moving southern, and from the southern is where they made their entry to the final circle, where another opportunity struck, where they did put out Reckoning as well as Metaninza, and then put an end to even Team Tamilas to get their own booyah. A very nice whole full circle situation here. But imagine if Godlike just stuck to peak, it was still their home base where the last circle also ended.
Yeah, but they chose taking risks and taking adventure over just staying there. And Revenant XSpark, they did a phenomenal job, right? But they had to move away from the height. Even though they could spot so many teams rotating in, the glue wall just worked fluently for them. They get pot shots at them, instantly deploy the glue wall. Revenant XSpark can't do anything about that because they've been surrounded by so many teams, and that itself calls in for a lot of center of attraction. So I'm just wondering that in the next following game, how well they can bounce back from this. I'm hoping that they're not having any negative feelings about the previous game. K9 as well, they did a phenomenal job, and this time around, if they take a clash against GG Instincts towards Mount Villa, I'm hoping that they can accomplish it in a very good manner. As GG Instincts in the previous game, they could not do much, so it might hinder their confidence.
I really like how teams are still sticking on to what we saw yesterday and trying to continue that even today. Maybe some of them would have fine-tuned their drops to make it seem better, but K9 and GG Instinct, it seems like when we even spoke about Godlike and Reckoning, right? A rivalry and a banter between them, K9 and GG Instinct are having it. So far, GG Instinct have had a better run at it comparing yesterday's to today's. Today, K9 have been a little more sharper. They made their way to the top 4. That's what a lot of us wanted to see in terms of their placement points being grabbed compared to their elimination. So if that continues, it's going to be big and good. But good, even it has to be at Brasilia for iQOO OGxTSG. Not at all a start that they had.
And I'm hoping that this might be just a minor setback, nothing major. Because yesterday's day's performance, getting 3 booyahs, getting total of how much? 36 points by just the positional advantage was massive. And to carry forward with a similar kind of a momentum, iQOO OGxTSG, they need to get back into their own groove. So Purgatory, I'm hoping that they can at least purge multiple teams and not be purged in the first bit itself.
Yeah. I mean, there are teams, Aurora, who have somewhere gotten 3 booyahs whole. I'm talking from the group stages till the knockouts, that all that they've played. Whereas iQOO yesterday, they managed 3 booyahs. That tells you that they have capability, but when there are upsets, when things are not going their way, they completely come down to a full stop. Right? It's literally like a handbrake is pulled and they're out of the lobby. There's nothing to be done over there. The only way that we end up seeing them back in their 6th gear and they're at the top speed in terms of eliminations, in their winning ways of getting a booyah, is I think them again understanding about playing together, understanding about survival. Lot to be thought about it, but right now, our thoughts in terms of predictions, we still have iQOO because that is not a name you can take away after what they did yesterday. Has to be replicated today.
Indeed, man. And going on the same tracks, GG Instincts, OGxTSG, the only different name is Godlike from your end. From my end, it is K9 for a lone factor where K9, I believe they have finally woken up after yesterday's rude awakening. And this might either give them a lot of pain and they can instantly get one of their Sharingans out and come for vengeance, or is just straight up them analyzing again, and then in day number 3 they might bounce back. So K9 all the way. Let's see how well they can perform in Purgatory. I would love to know Godlike's pick, of course, yesterday's performance alongside.
See, again, I think today I'm a Godlike boy. After yesterday, I've decided that today I'll be a Godlike boy. I'm going to be putting their prediction everywhere across the games that we have, because hey, you just saw their booyah right now, and I feel like this is so. Even in the 25 season, I ended up being a Godlike boy, I think, for 1 or 2 weeks continuously because of what they did in the starting weeks of that 25 season. That time itself, I mentioned this should be the first team making it in the grand finals, and slowly down the line, I was like, wait, what happened to Godlike? But right now, I had that feeling first, what happened to Godlike? But now they are like, yes, we are Godlike, and in the 26th season, it's working for them. But now it's time as we move towards Purgatory. Can we see a replication, or is it going to be a little more comebacks from other teams? Time to start Purgatory as we open the gates of hell.
Where are they going to head towards? What is the prime location of mayhem? Are there going to be some drop clashes that we are expecting? All of that to be answered in this map, as yet again we have the eyes on the best team as they could get the booyah in the previous one. And looking at the flight path, it's heading all the way from Marble Works to Forge and Ski Lodge. Wherever you want to head, you have the entire area to your name. And there's one place that Godlike would love to enter towards, that is Marble Works. Nobody to contest them. It's just a couple of teams right around the corner. Yogi trying to be a bit more vigilant in terms of where the opponents are. It's K9 and GG Instincts in that entire island.
And you can already see R1's being used. This is for information, but right now information for Aerobotz is going to be that WindGod are close by. That could be a clash. iQOO have Team Tamilas for a clash. Metaninza have one. And Team Tamilas and iQOO who is going to get the very first. Both fighting with the Uzi, and it is going to be Legend to start it off, but he's not safe. Conchu right behind him instantly. An eye for an eye battle and instant revenge.
Conchu would love to go ahead and redeem himself for what happened in the previous game. I was expecting some kind of a retaliation, but against 4 members, he could not do anything. His hands were tied. Now he would want to change the entire fate, entire course of action. Ski Lodge being one of the places of EMZ and EMZ. Not a good start for them. But there is vengeance. I believe this is eye for an eye for another eye, where OGxTSG, they are taking the entire team of Team Tamilas in Storm. But there's just one player that they could take, and the others, they are in a safe spot.
This is literally, if you're playing Uno, right? Then you see first a draw 2, a draw 2, a draw 2, and then somebody starts putting draw 4. That was just iQOO +1. There might be more +1s coming through if this continues, but at least a good start compared to what happened last game. Metaninza, they also did not have a great run. Same goes for EMZ. Now both of them in front of each other. However, Metaninza, they have numbers. However, EMZ have vision. Look at the distance. Look at the height advantage. And Jarvis, that is the reason with the glue wall, he's not trying to run right close to the opponent. He's letting them get closer, but by the time he could give them time, another teammate has joined the individual player from EMZ, and now they're a duo squad with 2 more players from the hill looking down, making sure that Metaninza don't get the advantage. And there it is, Anshu, he gets knocked from EMZ.
It's not the VSS that they're worried about. Metaninza is worried about the AC-80. If that connects, things are just going to fall apart. And looking at the way EMZ is just taking this battle so boldly, so brave, this has to come down to the nitty-gritties of this battle, man. Metaninza, they need to fight for it. And EMZ is making things even more hard for Metaninza to digest. Running away, Zap, good shots from the SKS, but Jarvis, yet again, a premature move. Dashes into the battle and he's easily bitten right off. Plushies being lobbed at each other just to get the information and zap. Now he has to be zapped right across. Mr. Ani is doing amazing when it comes to understanding where the opponents are, and he's taking all of those battles up front and personal.
Mac, he's the one who's pulled off 2 eliminations. Ginotra tried to answer. Nice Nero plushie, an instant run from Ginotra, but he doesn't land the blow, which is better. It's Aditya. Lands him, puts him down. Confirmation by Mac coming in. 3 eliminations Mac has pulled off. One more player was nearby, tried his best to put that down, but he understood he's the only survivor for Metaninza. If he continues this battle, he is not going to get closer to the vending machine. On the other end, when we speak about revival, it seems like Reckoning also had trouble. They had to incline on reviving their teammates.
Revival and the survival skills both being possessed so well. Arsh right now just rushing forward, even though there's protection of Divine on the hands of these players, but they're not at all budging from taking this fight. Godlike, even though they have one of the comrades fallen down, that's a very nice retaliation. iQOO soon will be fixed, patched, and he will be back into the action. Reckoning running away as Godlike, they're the ones chasing and setting a trend that come fight us. It's either you win or you learn a lot of things.
In yesterday's 6 games we had, these teams fought 10 times, and it was, or actually wait, it was an overall thing. 6 times Godlike so far have won against Reckoning, and Reckoning 4 times. Comparing the previous game, that's going to be 7 times. And now Godlike are pushing it even further. They get one more as Sabo gets taken down, and Godlike might put Reckoning in a big problem. Wildfox 9 and his teammate are in various different directions, and iQOO knows where Wildfox 9 is. The AC-80 trying his best to try and run away, but that's not going to be a possibility. Godlike have him surrounded. M590 on hand. iQOO also has the same, but the shot from Wildfox 9 is going to be better. Dash, an instant knock on Wildfox 9. That is going to give Godlike their chance back with 4 total eliminations that they've picked up. And Ash Yogi spots the prone snake out through the shrubs, and that's another one. Make it 5 for Godlike.
See you later, alligator. Wanted to bask the sun for some time, but unfortunately, he did not get the opportunity. K9, couple of eliminations. Honey Sunny right in front of us, trying to chase down Arjun, and Arjun is miles apart, man. This is the battle we all are looking for. Trying to buy something here and there. Honey Sunny is upping the antique and wanting to have good weapons moving down in the fight. 4 ends. Let's see what they can do as Hemu is in the vicinity, and if they use the R1, they might know if there's any player or not. Yes, they use it. Instantly get the information. One member present right here, and there you go. The location is out in the open. Hemu, 57 damage being shot upon him. But there's another team on the trail. 4 ends. They need to catch up all the loose ends.
4 ends, they wish they could get that elimination, but EMZ were quick to act and fight against them. However, 4 ends, their full squad is not here. It's going to be a 2v4. A little bit of a man disadvantage. Cyber trying his best, but he has only a M1970 and he's dual wielding it. It's going to be tough against weapons, shotguns, ARs. And eventually, Mr. Rani takes him down. Avijit will try his best as well, and he will also be put down. 2 eliminations for EMZ, and EMZ showing up better from the previous game. Total 8 as of now.
All the underdogs, they are rising. They're stepping up the game as well. Love the performance EMZ is portraying right now. Even in the previous one, they had good amount of eliminations. It's just that they could not get those position advantage. Now that the circle is shrinking in, they have the cars to call in the rotation as well. Lovely calculated decisions been taken. And 8 is just a very nice number so that they can constantly go ham at the opponents regardless of what they have.
Metaninza, their intention is also going ham on their opponents, but it's not been easier. They've been caught multiple times. They're making a run in the play zone, have not got any vehicles to use. I think even getting towards a launch pad is what their intention is. But intention was to be at a safe spot for 4ends player. Surya, he'll instantly be eliminated but also instantly revived. The other ends of 4ends are still surviving. Revenant and XSpark on the other end. This team, we spoke about them. They're very smart in how they play. And Godlike, they're even smarter.
One nade.
They decide for just challenges in all directions.
Just one nade and things are gonna fall apart for EMZ as Godlike. They are locking horns with the underdog team. Marco, Nancy, both of them just charging forward. Mr. Ani on the other end, trying to hold down the entire fort. But there is a lot going on. They have little to no information on to what needs to be done. And now they're having a back foot. Mac, he has the opening. He can be the game changer, but he's not been provided any opportunity just yet. There comes the dash and Marco instantly takes down Rupesh. This is the battle where Godlike would like to assert the domination. They would like to get those points, and that's what they're doing on a very good note. Mac being the last man surviving for EMZ, and he's still being the sole flag bearer. What will he do? Will he just run away from harms? I believe that's what he would love to do right about now. Even though he's taking the zone damage, he wants to revive the fallen comrades. Does he have the credits though in his pocket?
He wants to avenge them, but that's the right and the only move that he has to make one. But Godlike, you have to give it to EMZ. They put them in trouble. Nancy and Yogi were both knocked, and instantly it was eco to turn into a launcher and then start lobbing the nades. But Yogi and Nancy, after getting revived, they decide that we want to trail the last player. We do not want to give him the chance of revival. If he gets a revival point, no, that is not also going to be an opportunity. Or if he has creds, we shouldn't even give that opportunity. WindGod, in terms of opportunity, they have the circle, but right close to them is Aerobotz, who are looking for an opportunity towards the top 6. They want to make sure they keep their position, they keep getting points, and their battles seem even more better. Let's hope it works in their favor.
Centralizing all the attention towards this very one spot. 4ends, they're watching the entire action from afar as they're joining their hands as well. WindGod, they're still trying to itch and they want to take this battle, but I don't think so. It's such a good opportunity. And there you go, Mad God starting things off for the favor of the entire team of Aerobotz. One by one, the players are falling apart. Django could not unchain himself whatsoever. Kingston, Gokul being the last two survivors, and this is not a battle they would love to take. Instantly giving in this knuckle cluster. Kingston wants to get those points, but it's him against the entire lot of Aerobotz. Kunal still around the corner trying to revive his fallen comrade, and Mad God is back into the action. Flushy to get the information, and Prodigy with the final nail on the coffin, burying the opponent 6 feet under. The central fight is over. But wait a second, Team Tamilas, they've been attracted to this.
Noise made, and for sure there will be a lot more coming in that direction. And now Prodigy taken down. He was on the roof. That was easier to scout by Khonshu.
MA2B all across.
He's
and
still
those
close by.
Shots, they were insane. Denaculous just to get the additional information onto where the Aerobotz members are. But for now, it's just a stalemate situation. Metaninza on the other end, they're trying to brew things. They want to take a fight, they want to battle it out, get those elimination points, but it's going to be for a tad bit longer time as 4ends, they're taking a battle up against GG Instincts.
4ends, they were already troubled, and now them being even more further forced. Cybers down, Raichu is running down the hill, but GG Instinct, they can clearly see that. Voltmaker called upon, so Raichu will not be able to survive. Eventually his elimination also grabbed by GG Instinct, but GG Instinct, all this fight was happening outside the zone. You have to get into the circle, you have only 2 eliminations. might have not expended a lot of resources, but you trying to get back in is going to be troublesome. Right now, let's take a look at an instant replay. K9 fighting with iQOO OGxTSG, making trouble once more. The Feek in between all of it. Legend and Arjun and both together put an end to K9's run. But with that, even Godlike help out and put an end to iQOO OGxTSG.
Nothing is going right for them. Nothing is going right. All they could get was 3 eliminations, and this is where Reckoning as well, they could breathe that one last fresh breath in the map of Purgatory. And players' teams are just falling apart. We have never seen this kind of aggressive plays coming through. But in all of that, it's Godlike with 20 eliminations in their pocket. What on earth is going on? Are they fortifying the number 1 spot in day number 2 itself?
They are trying to, even Team Tamilas trying to do the same. 12 eliminations in their name, and now again Godlike versus Team Tamilas. Forens might be in between this grinder. They might get sandwiched. They have to be sharp about it. Boldmaker in between will buy some time for Team Tamilas because they have a compound. Unlike Godlike, they're playing in the open, but Godlike have the advantage of the circle they are in. 21 eliminations, as you rightfully said, is going to surge them in the standings.
And it's serving them a lot of purpose as well. Just finish it off on the second day itself. Do not keep it for the third, as the others are aiming to work forward and rectify all the mistakes in the next following day. I know it's a bit too soon to say this, but the second game itself is speaking volumes for multiple teams. Kaushik, on the other end, the entire team of Team Tamilas is doing amazing. They're doing a phenomenal job and keeping themselves afloat. 12 eliminations in their pocket as they're aiming for something better just yet. The height advantage, Avijit right now just penciling down, pinching Team Tamilas onto run forward, see what they can do as they want to go ahead and grab the attention, but the shots are just going to be impeccable as Godlike, they're joining into this battle as well.
The double trouble, Riptide Rhythm and Nero Plushie will put an end to Team Tamilas. Avijit will somehow survive, but not for long because Godlike know he's also there in the tower. But with what Godlike have done, they are surging at 25 points, and now they see another team. We spoke about this. GG Instinct. They did not have a lot of fights as they were getting inside the circle. They barely have any eliminations that they could answer about. And Godlike on the other end, they are feeling ever so confident. They've already gotten one booyah. They are playing like the monsters of the lobby. They are the devils right now with horns poking at every team for just eliminations.
Locking horns, getting those eliminations right now. Looking at EMZ, knowing that the opponents are right there as the glue walls are popping in. They want to enter towards the circle, but the opportunity will be slight to none of it. Shit, what do you think? You can survive this? Absolutely not. He's still alive. What's going on? Dude's on a different level, but he needs to quickly heal himself as the charge comes through. Swaroop wants to sweep the ground, and he does it rightfully. It's Godlike against GG Instincts. Both of them having 3 members alive in both the ends. Wait a second, there's a revival being brought in as well. Tiger goes one step ahead, but he took a huge chunk of damage just by the circle. That's a big blunder that they've already made, and Godlike, they're already on the part where they can get this booyah, as well as the final battle is up against Swaroop. Tossing around, twirling, knowing that this is their ground to be called, as Purgatory has been brought home. Second comes through.
Back to back being pulled off. A double A as iQOO shows as a sign of victory as well. What a team this is. Godlike Esports today stepping up on an even more bigger platform for their fans. Yesterday, they made an essence of what Godlike is back at. We spoke about them not easy eliminations, most eliminations, and they're continuing it today. Even how far can they pull this?
They're pushing the envelope way too down, man. And there's no one who can match the aggression of Godlike. Yesterday in the interview itself, they mentioned that the only team that can possess any threat is iQOO OGxTSG, and they've been isolated in the very beginning so far. They're not even seeing the dawn of the daylight. They're not even seeing the 4th circle, let alone the 6th. And this is how the cookie crumbled. GG Instincts Tiger, I do not know why. Dude just takes a launch pad, launches himself outside the circle just to outsmart the players of Godlike. But Godlike, they were born prepared.
They are going to be the ones who are also made for the land. Looking at the performance they're able to replicate and doing consistent performance. This is something that Yogi did tell us last week, that they've been very inconsistent. Something's not working. They tried a lot of experiments, and finally it's time to be consistent. And what a way to be consistent. If this is called consistency, I think we have to rewrite our dictionaries of what consistency means for other teams, because if it's 40 points, that is going to be a tough edge to perform, man.
Not to crack.
That
yes.
is a tough mark to be at. But GG Instinct, you have to give it to them as well.
Indeed, man, for sure. And alongside Team Tamilas as well, they are bringing in all the heat. And they're just on par with such situations. It's just that they're being so, at one point of time, they're just wanting to stay in a compound for a way longer time than expected. They need to be on the lookout. They need to be on the run. And Godlike, judging by the performance that they're already showcasing, plus the positional advantage that they had, it's all thanks to calling in the early rotations, which most of the teams failed to do. EMZ, on the other end, that's one of the teams that could not understand the gravity of the situation, and gravity has its own way to punish them, man.
Right
69,
now,
man of culture.
we talk about today's standings. Again, mind you, this is just today's standings. It is a total of the first two games. 69, they're sitting at the very top. Team Tamilas right behind them. We spoke about their comeback, and it seems like Team Tamilas, the points that we kind of thought about, that 20, 30 is something that teams should start pulling off, and Team Tamilas are slowly inching in that direction. Aerobotz sitting at 26, they're already in the top 6, so it's about them making sure they're in it till the very end. However, right behind Aerobotz, it is not WindGod. We see GG Instinct, we see 4Ns, we see K9, who are all at a mark between 26 to 21 points. And then we end up seeing two teams who are in the top, that is Revenant, XSpark and WindGod at 21 and 20 as well. But look at this again, the tiebreaker coming into play. More number of eliminations, K9 are at the 6th spot. Not the overall, again, for everybody. This is just today's standings.
Oh yes, it's just today's standings after 2 games. And it's an absolute dominating day of Godlike Esports. 69 total points, and the others in a difference of a massive chunk. This cannot be accomplished that easily. They need to go miles and miles, and then and only then they can accomplish this. 12 eliminations. Are you kidding me, Yogi? Yogi Anna is for sure doing a lot of heavy lifting here. EWM in hand, and this dude just loves to rule the entire crowd no matter who comes right in front. Bystander, walker, trespasser, he gets an instant shot onto the skull, and they're knocked on the ground. 4,926,000 damage. What?
Oh my god, this is not a number anymore.
Just to highlight another thing, Lucifer, he has Suzy as well. So each elimination will give him cha-ching points.
Cha-ching is the name of the game for Godlike right now. They are swimming with eliminations. They are swimming with the creds, and they have everything going in their direction. There are teams who have not yet had 12 eliminations total for today's standings. Incredible stuff from Godlike, iQOO, Nancy and Marco also together. Yes, Yogi right now, after Marco's MVP, Yogi has taken it away, and he's taken it a notch above the previous game. So obviously a lot to be said about him. But how Marco, Nancy and iQOO with Oscar, Chrono and Nero that they're playing is just incredible. I think, what do you want to us to talk about here? That, hey, Chrono, look at how they used it now. Look at Oscar's dash that Marco pulled off when they wanted to take a player down by skill or destroy their glue wall. Their glue walls are already destroyed by Skylar and Nero.
I have one better. Joseph, all across. No disruptive gameplays from the opponents. Absolutely not. They're following the trend from yesterday, and nobody has learnt it from yesterday. I do not know how people are just ignoring this one factor, that Godlike does not want to be disrupted. All you can do is up your ante when it comes to the firepower, and then and only then you can do something about it. But 12 eliminations and 12 knocks? Dude's been flawless, Yogi. That's one of the games that I have never ever even thought about, and Yogi has accomplished it, man.
Okay, let's now kind of think about how this all concluded. We ended up seeing Reckoning, who were towards the crossroads, from where Godlike jumped towards their direction, found eliminations, and in between Metaninza also made their play, but that did not work out. Then from we seeing them heading out of Marble Works, Crossroads, then slowly getting back towards the golf course area. As you can see, once they started moving in that direction, all they were doing is everybody, and you could see while the circle analysis is what we are planning at, right? We are seeing every team was at the north. There was only very few K9, GG, Instinct who were already at golf course, and we spoke about their battle that will be happening in between them and deciding if K9 is going to be better, Mount Villa thingy. But it was just Godlike taking all the limelight, the entire spotlight. They were the shebang of this Purgatory game.
And they were centralizing themselves so well, man. Kudos. Till the very end, they just stood their grounds. They knew that even if the zone starts shrinking or moving to another corner, it's not going to be a problem for them. No hassle whatsoever. And second Booyah just rolls right in their pocket. Good rotation, good control, and I'm hoping that the same aggression can be seen even in the map of Solara, as the drop location is Bloomtown, and so far I'm seeing no threat that can be posed in front of them. TV Tower, a couple of teams, yes, of course, but EMZ, we have seen the battle against Godlike. EMZ could not stand a chance, and Mac had to skedaddle all the way towards the northern part of it and call in the revivals. That's how they could enter inside the circle. So Godlike, so far they are looking pretty spectacular when it comes to the preferred drop spots.
They are indeed, and I feel like they should be the ones even in the top 3 once again, because we remember what happened yesterday. It was Godlike and Aerobotz who were in the final battle to decide who gets the Booyah. Aerobotz were the ones who pulled it off yesterday, but today, looking at how Godlike are running, and I mean, yeah, that should give you a hint when I just bring up that same situation. But K9 on the other end, after our game 1 performance, they gave us hope. Game 2, same, replicated. They got eliminated in Circle 3 as one of the first teams. Now I don't know where we head towards. Metaninza, Game 1 showed us that, hey, there is very interesting fights that were brewing within them, finding eliminations. They started one with EMZ in our game 2, and right now I don't know where to figure it out, because as soon as they start losing players, they're just trying to revive them, and by the time they're reviving them, they're caught out in the sky. EMZ, I think, doing even better than yesterday, slowly again grasping their momentum, carrying it over compared to yesterday, whereas 4Ns, I'm still missing what they started yesterday, not being replicated. Might be at TV Tower right as of now, but Revenant XSpark is what I like. They might be at Delta Isle, but how they always manage to consistently pick points, not trouble much teams. However, today it's been a tad light on their end, too mellow. I think they have to pick that pace up.
Yes, they definitely have to pick up the pace alongside us. We have picked the pace, we have given our predictions. What about you guys? If you have any predictions, might as well go ahead and lock it right about now so we can go ahead and refer to it. Look side by side who is going to be the winner against us. Of course, we have no prize to give you, but still you can join in the competition. Thank you so much. In any which case, let's head towards, of course, you have Godlike boy. We have Aerobotz being chosen by you. Revenant XSpark as well, being very super consistent. Metaninza from my end, there's only one common factor, that is Godlike. And iQOO OGxTSG. I cannot justify that, but yeah, sure. Lucifer, please go ahead.
See, I think today's day, we are on the direction of just Godlike. There is nothing else in the first
One
two games
direction.
that we have learned. It is Godlike. You can't talk about anybody else. If you even want to put, I would say, an idea that, hey, this team is doing like this team could be taking the stage against Godlike, maybe a positioning that Godlike might finally give away to somebody. Nothing as such has happened from game 1 to game 2 and now game 3. And I agree with your picks, even though you have put Metaninza there, right? And iQOO
Yeah.
These names should have been the ones who should have found their momentum. But we are lost.
Indeed, man.
Where did it go? We made these predictions when we were starting our day, and right now we are not too sure. But it's time that we are sure to start Solara of what Godlike's been doing. They want to do it once again.
Yet again, the lamplight will be on them. I'm hoping that some teams will take it as a personal mission to take a drop clash right against them. But you need to feel the fire and feel the confidence at the same time to take a battle up against Godlike. So far, I can see them heading all the way towards Bloomtown. And there's no one who wants to even trespass this area. Except for one, I can see Kunal and the Fake. Both of them itching to get the information, itching to know where the opponents are. And then there might be a battle as there's a slippery slope right across.
It might be a battle, but I think this is not something that even I think about. But it's time for us to also reset from Godlike. It's just been too much Godlike that we've been like, yes, this is what we wanted. But other teams, it's time for you guys also to wake up. EMZ and 4Ns once again, where we thought it could happen at TV Tower. They let Revenant XSpark take control of the broadcast signals and they move right towards Funfair and Windmill. On the other end, iQOO, we spoke about them that they should be at Delta Isle, but right as now, WindGod trying to go towards Delta Isle, looking for information to see, because that happened yesterday. And there are some of the iQOO here, and you could see the timing seems perfect. WindGod, their comeback of points might happen right now.
Oh my god, the timing couldn't have been better. Kingston spots one player. They know that iQOO OGxTSG is right around the corner. They want to take a fight. It's just that both the teams, they have their own compounds. They're waiting for that common link to just break things apart. The barrier, once it's pushed, they're going to be entering the fourth world and conversing with us in order to tell what their story is. But I believe the story so far is about to take the Jeep and run away, as Django is being constantly shot at.
Good decision.
What's Django doing?
Okay. I mean, the way they decided to enter, and from there, way they decided
Oh my
to
god,
back
no
off.
way.
Oh no. Oh no. Unintentional, but it is happening. Metaninza and WindGod. Zap trying to make a runaway, but Django's taken down. We already spoke about this. Django was trying to act on his own, and WindGod's other players decided to go in the other direction. As a three-man squad, it gets even difficult. Gokul quickly revived over there thanks to the Thiva, but how long is it going to work? Because Nim's taken down. Gokul is also put down, and that is it. WindGod quickly just vanished, and Metaninza, they're going to be happy about it. But thankfully, one of the players from WindGod made a run out of it and also had an opportunity to get his player back.
They're like air. Can't be seen. And the moment they were seen, poof, vanished in an instant. Same thing happens with Vincent as well. Not a lucky fight for him. He wanted to take a full-on assault against Yogi. But unfortunately, he fell prey to the split push that Godlike is showcasing right about now. iQOO is the only person who has taken a huge brunt on his head. He's soon going to be back into the action. Kingston right in front. Lovely shots from the Woodpecker. And he has been clean with one, but the others, they're going to bounce right in. And those shots, they're going to sing a song of elimination of just that one player. Revenant XSpark, wait, what?
Yeah. There's going to be a full lullaby of Revenant XSpark getting eliminated. Team Tamilas acted in that part. We saw Godlike picking one, and then Team Tamilas put an end to it. Reckoning on the other end, now being challenged by K9. They're already pushing close to them. They have information because of the Nero plushie. It's just about the opening. Sabo is getting hit. His health going down low. Ash instantly knocked by Zian. Is there any answer coming in from the side of Reckoning? Yes, they find an opening to at least slow down K9. But we know K9, they don't slow down. They're a unit and they're ready to pack a punch. And Sabo instantly gets taken down. While Fox9 running out in the open to see if he could find another opening, another angle. But they all know where he's running. And K9 have him surrounded. Another elimination that K9 will be able to put to rest.
The pack of hounds are finally seen together. All this time we was looking at them. They were playing individually and now bringing in full assault. is just exciting to look towards. Others slowly catching up to the pace as 4 ends. They are zapping players of Metaninza right across. They themselves have woken up. They won those elimination points and they have already attained 4. Surya doing a lot of heavy lifting, and I would hope that he can do it for a longer time overall.
Team Tamilas, after they got some from eliminations from Revenant XSpark, now they are trying to pick from Aerobotz. Aerobotz tried to challenge them, but it did not work. You could see how quickly Yogesh turned it around, got that elimination, and they're looking at a total of 4 for Team Tamilas. But the problem is, Yogesh is all alone, and Aerobotz, they did manage to revive before this fight happened. And therefore, you could see all the players from Aerobotz making a run. Let's talk about that Team Tamilas instance where they eliminated Revenant XSpark, Arsh, and this has happened quite often for teams getting isolated, and that is a very iffy spot. And right now, iffy is Yogesh as well, as Aerobotz have him surrounded. But Team Tamilas, they've made it in clutch. They've also gotten closure. It is an exchange for an exchange, but Team Tamilas decide to stray away from this fight. They move in the other direction. Let Aerobotz conquer this compound.
Well, Godlike have already dropped the clanker. They know that nobody can take a fight against them, so they're just taking pot shots constantly, making the opponents run across and scurry away so that they can stay alive and not be knocked or not use their resources. This is a very smart tactic, as there is a protect list being lodged at Yogi, and I do not know who the one person is who has activated this hit list. But let's see how well GG Instinct is going to counter Metaninza, as Metaninza are on a different prowl altogether.
GG Instinct, team who we thought should start making their mark here on day 2, because they always find a way. So far, they've not been able to. Not much points in their name, and Metaninza are similar, but finally a challenge coming in from GG Instinct and Swaroop. What a run and dash, instant elimination is what he grabs. However, Metaninza, they're fighting in the other direction where they've spotted Patlu running right towards him.
Wow!
Metaninza have their hit list on Godlike. They're fighting with GG Instinct, but they are the ones who are losing the players in GG Instinct. They are the ones grabbing it. Thankfully, Jarvis, before going out, one player who was eliminated was revived using the machine. But this is not the Metaninza we remember. What is happening to Ginotra and co?
They're playing super passive. They're not at all showcasing the aggression. The only time that we could see the aggression part was against WindGodxTHW. Other than that, we did not see any aggressive play coming in. But GG Instincts, they have turned things around. The tables have turned. They are bringing in the fire. They're getting all of those eliminations. And same thing goes for Aerobotz as well. 7 eliminations in total. But they need keep following comrades, as well as Mad God has already perished. So that's another person down. Last man standing. What can he do? His HP is low. Finally plugs in Prodigy. He has survived. And he has made the entire team proud.
EMZ are making underdogs as well proud. They're picking up points in every game, and they are challenging a lot of these experienced players who should be performing really well in stakes as such. EMZ this time might have only had 3 eliminations, but there's still a long way to go. This is yet just the second circle, and they're doing the damage. K9 on the other end, they also have a long way to go. They've only picked up 6 eliminations after going out early in the previous game. They need to understand that they need to do better here. But GG Instinct closer to their trail. It could be a situation where K9 and GG Instinct might meet up, but happen later down the line. Maybe if it does, it's going to be interesting to see 10 eliminations that right now GG Instinct have pulled up, of how they've been battling to where they can surge. And I don't know, just be kind of stating that, hey, GG Instinct have not yet shown us what they do. They finally do it here on Solara.
Well, Solara, the rotations are super quick. All you have to do is hop onto a slippery slope and you will reach to your following destination. Kunal, unfortunately, he's trying to park his car, but it's going to be a huge bounty on him, and his vehicle has been impounded.
You didn't have a supercar license over there to drive it, and instantly charged with an elimination. K9 right now charging Metaninza. Jarvis out in the open. Honey Sunny helps it out. Ginotra, can he do something? Yes, Honey Sunny gets taken down. And the other players, the Feek who's close by needs to help. Zian was a little further away and Metaninza, they're taking the advantage of this. But finally, as soon as Zian gets closer, he spots, aims and eliminates the last survivor. And thankfully, K9 will survive. And the team we were all banking on, they have 10 eliminations now.
Oh, yes. But look at Aim, man. He's so focused after that jump shot, which was so perfect. Such a huge blunder out in the open, just staring at the ground. Why would you want to do that? I want to know because
everybody, all of us want to know why that happened. He was left lacking over there, caught sleeping, and thankfully Team Tamilas, they'll be happy about it. And once again, Aim.
It's GG Instinct this time.
I think Aim is having some issue, but K9, let's hope that it doesn't continue towards the end. But Zian, he's running away in the other direction. GG Instinct are right behind, and the other players are also moving in the same direction. So GG Instinct might have an advantage here. Play zone right in front of them from where they could get out and feel a lot more safer, not do any damage. But look at this. Again, that circle is closing. So as soon as they head out of the play zone, it's again going to start crumbling. So K9 have a lot to be worried about. And there it is, GG Instinct making it worse as Tiger picks Zian. And that should be a confirmation. They're tossing, lobbing, nades, shooting the launchers. And the Feek who wanted to make a jump is now again left to revive his teammates. Glue walls being destroyed. And the Feek almost and eventually gets hit. Tiger with the AWM and K9 in big, deep trouble.
Oh, the dying of the light. The moment the Feek saw his HP so low, those shots were spot on. GG Instincts, they are packing a punch. And if this is the GG Instincts that we're going to see in day number 2, then just imagine day number 3, the confidence will be soaring high. But Reckoning on the other end, it's the third circle and they have no elimination points.
Not even one.
I wonder why is that so?
This is not the Reckoning that we have seen in week 1 or during the group stages. Something has changed. Right now it looks like only banking on survival. And completely countering that is Godlike. They need nothing to do with survival. All they need is eliminations, and they're picking 2 eliminations from Team Tamilas. They did knock 2 of the players. They were looking for the elimination confirmation. I think that came from a distance because they were snipers. Bold make a call right now. And Reckoning, iQOO, OGxTSG and K9 who have just made an entry with 1 player being revived along with EMZ and 4Ns all here.
And this skirmish is just going to get even better. The Bolt Maker making things even more worse. Of course, not for the one who's already initiated it. And NYM, he's stopping K9 on the tracks. They already know that K9 has received the kind of confidence that they need in this following map. Might as well remove it. Might as well snatch it away from them. And K9 so far, they're clawing their way through. They have just a couple of players surviving this entire skirmish. 10 eliminations. They would love to go ahead and get even more than just that. But I'm liking that iQOO, OGxTSG, they have made their way towards the 4th circle, which is about to shrink.
WindGod, who are right at the edge of the circle, they punish Team Tamilas to make sure that they're the only team with the circle control. And what a way for WindGodxTHW Esports to get a control of it. Whereas the other teams, as you can see, were trying to make their way from the western end. Reckoning, 4Ns, EMZ, K9, all of them are outside, and this is going to be an advantage and a spree of eliminations that WindGod could pick up. Already have 4. They want more, but it's not going to be easy. Making a hill climb. Avijit has gotten closer and WindGod were not able to stop them. And above them is iQOO, OGxTSG and even EMZ and WindGod. They are unable to control this flooding of teams coming across. And if they don't do something about it, WindGod will lose everything that they've done right now.
That's right, but instantly goes in for the healing, the tactics, it's working on. Level 3 Winchester, the tum-tum shots are coming through, but they're still surviving, they're fighting till the very end, but there's a different battle. GG Instincts, they are taking Godlike away, snatching the podium position in this following map. 2 games perfect, but the third one, there's no opportunity given. Aerobotz, They're still outside towards the circle being closed, and 4ends, they're trying to fold right in. They want to enter towards the vicinity where WindGod is already there, but it's EMZ stopping them in their tracks. This is a full-fledged assault for real estate, and I'm hoping that the best one survives and gets it, their name.
Everyone wants to get it because of Godlike. They are out right now, and this is an open ground for everyone to decide and get a lot more eliminations. 4ends and EMZ fighting.
No
EMZ are the
way.
ones who've looked better, but 4ends instantly punish 2 of the players, but even 4ends are losing their momentum. Surya, he is the last one standing, and on the other end is going to be Rupesh. He wants to revive his teammates, but it was very close, and now even before 4end had a chance, it is going to be him last man standing. WindGod on the other end, they've also decided to jump in, and Surya will be put to rest. However, Rupesh, very smart, used that time, revived all his teammates, and now they're a 4-man squad on the other end. There is K9's Honey Sunny, Reckoning slowly getting closer. Nero plushie thrown. WindGod have to act on this instantly, put EMZ down, but there's a lot of glue walls which will not allow anything for WindGod to move in.
That's right, and this shift is going to change things even more now. Further down the way, Aerobotz have been eliminated. Honey Sunny, I do not know how that Cocoon is favoring him a lot, and he's alive. That's really good for K9. They want the position advantage. Reckoning on the other end, they got the height advantage. This might change the entire course of action, but it's Ash who's put to rest, and there goes Sabo. Not a good side for them, even though they're playing the revival tactic. It's 1 by 1, the dominoes effect which is taking place, all thanks to GG Instincts taking pot shots from afar. The height advantage is giving them a lot of benefit of this doubt. But the 4 teams, how well are they performing? How nice they are going to control this entire tide. It's about time to see that.
GG Instinct, after clearing of where Aerobotz were as a stronghold, now they're rushing closer. Swaroop's put down Ash. They are getting inside the compound, troubling Reckoning. They don't have much players. Now after losing Ash, it's down to the last 2, Wild Fox 9 and Sabo. On the other end, EMZ, they have their squad. WindGod, they've pushed EMZ into the other building, and now they're in the containers. All of them just holding here, Azora, because the zone, it is moving, and it is moving in favor for GG Instinct. So these 3 squads have to fight amongst themselves, and WindGod again go for another approach to go against EMZ. Reckoning, in the meantime, using the platform as an advantage to try and see if they are going to be able to spot anybody from the height, but it is all happening right below them.
Oh, they're playing a big game of giant Jenga now. WindGod outside in the open, and the others slowly just trying to back a punch here. Sabo, Wild Fox, both of them just waiting for GG Instincts to show their head and then just berate them. But Tiger, he has the best possible position, arm in his hand, and he can change the entire course of action. There you go, 1 player down on his knees, Nimmed right in front, and those are some good shots coming in. Tiger, even though he has kept the tabs on the opponent, that plushie is going to do wonders. As Swaroop, he's taken the LMG and is demolishing each and every glue wall as he sees on the track. Final 2 teams, and the battle is just going out and out. Rupesh trying his level best, but it's a downfall coming right through, and Tiger, good shots being connected, and there you go, 1 by 1. The players have been surrounded, last man standing from EMZ, and he's running away for his life. Can he at least get a knock or 2? Absolutely not. As GG Instincts, they stopped the opponents on the track, and every single time that I've seen them, they were 10 steps ahead of other teams.
What a game coming in from GG Instinct. In this game itself, we were talking about it. These lads, Patlu, Swaroop, Power and Tiger, we know that they have the capability, but yet here on day 2, they had not shown us. First 2 games not going in the right direction. They might have eliminated K9 once again. They had a couple of eliminations, but this time they go all out. What a game coming in from GG Instinct of how they turn things, the course of a booyah in their favor. And look at the victory signs coming in. Power so happy, looking high above the sky for this to happen. Let's take a look at the last shot. EMZ and Reckoning both tried to time it when GG Instinct were picking players from the side of WindGod. But as soon as that happened and they thought maybe they're in, EMZ and Reckoning, they need to understand that there was so much space that GG Instinct already had. that they knew what was happening. And as soon as these two teams jumped inside the compound, GG Instinct, all they did was surround them. And Rupesh, the last man standing, he was the reason EMZ came so far, but not for a booyah, did not have the numbers. But these guys had the numbers, had the players, and had Solara in their name.
That's why we say in a 3-day affair, never go gentle in day number 2. Always rage against the dying of the light, man. And that's where GG Instinct have packed a punch which has blown away so many teams, and they've received a reality check. And the reality check is as simple as this: you can drop a 40 bomber, we can drop a 42 of a bomb.
What a game. This is happening in the knockout stages. I mean, first Godlike doing a performance like that when they are picking up 30, 40 total points like it's nothing and a back-to-back, and after that a team decides we're going to one-up you and they go for 42. And this is again in the knockout stage, week 3, day 2, when it's about comebacks, and GG Instinct said here is how a comeback is done. What a game. These lads, incredible stuff being picked up, and in their first 2 games they barely were close to double digits, and now they instantly jump to 42 points. Aerobotz get taken down, Reckoning as well, but on the other end, Revenant, XSpark, iQOO, OGxTSG, a little very similar, a shaky start, but Team Tamilas, who had a little consistent gameplay, this time get eliminated a tad bit early. On the other end, wait, what? We saw Yogi, yes, hit up at 12 eliminations, and now Tiger is like,
Up a
just
notch.
like how I said, we are going to one-up them, and 13 eliminations. Wow.
Damn. I want to know the amount of knocks Tiger has taken though. Raphael, Moko, Maro, long range shots, not a problem. Getting pings of where the opponents are, that's going to be neat and clean, all thanks to Moko. But Raphael, this silenced weapon is super deadly. The moment you go down, you're going to bleed on a rate which is unimaginable. And the more times Tiger keeps shooting you, at one point you're just going to be down and you'll be out. So that's what we could see from afar, that this shot, this action that we could witness from Tiger was phenomenal. And Moss, well, this is out of the blue, man. Usually we see Skylar come into the picture, they ripped that rhythm, but bringing in the element of surprise, Moss, that is amazing.
And as a sniper,
Yeah.
that's like another layer to this. I mean, if it was a rusher who tries to get closer and does this is understandable, but you have an AWM and then you use Mars and you go sneaky incognito behind enemy lines and then don't know the line of sight from where the shot is coming at. It's just too good as a play that we are seeing coming in. And on top of that, they have Raphael to make sure that still, even if the shots are taken and if they ever spotted Tiger, they still don't get to know where it's coming in from. Brilliantly played from GG Instinct. Even you have to give it to Patlu as well, as Nero having Beastion with Alvaro with the Suzy. Now we did see snipers playing with Suzy for a lot of creds, right? But then you see a grenadier coming through, and that is where he's going to be tossing, lobbing nades, and everybody is going to be eliminated one after another. All that money comes in for GG Instinct, and that's what happened. We saw from the direction where Aerobotz were is where GG Instinct made their path, and how did they clear it? Within the blink of an eye.
18. Oh my god, 18 knocks. And you know, there's one trend to GG Instincts. They do not use the same pet. I could see Dreki, okay? I could see Beaston. I could even see Arvon. And that's just such good versatile pet plays that we can witness from GG Instincts. Man, no wonder they're on the spotlight. You just get 3 tries, right? You get 3 tries to know where the opponents are. And that's it. And ignoring all of those challenges, they have made their way all the way towards the final circle with the kind of command that they had, taking fights against Metaninza, as we can see, towards Windmill, and then slowly dropping down the bar, reaching towards another side of the circle, and still taking a fight against those teams who are trying to enter towards the circle. That is amazing. Gatekeeping them without having that much of an information. This is absolutely top-notch performance, man.
Their rotation was just linear. Vertical, to even be honest. Around Funfair, they went about a windmill, then just started heading down one after another and ended up in the last and final fight, with where 3 teams were fighting amongst themselves. EMZ, WindGod and Reckoning. They were trying to get map advantage. They were trying to get position for themselves, and GG Instinct, all they had to do was wait, and you see how smart they were. And when they saw that the circle near the compounds where everybody was, around the containers, started moving in the other direction, GG Instinct, what did they do? Take 2 steps back. And that's what tells you, right? And this is also something that when we hear about hunting their prey, people talk about it, right? The tiger takes 2 steps back, not that it is afraid, it is getting ready to pounce on you. You never know what is going to happen next, and that's what right now, while GG Instinct, being the irony, having a tiger, they did do this. Yeah.
It was a Bengal tiger, Lucifer. It was a Bengal tiger. And that was just crazy looking at him. He was the only one person who was on top of a different compound. He had all the risks of being there. But dude just constantly kept the glue wall game up always. He knew the opponents are going to spot him, so might as well keep him in a safer spot. And not even fearing the nades. That is where I would say Tiger was fearless. So crazy point of views where GG Instinct just constantly went on with the opponents.
With that, we also have another announcement for you, because it's the last week of qualification. We keep having something special every day for you guys, so that you know there's a lot more happening for TEZ FFMIC 2026 Spring. Yesterday the tickets went live. If you've not yet got your tickets, the link is already there. Quickly pick it up. If you go back, there is also a QR code that came up on the screens. You can scan that and also get your tickets. We are hyped for it. We are ready for it. After seeing performances like this, and this is the reason I said that today is going to be comeback, and how it happens is going to blow your minds. And right now, as we have cut to the halfway mark, it's time to take a break. Give the teams a tad bit of rest, but it's time to start back again after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
You know that I'm into them way too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100. Those the same ones say they love you, lady, funny. You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it. Way too cold. Yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold. Yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold. Yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yes, I meant it. Yeah, man, I'm way too cold.
Down in the car, one time give it all, bust it open hard, let me see you job. Get down in the car, one time give it all,
They say day 2 is the day of comeback, and it still stands true. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to TEZ FFMIC India Cup Spring 2026. With me on the desk right now is going to be Crips and myself, Arka. Crips, I'm going to, immediately throw a question to you. Did you see any other team out there who got a 30-pointer and a booyah, apart from that of SATUL before this?
Nope. Actually, no. I did not think this was possible in the knockout stage. SHUL got one of these games where they had like 30 plus eliminations and a booyah in the same game, but that was in the group stage. I did not think that was possible in the knockout stage at all, because the competition is just that much higher.
Yeah.
The quality of the players around you is just that much higher. So now that GG Instinct have pulled off something miraculous like this, I can be nothing but shocked.
Exactly, that's what I am right now. I'm completely shocked. Good to see that few teams are actually making a comeback. And interestingly, the point standings reveal to us that the point difference between the team at the very bottom and the 6th position has now come to almost 30 points. So one good game for the team in the bottom is going to bring them a chance to qualify into the top 6. And that's how close the tournament is turning out to be. But, with 3 games to go, are you expecting teams like Godlike to still dominate? Because it seems like now they're getting restricted.
I mean, I don't care if Godlike dominate or not. Nobody cares about Godlike anymore. They're already up there. They can't be shaken off of their little pedestal. They can't be taken off of the top spot. I mean, even if they lose every single game from now on, even if they get eliminated at the 12th spot, they will still qualify, bro. They have done enough. Now we need to focus on the other teams who are actually somewhat in danger. And Alpine brings about way more danger than anybody expects. You see Metaninza, Team Tamilas, and Aerobotz all drop towards Sunside and Carousel, but they all love to spread out across Railroad, maybe even go towards Garrison, although we haven't really seen a lot of fights in Garrison. Most teams hover around the militia area in the mid-game, if at all the circle shifts over there. But once these guys are done fighting over here, it will turn into a 3rd party, 4th party affair. And we've seen so many of these fights in Alpine just devolve into straight up chaotic 6-team affairs.
I mean, I'm wanting to see more teams in the final circle so that it becomes much more interesting, as you pointed out. But for now, I still feel like, the eastern part of this map is still untapped. Let it be Vantage,
yes,
Base Camp, let it be Stadium. These are the places where we usually see players, a 1v3 split, and there's a solo player going towards this region to not only go for a recall, but also to make sure that there's enough loot around him so that his teammates can come in stronger. But with 3 maps done and dusted and the 4th map on the way, I have so many pointers in my head. It's just making me so confused right now, Crips, because I've seen that K9 K9 at one point of time felt like they were too much different than a Duffy, and that's what we saw yesterday. But today it seems like now they're understanding that rhythm. So are you expecting K9 to still carry on the momentum?
Yeah, I expect K9 to carry on the momentum, but I don't expect them to outright dominate everybody. They still need to get their foundations stable before they can start building their empire on top of it.
Yeah.
If they try to go for the sky without establishing their roots, their wings will be clipped. So I think K9 need to take it nice and slow. They have figured out the formula for today. They figured out what mistakes they made yesterday. And today K9 is doing well for themselves. I think they have somewhere around like 38 or 40 something points as of now. And if they continue like this, they will end up at like 80 points marker at the end of the day, which is decent.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not ideal, but it's decent. And at least it will be better than what they did yesterday. But I am really starting to get concerned about teams like Revenant, XSpark, Metaninza, and iQOO OGxTSG. Yeah, these guys haven't been able to do much today. I mean, they didn't do really bad yesterday, but then you need to be consistent today as well. Because if you don't, then you might not make it to the finals next week. Oh, speaking of next week, the finals are not next week. The finals is, the week after that. But next week, we do have a surprise for you guys. It's a bonus stream on the 12th of April. And we're going to have a lot of fun when we have all of this coming through. So make sure that if you want to stay tuned for the surprise, if you don't know what exactly it is, make sure that you stay tuned, and we will be revealing the surprise at the end of the game 4. But for now, let's jump into the current game. I want to see what you guys have picked for your predictions in chat. So please drop your predictions in chat. Meanwhile, Arka,
I see that you have picked up K9, Metaninza, and WindGod. I understand the K9 and Metaninza part. WindGod, actually, they're doing better than the other two teams today. So
Yeah, exactly. So one other reason why I'm going with WindGod is if you look at the pattern in this knockout stage, right, the final week of this knockout stage, we're able to see that the IGLs performing, the snipers of the team performing is actually catering to the well development of the teams in the overall standing. So I still feel like, K9 and Metaninza and WindGod, their IGLs, their snipers are doing really well. So probably that's one of the reasons why I've chosen them. But on the other side, ICU go with Orangutan as well as Revenant XSpark. These are the two names which you spoke about, not able to, be consistent, find a composure basically in the first place.
yeah, and speaking of finding composure, I think one team that has done really well to find its own composure is these sports. They have been avoiding drop clashes like the plague. I mean, yesterday they did get into a couple of hairy situations, but today I think they've done their homework. They have identified all the vacant spots on the map, and they always drop in a spot where there's nobody to contest them early game. I think that's really good, so that at least saves them from early eliminations and makes sure that they don't have bad games overall.
Yeah, absolutely. But with this, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time for us to get into the game. This is going to be the next map, the map of Alpine. As my friend already told you guys, it's going to be the most chaotic one you can find for the day. But, I am also looking forward to some sniper actions because that's been impressing me throughout the day. But before all of which, I want to ask you guys, are you guys feeling the fire?
Certainly am. I can feel the heat all the way here in Mumbai, and I'm pretty sure that Ahmedabad's going to be pretty hot by the time we get there. We are now halfway through the entire week, ladies and gentlemen. These teams had 18 games to prove themselves. We are now at we are just done with game number 9. We are now at game number 10. Only half of the games remain. And if you guys have supported your team so far, it's time to double that support now because they need it. We are entering the second half. We are entering the most dangerous phase of the tournament, and the stakes have never been higher.
Absolutely, but it seems like two teams are not feeling the heat right now, as it's got to be Forend and WindGod going for a clash, an early skirmish. But Avjeet leading the fight, he gets in closer, he sees the player on the outside, but eventually gets taken on Cyber as well. What a beautiful gatekeeping scenario created by Gokul. Eventually, all he had to do was just press that trigger with the crosshair on the opponent's head, and guess what? They have another running sheep in this vicinity. Can they pick up another elimination? It seems like Forend on the other side. They fall back immediately in two different directions.
That's not two different directions. At this point, Surya feels like he's getting attacked from everywhere. Not just the 4 directions around him, but even from the skies above. It's like the heavens are descending upon him. There's no escape for EMZ Esports. Here I was saying that these guys have done really well to identify the vacant spots, identify all the safe spots upon landing, but oh my lord, it seems like I cursed them. Regardless of wherever they go, they're getting hunted down. They'd go for a split drop between Fusion and this spot, and in both the spots, they end up losing players.
I mean, it's good for us to say that it's no more about the curse. Because eventually when you see players making a textbook mistake, it's not like we told them not to, or we told them to do it. But nonetheless, just trying to understand the opponent's brains right now. WindGod, they're just so happy with the 4 LMs they got. And eventually they understand that there are 2 more lying in front of them. Avjeet gets tagged off. Gokul goes so close that the person trying to run away in a vehicle is just another elimination. And WindGod, a very good head start if you ask me.
Yeah, but WindGod don't need the head start. Revenant XSpark do. And right now, they might have 3 eliminations, but they need a lot more than this. It would have been lovely if they could have just eliminated EMZ straight up, but they only get a couple of eliminations to their name, and the rest of EMZ escape. So now Revenant XSpark turn their attention towards whichever target is available in the vicinity, and it just so happens to be K9.
Harsh coming into play in Revenant XSpark. Now, this is an interesting turn of events. It's not like he's not played for this team before, but he's now at the forefront of doing the damage, and he's living up to the expectations of his team, means that we can expect some good results. But We spoke about two teams who have been consistent in this lobby, and sadly, both of them are in face-to-face right now. That's Revenant, XSpark, and K9. And far off, I can see that Reckoning is trying to come in closer to this vicinity. But Godlike on the other side, receiving end of things, as Yogi as the sniper has picked up 3. It's Nancy who just gets revived.
Marco gets revived as well. Oh, but iQOO is pummeling down Aerobotz. He gets the knock onto Johan while the rest of his teammates are technically safe. Kunal could have been taken down. And my god, he charges back at Yogi. He's like, nah, you can't flank my friends. While Mad God and Kunal both converge upon Yogi, iQOO gets found by Prodigy. So Godlike Esports are taking losses, taking casualties. Nancy going for the early res, and the time turner gets deployed just in the nick of time to save him. Otherwise, he would have been re-knocked again. Mad God now trying to flank around the other side. He's trying to get an angle onto iQOO, but iQOO is doing really well to dodge around them. The moment I say that, Mad God sprays him down with the Trogon. Plushy also destroyed. The rest of Godlike are nowhere to be seen, but all this fighting, it has invited the third party, and Team Tamilas are on their way.
Now, somewhere I feel that Godlike and Team Tamilas, they've come into a contract that they always end up being close to one another in a specific fight. It's either they both survive until the end, or they are part of a fight which takes place in between the maps. Now, Team Tamilas, they come in to punish their lost brothers, as it's going to be Aerobotz who's getting taken down ruthlessly. Sadly, all of these 3 teams are from the south itself. They all are from Tamil Nadu, if I'm not wrong.
I am not sure about their origin states. I'm not sure about where they are from. To be fair,
I'm sure.
Okay, yeah. I mean, to be fair, if these guys make it to the LAN finale, these guys will become a household name across the nation. At which point, it doesn't matter where they are from. If they end up going, I mean, if at all, I'm hoping over here, if at all, there is an international spot for India at the end of this championship, if at all, then these guys will become Team India, right? Then you know, it doesn't matter where you're from. Of course, I'm overcooking over here, but I'm not cooking as hard as Yogesh is cooking. My god, look at the way he's dancing with those time turners around the staircase. Anyone who dares venture across the staircase will get taken down, and Yogesh is basically turning this entire staircase into a little battle. And everybody who steps into this battle is like fish.
My goodness, Team Tamilas, what a show of their prowess. But for now, Foreign, who ran away from a fight, is now on the receiving end of things with Metaninza. It's going to be Anshu26 who comes in closer, gets 2 of the players down. And that means Raichu at this point of time will have to evade this fight and run away, or else he's going to be caught off guard. And guess what? With that UAV deployed, his location is also going to be compromised. The Jarvis gets in closer. There's no way he's going to survive with so many of the players pouncing upon him. And Metaninza, you're going to welcome the 3rd elimination with open arms.
Now, for eliminations, we have a completely different team who's looking for more numbers. It's Reckoning versus WindGod. These guys are kind of at the edge of the map, so they will have to make their way into the zone. Luckily, it's just the first zone, so it doesn't really do much. It just tickles you. But that shot from them, amazing stuff. He finds the opening and gets the knock onto Wild Fox. The revival does come through, courtesy of the Tiva, but they will have to work quite hard to make sure that they are able to survive this fight. Ash sprayed down once again. Gokul with the Bison is going ham at them. It's all up to Sabo. The man who claims that everybody else is a bunch of easy frags now has to survive. Him who needs to get inside the car and run away, but the car gets blown up. He needs to make his way on foot, and he cannot do that. Reckoning Esports are eliminated. And while we were witnessing this fight, somewhere in the background, even 4EMZ Esports came to an end, and so did Revenant XSpark.
I can't believe that Hemo was trying to run away from a fight, being the prime sniper of a team. He's one of those snipers who are feared even in close range, and he did not dare to go in for a fight, but rather chose to run away from this position. Look at what pressure can do at this situation. But K9 on the other side, this is how Dafik was peppered down, but Harshi comes in closer and Dafik says, welcome, elimination.
Ooh, so that's how they got rid of Revenant XSpark. Yeah. Even Cyber thought he was safe, but iQOO OGxTSG eliminate him while he's in the vehicle. So yeah, that's the end of these two teams who desperately needed points. At least Reckoning Esports are doing... let me check how they're doing. Are they doing well? Nope, they are not doing well either. Oh my god. So the teams who desperately need points are the ones who keep getting eliminated very early on.
The pressure.
That is just, yeah, that's just too much, man. At least iQOO, OGxTSG are the ones who put an end to 4EMZ Esports, you know, because iQOO, OGxTSG need points more than anybody else right now. If you take a look at the overall standings, Godlike have already crossed the 200-point marker. And then there's a sharp 60-something point gap between them and Aerobotz.
No, that's how high they've kept the standards of their gameplay. But for now, Team Tamilas, they're also cooking something really hard. Look at how Script and Yogesh are keen to go forward and take this fight. Oh my goodness, somebody stop this man as Script puts another man down. But he also gets landed with a bullet between the skulls. And now the last man trying to run away in the skies is going to be the next target. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, GG Instincts literally gets decimated in the hands of Team Tamilas.
GG Instincts, while they are tied with iQOO, OGxTSG at 136 points in the overall standing, you need to keep in mind that this is a result of consistency, because today they only managed to score 40-something points. So most of these points are still coming from their yesterday's performance. Same with iQOO, OGxTSG. They're doing really well for themselves with 136 points in the overall standings. They're currently at the 3rd spot. But all of this is on the basis of yesterday's performance. Today, they barely managed to score 10 points. So yeah, while these teams might be safe on paper, you still can't call them the most consistent teams. The only team that has been consistent so far is Godlike, and it shows, man. It shows.
I would like to add another name to that list, Aerobotz as well, because it's not easy to get 142 points and still have an average of 5 to 6 LMs every single game. So yes, I'm going to add them there as well. But until then, I have another point to bring up over here, Crips, because, you know, when you look at the teams at the very bottom, let it be Metaninza, Team Tamilas, or rather K9 as well, it seems like they're playing like they've got nothing to lose. And that's one of the reasons why their aggression is looking so strong. Look at that. Team Tamilas, I've never seen them had 10 eliminations, so eager to take fights and jump to the faces of the opponents before this day.
That's true, that's true. But I think they have 10 eliminations because fights were happening around them. And they're still playing it smartly, you know, they're still going for third parties. You see this fight against Metaninza? I think this is the only fight with Team Tamilas have actually initiated themselves, because before this, they were only going for third parties. And I think this might just be a little too expensive for them. This is why they don't initiate battles by themselves, because now they're relegated to just a one-man roster. And this guy has to do everything to keep his team alive. So yeah, Team Tamilas on their last legs need to get away from this spot and somehow go for the revives. Meanwhile, Godlike are just doing Godlike things. I don't even think they know which team is across on the other side of the road. And frankly, they don't care. They see people, they shoot people. It's as simple as that.
Exactly. And Yogi coming back to his prime or to his form, whatever you want to call it, he's doing amazing. Every single map, the amount of damage he's dealt so far, he's been that flag bearer for the team, if you ask me. And yes, we can expect more of such performance from Godlike, but can they carry this momentum into the grand finals and create a big, you know, impact? But before which, see WindGod out here, they've been faced with another challenge altogether. One is going to be the big Thunder, the Bolt Maker, which is striking at the outside, but Metaninza, they seems to be busy as they get closer to this vicinity.
WindGod have done a decent job of repelling away Metaninza for the time being, but the Bolt Maker won't really do much because Metaninza have found shelter overhead. Inotra tries to go for the flank. He's trying to peek alongside Jarvis, but they just can't seem to find the timing of that double peek. And even WindGod are playing very conservatively. They're not overextending, they're not stepping out of cover. They know for a fact that there's danger around the corner, and now Godlike has arrived over here as well. Now, we know for a fact that Godlike may or may not step outside and go out of the way to third party on this one. They'll probably just take spot shots from afar. But look at the amount of knocks that they are getting. And at this point, Metaninza will be the ones who are in a better position over here to capitalize upon this. Wow, amazing stuff. Godlike shoot down 2 members of WindGod, and Metaninza recognize the opportunity. They instantly push the attack, and they get the full confirmation. They eliminate WindGod from this entire game, all thanks to Godlike Esports. And guess what? Even though Godlike got those 2 knocks, they never converted them into eliminations. So they get nothing for this one. Now, meanwhile, how did Aerobotz go down? K9 destroyed them. I want to see that in the replay.
Oh yeah, very soon you will. But Metaninza are trying to run away from this vicinity of Wise Call, if you ask me, because it was very hard for them to take on Godlike to make it inside the circle. But the best part of this game is if you look at the right side of the screens, yeah, Metaninza is right now getting decimated, but eventually the quick revivals come through. But 7th, 9th, 10th and the 11th position teams are now making sure that they get a booyah and they make the point difference minimal between themselves and the 6th team.
Oh my god, aren't you going for an extremely risky revive onto Zah? No. He can't get Jarvis. Anshu loses his own life in the process of getting Jarvis back. And it's now all in the hands of Zap. I don't think he's got any more vending machines at his disposal. I mean, how is he going to get the teammates back? At least he's got the money to do so, but there's no space to go for the revives. I think he just has to play his own life now.
Survival is the only motto for him right now. Zap, yeah, he uses a launcher. He tries to run away from this position, but this is how you wanted to see how K9 were on the receiving end of things. Mad God was the last man standing. 3 players of K9. He enters inside that vicinity, and eventually, yeah, it's Aerobotz who gets eliminated, and K9 still survive. With that, 90 points is what they've got in total with 7 elimination points. With Team
Still a long way to
Tamilas,
go.
Metaninza, and K9 still surviving, I'm happy.
Okay, you just spoke about K9 surviving, and I think you might have jinxed the Marka. They deploy the time turner hoping to tank the damage, but they are chipping away, and the peak bleeds out to the zone. Legend still gets those 2 eliminations because he gets those 2 with a skill. It would have been crazy if they died to the zone instead and not give their points away to iQOO, OGxTSG. But even the last member of Metaninza has been found, and now all that's left is just 3 teams with all 4 players alive and a couple of Team Tamilas players who are just hoping that nobody will spot them. Godlike have the high ground, but unlike the last 2 games where they managed to get the booyah, they haven't really split up too much and acquired too much space. It's actually iQOO, OGxTSG who have the zone advantage, and Godlike need to push towards them.
I think OGs are in a very tough situation, if you ask me. Look at the pressure. They're just peppering on one corner, thinking that, you know, we'll have to stop Godlike from getting in closer, just in case they have a clue about it. But on the other side, Arjun says, with the sniper, I'm going to show you guys how things are done, as he puts down 2 players, and Rupesh was on the receiving end of things, and Arjun can see some more. He tosses grenades as the reply rhythm is going to reveal the opponents. 1 more player gets taken down. Arjun's grenade also puts another man down. Team Tamilas gets eliminated, and now it comes down to OG and Godlike. And guess what? EMZ, one last man standing, is going to be an interesting spectator to see whether he's going to be the kingmaker of this game.
Yeah, he has the best seats in the house. He will see this fight in full HD while he's just trying to hide and bide his time. Godlike and iQOO, OGxTSG, they are both trying to go for the flanks. They send Yogi on a reconnaissance mission, hoping to find angles onto Arjun. Meanwhile, Krish goes up close and personal. He smacks iQOO in the face, and he gets the confirmation as well. Marco climbs up on that rock and gets Krish. He avenges his fallen teammates, relegating both the teams down to 3 members each. But another knock is acquired by Godlike, and now Aditya reveals his position. He's trying to play spoil sport for iQOO, OGxTSG. Legend gets cornered. Ayush has to be the bodyguard for his team and keep Marco and Nancy somehow occupied and away from his fallen teammates so that they can get the rest. But Ayush gets taken down by Aditya, and I mean, amidst all of this, Aditya finally gets taken down, so it's just down to Godlike and iQOO, OGxTSG now. Legend and Arjun splitting away from each other, hoping to establish a crossfire, but they can't find the angles. Nancy and Marco, they both collapse upon Legend, and somehow they manage to go around the other side and play in tandem with each other. Marco dashes into his face, and Nancy gets 1 more elimination. Godlike Esports are unstoppable. 3 booyahs today, and including the one they acquired yesterday, it's a total of 4. Do you even need to watch this game anymore? I mean, you know that they are gonna win.
I mean, I like this composure from this team. Look at them. I saw Yogi playing this game. He was all leaned back. We have seen players so into the screen. They crouch to an extent and they look forward to, you know, every single moment on the screen. But Yogi was so relaxed. It seems like he knew that this game is going to go in their favor. Marco still says, you guys might count 3. There's some more coming in their favor. But these were the final moments where Team Tamilas, it's Arjun's prowess. Look at that. 1 grenade, 1 man down,
Wow.
another sniper shot, and that's the end of the story. But this was the game changer. Yes, Aditya turns out to be the, kingmaker of his lobby. Putting out one player was more than enough for Godlike to come in, and how quickly we saw Godlike weaving their way, making sure that, they take one player at a time. As Nancy was taking Legend, Marco was like, I'm going to look at the other guy, and both of them in unison take down the opponents to grab that booyah in their name. What a game this is turning out to be. Godlike, as clinical as they could be, as prime as they could be.
Exactly. And the bold, the audacious part about Godlike is they both take their respective 1v1s in the end. Both the players split up and they take on one player each. Ideally, if they wanted to guarantee their chances of success, they probably should have tried to isolate and exterminate their opponents. When two players face one player at the same time, they maximize their chances of winning their duels. But they're like, yeah, we don't need to worry about that. We don't need to worry about numbers advantage. We can just take our 1v1s and we know we're going to win that one.
23 points, and these are just small numbers. If you look at the name right next to it, it's Godlike Esports getting the third booyah of the day. Team Tamilas again hugging tightly to Godlike footsteps, have got 21 points in total, and that's another average they're going to be cherishing for a long time with OGxTSG. Finally, the Apes have found a rhythm to thumb their hearts and make it into the top 3, as Metaninza is going to follow up closely with 18 points, and WindGod as well. As long as my predictions are coming out right, I feel a little calm.
Yeah, my predictions did not really do well at all. But then again, I picked Godlike as my number 1 spot.
I picked K9, so I'm kind of disappointed that they're not in the top 6. But still.
But at least you took a risk. I picked Godlike and I was like, that's a very easy prediction to make. I don't even feel proud of predicting them correctly, bro. At this point, I'm getting tired of seeing Godlike win. I love that Godlike brings out the best in me. I love that they bring out the most lyrical part of my casting career. But sheesh, give somebody else a chance.
Look,
they got 100 points, and this is just today's standings. Keep in mind, this is not including the 120 something points they acquired yesterday.
I mean, whenever I see a team hitting 100-pointer as early as possible in a given day, are they walking in the footsteps of SATUL? Because the way they foundered in the final moments, I do not want to see Godlike fumble in the grand finals. Nonetheless, we see GG Instant slowly picking up the pace with just one booyah, but still being consistent. 72 points is what they've got so far. K9 were at the very bottom of the table when we saw the overall standings, but for the day, in 4 games done and 50 points, an average of 9 point something, I'm happy for these lads, if you ask me.
Yeah, I am also happy. And following closely behind GG Instinct and Team Tamilas, the teams that are doing well, is Aerobotz Esports, and there's quite a lot of disparity between the top 3 teams, right? I mean, Godlike at 100, and then 28 points behind them is GG Instinct, 10 points behind them is Team Tamilas, another 11 points behind them is Aerobotz. But that's when the disparity stops. After that, it's just one point of a difference. Aerobotz 1 point behind. Sorry, K9 Esports 1 point behind Aerobotz. Just 1 point difference. They're tied up with EMZ at 50. WindGod 1 point behind them. And then again, the disparity begins. There's a massive another 10 something points difference between WindGod and Metaninza. And then everybody else is super close to each other. So there's like tiers to this. You can actually make a tier list video out of this entire point standings, because there's so much disparity between certain ranks, and then everybody else around that rank is just one point away from each.
Absolutely. But Marco, again, as I said, it seems like the snipers are doing well. Even though Yogi is the sniper of this team, Marco chose a Car 98 to showcase his prowess over here, and he was successful in it with that level 3 being equipped with it. Yes, an Oscar dash, we did see it every now and then in the final moments as well. And Arvon to give out information for the quick reload. We had Nikita, J Beeps for that extra push, and ultimately we had Joseph to tank that extra damage. A tactical market. Yeah, the bolt maker when required.
Yeah, it's not just the bolt maker. These guys, actually, I don't know, apart from the bolt maker, if they've used anything else. I don't even remember seeing Godlike rotate too much with the mini launch pads. Yeah, I don't think they needed to do any of those shenanigans, right? Because they were well within the circle at all times. They did not really feel out of place or out of position at any given moment. And they were just so calm and collected that they did not need to make any hasty rotations like Metaninza. They did not need to go for any Hail Mary pushes like Team Tamilas. I think that's what separates Godlike from the other teams. They just seem to be in the moment, in the zone at any given moment.
I feel like their competition have now vanished because the other 6 teams who have qualified were the only competitors for Godlike. In whichever groups they were having a bit of a trouble. But it's with Godlike coming up at the very top of the table, the point difference seems to be shrinking more and more. With iQOO with a Nero, and we saw Marco with an Oscar, obviously Yogi with that Skylar as always with a Moko and a Suzy to add things up whenever required, and we've got Nancy with the Chrono. I mean, everything seems to be fine, but as I always point out, seems like the IGL as well as the sniper of the team is doing the maximum damage.
I mean, I'm not surprised. Even if he's doing the maximum damage, everybody is lifting their own weight. You can't have one guy getting 2,700 damage alone. He's closely followed by Marco at 2,600. You got iQOO at 1,500, and then Nancy at like almost 1,800 damage. Amazing stuff from every single player because 3 of them have 3 eliminations. So yeah, this is still one of the more humble games from God. Like, we've seen them do much more. So let's take a look at how they started this one. You see, right at the beginning, Godlike split up. They drop towards Blue Whale, and then they send Nancy towards Stadium. Meanwhile, Yogi is still chilling towards Blue Whale, hoping to find some eliminations. They then revive iQOO by going towards Fusion, and then they entrench themselves into the spot near Rivermouth. From that spot onwards, they can third party on the fights between EMZ and Metaninza. They even make the lives of Team Tamilas a living hell. They relegate EMZ down to a one-man squad. And while Aditya is playing Spoilsport, they take down iQOO OGxTSG. And if you take a look at the trajectory of the game, Godlike Esports get a bunch of eliminations at the start, 6 eliminations in the first circle itself, and then they get nothing for the rest of the game except the 5 eliminations at the end. They did try to third party a lot between Metaninza versus EMZ, between Metaninza versus WindGod and whatnot, but they got the knocks, but they never got the eliminations. Those were stolen away from them.
I'm shocked to see that they do not have any kind of LMs in between. Then so does the side of OG as well. Look at them. The first circle, they had an LM, and after that, the rest of it came in the 5th and the 6th circle. So that means if you try to survive, if you have a controlled aggression, we are not bothered about eliminations, you are very, very close to getting a booyah. And that's how the pattern is turning out to be for the day. So let's see those who are eager for eliminations, how well are they doing as well? Because it's all about that balance. It's all about you trying to catch up for all the losses you have done yesterday, as today is the day of comeback.
It is the day of comeback indeed. And some teams are taking this day a little more seriously than the others. I just realized that all the eliminations that WindGod managed to acquire, they had like some 13 eliminations, right? All of them were in the first circle itself. In the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th circle, they just tried to go from position to position. They tried to go from compound to compound, and they were doing really well to, hold themselves also like a Metaninja, but they were completely ruined by Godlike.
Yeah.
So yeah, that came as a surprise to WindGod. That being said, though, speaking of surprises, we have a surprise for you guys. You guys thought that after this week we're going straight to the finals? No, sir, that is not the case at all. We have a special one-of-a-kind stream for you guys on the 12th of April starting at 3:30. And this is probably the most entertaining thing that you guys will ever witness. This is the one-of-a-kind special stream which lets you look at our 12 BR finalists. There will be exclusive 1v1 showdowns to settle all the debates. There's also going to be another exclusive all-star showdown where you might just see some of the current FFMIC spring players as well as some of the old legends as well.
Oh, that's interesting. All-Star Showdown. That is where my eyes are, because this exclusive 1v1 showdowns, yes, it's going to reveal who's the best, right? And that's why I like the name as well, 1v1 Aja, and where we can expect that. But All-Star Showdown, that is where my interest peaks, because I'm expecting a lot of old names coming in, and when I see all these 4 players or all these 4 lads on the screen, I believe that something special is cooking out here.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Shivam Bhai cast a lot, but if he ends up playing in this stream, then I would love to cast that as well. And
he's
it's been
good
a while
it.
since
He's really good at it.
I know he's amazing. That's why I want to see him in action. Even Jonty Bhai, for that matter. I've seen his watch parties. I've seen him be very entertaining, but I don't tune into his gameplay streams a lot. So now that he's going to be playing in such a high caliber lobby, I want to see what he brings to the table as well. And how long has it been since we've seen Fozi Ajay himself step into battle? He's basically acting like the mentor of iQOO Total Gaming. And he hasn't really played in the server himself. If he gets in there and he starts playing it, then I need to be there. Then I need to cast that game. So I'm going to make sure I get this message across to my producers and get me on that desk for the special stream.
Touche to that, because I'm also looking forward to see all these OGs clash out. It's just that olden days, and we feel that rush coming in where we'll be able to see certain teams come in to bring in their old lads, but at the same time the newer ones trying to learn from them as well. Yes, all of this for the next week, but coming back to the serious talks, the upcoming map as well is going to be so much more interesting, as the final 2 maps before which the serious part of this tournament begins, that is tomorrow. So
yeah,
Cribs, I still feel like the upcoming games is going to be a test to the peak of every single team out there. Not for that of Aerobotz, not for that of Godlike, obviously, because they've done the heavy lifting, but for the teams at the bottom, now the pressure is just going to surmount.
Yeah, the pressure is gonna be sky high for everybody as we step into the penultimate game of the day. We're gonna be stepping into Nexterra soon. And these are the preferred drop spots. As you can see, Decker Square and Mudside will be heavily contested. I mean, Aerobotz versus Team Tamilas is a rivalry as old as time in Nexterra. These guys have been fighting each other since the group stage, if at all they're in the same lobby. And this time they are, so there's no avoiding that battle. Revenant, XSpark, and iQOO OGxTSG are expected to clash in Mudside, but Revenant XSpark rotates away really quickly, so I don't expect these teams to overstay their welcome in that drop location, and they might just go quickly towards the next spot, and hopefully they won't stay around for too long, they won't fight for too long, because if they do, then for a fact that Metaninza is going to come in third party then.
Yep, but this map, it seems like it's very small, right? Even though the teams tend to have a bit of a clash here and there. In the other maps, there's so much of an empty space, either in the southern eastern side or probably in the northern western side. But here we can see this plethora of colors spread out perfectly. And due to which, I'm expecting a long day for us, especially in this map, because the drop clashes might get minimum as we get into the final circles, and then eventually the calm before the storm, and then the storm itself. But Plazaria Godlike, I'm waiting to see the rotation of this team, because they're so special in evading fights right now. Many people can learn how to evade fights but still walk away with a booyah.
They can evade fights, they are good at them, but do they want to evade fights?
It seemed like the previous game they did not go for any kind of fights. The first circle and the last circle was the only place I saw them fight.
Yeah. No, I mean, they were trying to go for fights, but they don't overextend. Like in the previous game, you remember that fight between Metaninza and WindGod, right? You saw how Godlike basically got 2 knocks onto WindGod.
Yeah.
But they didn't get any of the points for it because Metaninza stole those away. So sometimes Godlike will try to, third party, they will try to get eliminations, but they also are very smart when it comes to positioning. Like if they have a favorable position, they won't leave that
exactly
to go and punch someone in the face. The teams who do that are Aerobotz. That's why I picked them in Nexterra. And since there's so many compounds available at their disposal, I think Aerobotz is going to be one of those teams which gets a super high fragging game. I also expect Reckoning Esports to go for the Booyah. Generally, they struggle in maps like Purgatory or any map where they don't have a proper compounder themselves. They generally tap out very early.
True.
So I'm hoping that in Nexterra, they can at least avoid that. If they can't win a Booyah in Nexterra, they're probably not going to win the Booyah in Kalahari as well.
I mean, that's a big statement, and I have to say touche to that. But for now, looking at Team Tamilas, Godlike and Foreign from my side, I feel like, these are the teams who've been consistent, and you'll have to have a controlled aggression in the upcoming map so that, you can rake up points and build that difference between yourself and the teams below you. So that's the reason why I'm vouching on these guys, and they might end up doing really well. But sadly, K9, the way they had a start for today, especially today, and then I expected the graph to go a little bit upwards, and then I see a small dip. Hopefully we'll be able to see them come back, because I really want to see Dafik in the grand finals.
Yeah, it would be a tragedy if Dafik doesn't make it to the grand finals. And more than that, I hope that the rest of his teammates can now live up to his level, because he's clearly a notch above. Let's see if anybody else can ascend to his level. Can they claim glory here in Nexterra as we hop into the 5th game of the day? The pressure now continues to amp up. The number of games available at your disposal are dwindling down, and with that, even the hope for some of these teams is dwindling. Let's see if they can revive their hope. Let's see if they can reignite their fire and get the booyah in game number 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you how the storyline looks like. The team at the 6th spot to the team at the 12th spot. The point difference is just below 20. That means any team at the very bottom walking away with a booyah will have a greater chance to come into the top 6 and have a chance to defend and depend on themselves to make it into the grand finals. But for now, the drop clashes is what I'm looking forward for. And the early skirmish seems to be towards that zipway region where I can see GT Instance and Reckoning going close to one another. Forend as well. They've found another team, Team Tamilas, who are actually bombarding them as the last man, Raichu, goes incognito. And he's trying to run away from this position. I'm sure he's heading towards that vehicle. And in case he gets tagged off out here, 4ends won't have the start they were looking out for. But what an ugly fight they got into. Team Tamilas, they've done everything right in this fight. And they were interested as one of the players. Just look out for them. The rest run away. But on the other side, it's going to be orangutans who are just being peppered upon as well. It's WindGod who are interested. Crips, is this the second time we are able to see that WindGod and OGs are going head-to-head in the beginning of the game itself?
Yeah, but I hope that they don't go so hard at each other that they get eliminated right away. Oh, Mad God, he tries to go downstairs and he realizes, wait, there's too many players over here. I can't get my angles. So let me just dip back upstairs, hop out of a window and hopefully flank somebody. They do find the flank onto Ayush and Johan actually gets that knock. But iQOO OGxTSG are no longer the only team who are trying to contest this battle. WindGod have found their way to mud sites. Can Legend actually survive this one? He can hear the footsteps of WindGod approaching. He knows that there's a third party on the horizon and he's just hoping that he doesn't get taken down. He's trying to get the angle and guard that doorway. Lovely nade using the under barrel and hoping that he will be able to convert that into an elimination, but Kingston only gets tickled. So yeah, WindGod back away. Everybody hit the brakes. Nobody can afford to step outside because of the bolt maker. So that basically puts Johan and Mad God together in a building, Legend and Chris together in a building, and 3 members of WindGod Esports in that western side. None of these teams are hard committing all 4 of their players over here. They're just sending some reconnaissance units to maybe get some eliminations, but they can't afford elimination entirely. Oh, wait a second. I think Aerobotz will just get eliminated over here because while 2 of their players are fighting in Mudside, the other 2 players who are not in this spot have actually been found by Godlike. Godlike isn't anywhere close to them. So yeah, the third guy from Aerobotz who split away from this battle has now been found.
But Metaninza, it seems like, oh my god, what a beautiful shot being connected over there. Anshu puts down another player and now he's looking forward for a close range battle. Gets in closer with that dash. Won't be able to connect shots, but eventually he will be landing a few as the opponents fumble. Revenant XSpark are losing players after players, but Anshu is having a good time. Speak about good times, and now we have Godlike versus the orangutans as Nancy gets in closer against Legend. He realizes it's way too much for him to take. He comes out and he sees an angle and waits for his teammates to come in. iQOO goes in and he gives him as a shield, but can he, retaliate? I don't think so. It's going to be easy for them as Nancy runs away from this position. Eventually gets backstabbed as well, but instant revival comes in for both these players, and Godlike will look forward to evade this fight for sure.
Yeah, Godlike, they might not need to evade when they can dominate this entire fight. It's actually Aerobotz who managed to evade this one entirely. 3 of the Aerobotz members were down, but Prodigy somehow escapes this area and manages to revive all of them with a vending machine. So now Aerobotz are safe, but WindGod, I can't say the same for them. They are in a lot of danger. Nim hoping to survive on his last legs, but he will get pummeled by Godlike Esports. And at this point, iQOO OGxTSG are just waiting for their chance. They're just waiting for their opportunity to jump right inside. Johan getting chased. iQOO is hot on his heels. He's trying to pre-fire around every single corner, but he's just not able to find him. Meanwhile, they also get the res onto Yogi, so Godlike Esports are once again back at full strength. And from Mudside to Deca Square, these guys have been chasing Aerobotz all the way down. They even deploy the UAV, hoping to find that. But Prodigy gets Nancy down, and iQOO is now suddenly left all alone. He has to fight this 1v1 against Johan, who's trying to challenge him in the open. But my goodness, iQOO doesn't get phased at all.
Oh,
Even with
my
very
God.
less HP, he tries to force the 1v1 against Johan. He had most of his HP taken away by Prodigy, and Johan finally lands the killing blow. But it still doesn't matter. Godlike are relentless in their pursuit of more frags. Yogi just revives them like nothing happened.
230 points is one of the reasons why they've got such confidence to go against the side of Aerobotz. But you look at this, Revenant XSpark, after evading a fight of being ruthlessly taken down by one team, they see and have the same fate in the hands of WindGod as well. With Harsh trying to run away and find another vending machine, it's going to be Avjeet from the side of Forens who come into third party this scenario. And it seems like he's not having such a good time because Divine lands one. Oh my god, Cyber comes in from the other side and an immediate trade with Raichu coming in. And Avjeet, an easy revival also.
Yeah, no problem to revive Avijit over here. Thiva really helping them out. Oh, hello there. This is Prezeria here, and K9 are fighting against iQOO, OGxTSG. When did they get here? I'm actually surprised that all those fights in Mudside have somehow come to an end, and they're now split up into smaller mini battles. Like, you got Godlike chasing down somebody else in Deca Square. You got this fight happening over here in Prezeria. These are all the remnants of that massive Mudside battle. Arjun, he had no idea Honey Sunny was right around the staircase. He tries to go for the pre-fire, but Honey Sunny doesn't take even a single tick of damage. K9 at 7 eliminations. This is the kind of firepower we needed from them.
Whoa. Honey Sunny, quick with his fingers. He got a shot and immediately put up a glue wall. And guess what? He says that I can step into this vicinity and take this fight. As Aerobotz trying to run away into the open fields. Aim puts up a landmine and takes the player down. Oh my god, with a blink of an eye, 3 players are down because Godlike from the other side. It's going to be Nancy singing the songs of death with Yogi as well as a sniper. Could this be the beginning of the end for the side of Aerobotz? Because Johan will be the last man. And I'm 100% sure he's in the radar of both these teams at this point of time.
He's been spotted. Oh, this should be a very early exit for Aerobotz over here. Johan has to take his chances outside the zone, hoping to just simply avoid Yogi. And he's just praying that nobody will go out of their way, out of the zone to chase them. But Yogi has the angles, takes the shot, 2 taps him out of existence. And Aerobotz take a very early exit out of this game. They bow out very, very soon. The next people to do so could be Metaninza, Ginotra, the captain, the birthday boy. Godlike want to snip his candles out. They want to blow it out themselves. Yogi almost got taken down, but he puts up a glue wall just in the nick of time. And keep in mind, Yogi has already forfeit his life. He doesn't care if he goes down over here because he's over here as a lone warrior, as a lone ranger. The rest of his teammates are not committing to this fight.
The birthday boy survives. I'm happy. But at the same time, EMZ, they get in closer. They realize that forehand is over here. The shot misses out completely. And Rupesh, he puts another dash to get in closer towards the opponents. And now what he's doing is running out of all those abilities. And due to which he gets punished ruthlessly. And Rani, or Mr. Rani, at this point of time, trying to run away from this position. Until now, we saw him perform so well. And all of a sudden, under pressure, he chooses to fall back rather than take the fight.
I guess pressure does really impair your decisions. At least there's yet another vending machine available in Mortar Ruins. I know that EMZ don't generally tend to go around this area, but at this point, there's not many options they have. They get Rupesh, they still have to find more coins to get Aditya back. Yeah, it's just gonna be a long affair for them. Meanwhile, Reckoning Esports are fighting iQOO, OGxTSG. This could be very interesting because the moment iQOO, OGxTSG lose a player, Legend brings 1 player back. So that means iQOO, OGxTSG are also going for a bit of a split approach. They're not putting all their eggs in the same basket. Unlike Reckoning Esports, well, all 4 other players are sticking together. Oh, Arsh, you can see how he tries to go for the same vending machine. Oh, that's how Revenant XSpark were eliminated. Okay.
And this we already witnessed, right? How Yogi has been unstoppable throughout the day. Mac as well. He tries to take down player Kaushik. All he had was a bit of a pixel and that was enough for him. And some more pixels, the confirmation just follows. Look at this. Every single player relying on that mid-range battle or the long-range battle have been rewarded with EMZ falling back and Mr. Rani getting revived. I think this 4-man squad will look forward to survive until the very end.
Yeah. I guess by virtue of eliminating Revenant XSpark, they finally managed to get themselves some coins to get Aditya back.
Yeah.
But now Metaninza, they might just face against Godlike over here. Keep in mind, there's just 3 Godlike members over here. So again, even if you get all 3 of them, it's not the end for Godlike. But Metaninza have all 4 of their players stationed over here. If anything goes wrong, this could be their end. This could be their end. This could be their undoing.
Godlike still getting involved in fights, whereas Metaninza, one of those teams who have been questioned so much until this phase of the tournament, and it feels like they're still questioned. Are they capable or are they worthy of getting into the grand finals? Because they're a very strong team, if you ask me. They were well known for their aggression as well, but suddenly things don't go in your favor and it seems like you're just another elimination in the lobby.
Just another pebble to step on for Godlike. Just another elimination in the lobby. I thought that they would get into a fight over there, but take a look at the zone. It's heading just towards the east of Zipway. And while there are plenty of spots available to hide, but getting into those spots is going to be very difficult. 4ND Esports send their UAV ahead. They see that Wrecking Esports are standing in their way. It's a bit of a split for Wrecking. 3-1. You got Hemu providing cover fire from afar, just at the edge of the zone, while the other 3 members of Wrecking are already inside that area. So 4ND Esports are trying to find their way across the border wall. Oh no, Hemu misses the jump. Has to put up a glue wall just to save himself, just to save his own skin. And now the Reckoning players are all together. They will just continue focusing into the zone. 4ND Esports, how are you going to get inside now? Your way is being blocked. And there's people coming in from behind you. Yeah, I guess you're going to have to step into the monster truck to somehow make cover for yourself. Manufacture a little place to stay alive.
I think it's going to be hard because the Death Reaper themselves have been coming in from the other directions in the name of Godlike, who've been very, very good in those close range and long range battles. Reckoning on the other side still suffers. Having a hard compound but still getting taken on as you step out of it shows that you're clueless. You have no knowledge as to where the opponents are. But for now, Godlike, they continue to assault the opponents. 235 points, 10 eliminations, with one last player with a sliver of HP still going in for revivals and making sure that they have a fight. And they take down a player with Marco and iQOO putting down 2 players of Team Tamilas. Now they will have a chance to survive. But Marco gets taken down before I complete my sentence.
Yeah, iQOO has to get the meds off. No, he just managed to res Marco in the nick of time.
Oh no.
They tried to take the little jump pad, but nah, Godlike Esports bow out early. Finally, somebody has taken the Grim Reaper down. This is good news for every other team because now they get to breathe.
Actually be the eyes for you. They can look out in different directions, try to find out where your teammates are. But that one elimination, so much of an attention towards one corner can be a little bit of a problem. Let's see whether that can be the case for GG Instance. But for now, WindGod, they take that free will to now make it inside the circle with nobody tagging them. And far away from that of GG Instance, 2 vehicles are in front of them to walk away from this position.
Yeah, GG Instinct have a nice contingency plan. They can use the vehicles for cover because the zone also is kind of ruthless now. There's not much hiding spots left. I mean, we call Nexterra as the map where, you know, teams can stay alive for a lot longer because there's always compounds at their disposal. But I guess this is one of those zones where the zone says, screw you guys, I want to see your survival ability in the open. It's like a mini Purgatory in here. K9 hiding under the bridge. Nobody on top of the bridge just yet, mind you. Even GG Instinct haven't really taken the spot on the top of the bridge. It's only 4 ends up there. And K9 now come out of their hiding holes. They come out of their caves and they want to take this fight against 4ND Esports. They break down the reinforced UAV so that 4ND Esports are a little more vulnerable. But Avijit lands the shot onto Hanisani. Keep in mind that even GG Instinct might just take a piece of this pie. They want to get their pound of flesh, and 4ND Esports are getting cornered from every single direction. Tafiq leading the charge. He gets Surya, but he gets shot in the head by GG Instinct. And out of all the teams that could have benefited from this entire battle, GG Instinct might just take all the good pieces of real estate for themselves. K9 Esports disengaged from this battle. They realize that the next zone is going to force them away from the bridge, so they are out of here already. And even GG Instinct, they try to get the best possible spot by moving towards the edge of the circle first. And now they will be clashing against WindGod.
They need to be careful. They need to clear the backlines, right? And that's what the intent is right now. WindGod being peppered from two different teams. Foreign, look at them, slowly and steadily creeping behind GG Instincts, but still trying to survive. Gokul gets taken down, but eventually on the other side it's going to be Swaroop making sure that he puts an end for the team. But OGs on the other side, as they come in closer towards the center of the circle, they realize that there's a team at the very corner. So K9, it's going to be K9 versus
Raichu.
GG Instance, but Raichu was surviving for so long, eventually gets taken down.
Yeah, man. It seems like all the teams with the best spots get taken down first. WindGod, Forens, they all had amazing compounds, amazing real estates for themselves, but yeah, they get taken down because everybody wants that real estate. Ayush, lovely shot onto aim, really living up to his name. Xian and Honey Sunny trapped in a corner, and iQOO OGxTSG continue putting on the pressure, but GG Instinct find the flank, and they're coming in from behind. iQOO OGxTSG now have to push even further ahead to keep themselves alive, but they can't. They get shot down and sandwiched. It's just up to Krish. Somehow he survives, and Arjun also manages to hold on to his life. There's two birthday boys in the lobby. Arjun also has his birthday today, but will this be the day of his undoing? The birthday boy is alive and keeps the hope alive for iQOO OGxTSG, but while these guys are busy fighting each other, K9 take cover. They get the better spot for themselves.
But can they revive somebody? I don't think so. GG Instance for now are going to hold on to their horses. Arjun on the other side, pushing his birthday luck for the longest time possible, wants to survive and make sure he comes into the top two, as the Booyah can be still in anybody's game. We spoke about one Kingmaker in the previous game. It seems like we have another, and it's the birthday boy himself, Arjun, as Tiger gets in closer towards Arjun. Doesn't realize that Arjun is sitting in that very corner. He's going to be hit off. Yeah, the Riptide Rhythm immediately comes forward. Tiger in deep troubles. He gets taken down, and the confirmation as well, making it even Steven, a 2v3 situation, ladies and gentlemen, as Zion and Honey are trying to push in against the side of GG Instant. Swaroop gets in closer, puts one man down, and the other one as
Arjun
well.
stealing!
It's a 1v3 situation, ladies and gentlemen. Arjun, the birthday boy, he's got no information. He sees Swaroop getting in closer, but guess what? He has more. Oh my god, before he could get that other trick up his sleeve, GG Instinct says no as they put him down. A good Booyah walks in their flavor, or I would say a good GG Instinct walks away with a Booyah.
Yeah, amazing stuff. It seems like everybody who's winning a Booyah today is winning multiple Booyahs. Like, no sharing over here. If GG Instinct get 2 Booyahs, then Godlike get 3. There's absolutely no sharing over here at all. There's only 2 names who can be at the top. And this time it's GG Instinct. Lovely decision making from them. Right from the 5th circle itself, they decided to push up towards WindGod, who had the better end of the circle. They delete WindGod Esports, and then they even find the one last straggler for 4 ends. They take this compound against K9 Esports because they recognize that iQOO OGxTSG cannot be much of a threat. They are in a bad spot, so they focus on the team who has the more advantage. They focus on K9. Their target prioritization is top notch today.
I mean, at one point of time, I really thought that Arjun is going to pull off that trick. He's going to jump behind an art compound yet again, or probably behind the bridge, and from there he's going to start assaulting the rest. But GG Instance, I really like their composure. From the beginning, they knew the information. All thanks to Tiger getting taken down by Arjun. GG Instance were like, yeah, there's one player at that corner. First, let's concentrate on the 2 in front of us, finish him off, and then it becomes easier. A very good gameplay coming in from their side. But coming back, you know, predictions is one thing, and the teams in the bottom performing well is another thing altogether. What are the changes you're expecting in the overall standing?
In the overall standings, I obviously I expect iQOO OGxTSG and GG Instinct to move up further because they're both tied up at 29 points. And yeah, even though they're tied up over here, iQOO OGxTSG had a lot more eliminations. And I think they managed to acquire the last 2 eliminations because Arjun was stealing away frags. He managed to steal that frag onto one of the players of GG Instinct. He also stole the frag of Honey Sunny from K9. So yeah, those are 2 frags which should not have gone in the favor of iQOO OGxTSG at all. But the birthday boy is like, hey man, if you're not going to give me a gift, at least give me your points. So he steals them away. It's like a heist. And while these 2 teams are tied at 29, look at the massive difference between them and WindGod. 10-point difference. that's insane. And WindGod got eliminated very early on. Like GG Instinct were the first team who pushed that envelope, and WindGod had the best spot at the edge of the circle in like the 5th one, right? So they got eliminated very early on. K9 Esports managed to overstay their welcome and somehow have 18 points. Not that great, but still not bad either, considering their overall position. Even 4End Esports, for that matter, just 1 point behind K9. I think this was a decent game for them as well.
Yeah, GG since Swaroop is going to be the MVP of this game. Why not? After showing such good work, Oscar and a Drakey. Yet again, a Drakey comes in to play the information. Always pounce on the weakling was the motto being having Drakey. The team booster just to have a better synergy, and then you have got Joseph and Nikita yet again being used by the MVP. I mean, it seems like this combination is starting to look like the new default for all those people who are achieving the MVP, because tanking extra damage, a quick reload, and then an information as to where the weaklings are. The perfect combination to create a good meal.
Yeah, I think these guys want more than just a meal. They want the whole damn kitchen for themselves, because these guys are cooking, bro. GG Instinct. Take a look at that team composition. One of the few teams that uses Morse really well. I've heard people praise Tiger's Morse usage this entire day. I was watching some of our friends on the Hindi desk, and even they say that Tiger is one of the best Morse users out there. So yeah, kudos to him. Most of the snipers, if you're using a Rafael Moko Maro, you generally want a Skylar or a Nero with you. But this guy uses the Morse, and he makes such amazing impact with it. Then you've got Patlu, the dedicated Grenadier with the Beeson and Alvaro equipped. Also has Suzy, because he's like, yeah, I want that cash. And he's the one putting the pressure with Nero, which is very unorthodox for a team composition.
True.
The only team composition, the only player composition that makes sense over here is Power, because he's, the dedicated assaulter, so he's using all the normal abilities which you would expect a rusher to have. Even Swaroop, for that matter, he is using Drakey. Like, who uses that? There's very few players who actually end up using Drakey. Most people otherwise have Armon equipped as their pet.
Yeah. But I still feel that, as long as things are going in your favor and you're walking your way with the Booyah, everything is good. But for now, looking at the damage of the team, everybody tried to be as clinical as possible, with Swaroop doing the heavy lifting with 3000 damage. He's got 6 LMs for the 6 knockouts he was able to register. Yes, the assists come in from the side of Patlu, and that's why he's got the 2000 damage. But the Grenadier did not have that much of a job to do, because no team was close to one another to make sure that they have a grenade to be placed at the opponent's vicinity.
Yeah. It's also kind of funny how like Arvon has been used like some 800 times in this tournament so far. Meanwhile, Drakey has only been used 83 times. So like it's more than 10 times. That's how much the abilities have been used. Arvon has been used 10 times more than Drakey, but yet Swaroop uses it really well. And I think if you guys are able to convert those eliminations, get that information, even with unorthodox abilities, then there's really nothing that can stop you over here. Now, last game of the day, Arka. It's my personal favorite map, Kalahari. Yeah. And over here, as you see our predictions later on, you'll see that I've picked up Godlike, obviously. But I think today somebody else can actually topple them. Godlike have been relatively uncontested at Refinery. I don't know why EMZ think they stand a chance over here. I think they'll probably have like one player drop over there in Refinery main areas, and then the rest of them will split up across the northern and southern Refinery compounds. Metaninza have been uncontested in the sub, and nobody really goes there apart from them. We've seen Godlike rotate towards the sub in like the second or third circle, if at all the circle dictates that. But generally, Metaninza are safe. Same with Team Tamilas. Up until the group stage, they were having a lot of early drop clashes in the Mammoth, but now in the knockout stage, they have been mostly safe.
But if you see the corners of the circle, right, when you see Aerobotz, GG Sins, OG, Team Tamilas, and as well as Metaninza, these are the teams who would want to survive in the map of, Kalahari, because when you're in the corners, you're prone to take those fights. You're prone to come closer to opponents who are actually having a gatekeeping scenario. But still, I've seen with more teams trying to have fights at the center of the circle, it's the latecomers who are getting advantage of it. And that's why, my predictions are going to go towards the team at the very corners of the map. In the map of Kalahari, I know the high grounds are going to be very much important. For you to have hard compounds is going to be very much important. Your snipers needs to do well. All of these things aside, I still feel like as long as the circle is not anywhere close to Refinery, it's still going to be a battle like that of Bermuda.
Yeah, it's gonna be like one of those Bermuda battles where I think getting your position early on really matters quite a lot, and more than getting your position, holding it also is super important.
Yeah.
Because we saw in Bermuda how there were several teams who had amazing compounds for themselves, but they couldn't hold it.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is also a factor that you need to consider. I think our predictions are very tame for the last game. None of us have taken any risk over here.
I mean, more than taking risk, I feel like we are vouching on teams who are actually being consistent throughout the day. Aerobotz has been consistent. GG Instant has been consistent. Godlike, though, I don't even want to call them consistent anymore because they're beyond consistent. So, Orangutans have slowly started to build up that momentum. So, it's good for us to say that, yes, we are expecting some smiles on the face of Arjun, the birthday boy, so that his team is having that fighting chance in the top 6. But as teams are performing well at the bottom of the table, that lack of 1 or 2 games is making sure that the number still remains the same. The difference between them and the top 6 teams, it's like 20-30 points. They cover up in a game and then again they lose it out.
Yeah. And that is unfortunate, right? One moment you think you're at the top of the world, the next moment you're dragged down. And as some famous person said, that's life.
Yeah.
One moment you're riding high, the next moment you're shot down. And unfortunately, that is a very bad thing if you're a Free Fire professional athlete, because you need to be consistent that way. So yeah, with the last game now on the horizon, teams need to push that pedal down. I mean, we've been speaking of consistency, and you said that Godlike are beyond the consistency part. You know, I like to think of every team having like a bit of a nitro booster.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in any racing game that you play, you have a limited amount of nitro. You need to sparingly use it. But Godlike somehow seem to have an infinite amount of it, and they just keep pressing it, keep pressing the charge. And these guys are racing ahead of everyone else. The other teams need to find that nitro, that metaphorical nitro for themselves, and boost themselves up to the top.
I mean, apart from Godlike, I feel like GG Instincts are going to be one of the other teams who have taken the day very seriously, if you ask me. Yesterday, they were at the bottom middle fray or something like that. But today, being so consistent and probably crossing the 100-pointer is what I feel they've already done, making them one of the strong contenders for the podium of this week. Because by the end of today, if you're in the top 3 of the overall standing, you almost have that golden ticket in your pocket. So I still feel like, these are the teams who look forward to do really well. But apart from that, yes, OGxTSG, they were being questioned. Even at the start of today, we were asking questions basically. Will they be able to carry forward that momentum? In the beginning, the first 2 games went for a 0, and I thought like probably the Apes don't have it. But probably it's either you or me who have been the lucky charm for them. We come back on the desk and they start to pick up points.
I guess, yeah, I would like to call myself the lucky charm for this team, but I mean, let's be honest, sometimes we end up jinxing them as well. I'm not going to take that personally, not to say that we have anything to do with the outcome of the game.
Exactly.
But right now, the only people who are in charge of the game seem to be GG Instinct and Godlike, because they kind of dictate what happens to the rest of the teams. All the other teams need to basically do their bidding, need to play according to the game that Godlike sets. And if anyone does manage to break out of that trap, then they will end up becoming superstars. So let's see if anyone can survive their wrath in the final game of the day as we head into Kalahari.
Ladies and gentlemen, the deserty island is where we're gonna end the duel for all these teams, the final map of the day. Don't be greedy. I know you guys are enjoying this. Make sure you share it among your friends. Bring them all out here and let us know, according to you, which 6 teams will we make it into the grand finals. The flight path being as default as possible, flying over Mammoth, ending towards the council hall, allowing every single team to go to their respective drop locations. Yes, we have seen that GG Instincts or WindGod and OGs are the teams who look forward to fights. But this time, no skirmish whatsoever. Yes, I do see one of the players of Aerobotz, MadGod, actually going towards the side of Team Tamilas. Apart from that, I don't see any skirmish.
Yeah, and even that early fight that you might potentially witness is going to be a very short battle. Null goes down. Script gets the first blood. MadGod instantly retaliates by trading onto Cossack. Script gets the confirmation onto Kunal. Very bold of him to go for the knuckle cluster in the heat of this battle. But somehow Team Tamilas have managed to hold on to their lives, and somehow they're not even taking damage. Aerobotz, without the weapons, are not able to do much. Even Mad God goes down. Team Tamilas have 3 eliminations already, and Aerobotz now have to lick their wounds and get out of this spot. Luckily, they've got Prodigy stationed somewhere over the other side of the map. I don't know where he is just yet, but we know that Aerobotz don't like dropping with all 4 players in the same spot. They go for a 3-1 or a 2-2 split, and now it's paying off. Otherwise, they would have been dead already. Oh, they see a car moving. Yogesh has spotted someone. He thinks it's the vulnerable Aerobotz, but it's Reckoning Esports. So I hope they don't walk into something completely uncontested. Sabo takes down Prodigy. So I guess now we know where Prodigy was. Now we know where he split dropped with his where he split dropped away from the team. But him who takes to the skies. Even Godlike have arrived over here. Like they were in... Bro, how is Godlike over here? They were in Refinery. They're already up at Old Hampton. That's a ridiculously fast rotation.
I mean, I think they're too eager to take fights over here. Yes, Reckoning get taken down. Team Tamilas, they're counting eliminations, but they need to be careful because the uninvited neighbor, the strongest in the lobby so far, Godlike comes in closer, and look at that Marco. 2 shots is all it took for him to take down 2 players. It's got to be Kaushik who goes down on his knees again, and Godlike, oh my god, it seems like they're the Thanos of this lobby.
Yeah, you might as well call them Thanos because they do one snap, they just click their fingers and half the lobby is dead.
My goodness.
Thank God. Taking up the space which now is unoccupied, all thanks to Total Gaming already qualifying. A lot of teams have realized that now that Santa Catarina is available, they started to take this spot for themselves, and EMZ have been one team who try to avoid this danger all the time. You know, they do their research, they figure out, oh yeah, some of these big name teams are not in the lobby anymore, so their drop spots will be vacant. So they go ahead and drop in Santa Catarina, even though they have never done so before. But somehow WindGod had the same idea, so now they end up flashing over here. Time turner, Pop Gokul goes out of the other side. Rupesh trying to find an angle, but he's been locked out by the glue wall. So now he has a chance to somehow get himself a breathing room. But nope, Kingston finds the angle and he takes down 1 player. Kingston finds another. That's Rupesh, confirmed. WindGod get their first elimination. Django finds Mac in EMZ. Yeah, they are on the run. They want to get out of here. But somehow, this fight has attracted the bloodthirsty K9s. Honey Sunny finds Gokul. Kingston tries to save his life, surviving at like 1 HP. He doesn't even need to get shot. Tafiq just knocks him down with the Oscar Valiant Dash. Imagine getting knocked by the Valiant Dash, bro. That's not even supposed to deal that much damage. But when you're at like 1 HP, there's not much that can save you. Oh, he finds him. Lovely shot by Tafiq. That's why he's known as one of the most dangerous players in this game.
You know, this is one of the reasons why I want to see him in the grand finals. Trust me, once he's got his eyes locked on a team, he's just not going to stop. Look at that. 2 players down is still not stopping. Django right in front of him. His teammates are just making way for him to come in closer as Dafiq will be registering 3 in this game. And his teammate who's been doing so well is going to catch up with 1 more. Revenant XSpark on the other side. Wait, what? Did I see a Wukong in between? I guess so, but Marco on the other side will be getting 1 in his name as well. Got like 6 LMs, and these lads are just enjoying every single game.
Yeah, this Bayfront COD compound is, I think, one place which Godlike can literally just camp. There's a recall tower and a vending machine over here, and there's another recall tower and vending machine in the Bayfront area itself. So if Godlike just hold on to this area, they will keep running into players who are coming to revive their fallen teammates over here. You see how WindGod also tried to get in towards Bayfront, and hopefully they were like trying to, okay, maybe get the res. But then they realized, wait, GG Instincts has already occupied the vending machine area, and even Godlike are in the vicinity. I don't want to lose my life as well. So WindGod, while they were on their way over here, will get out of here as well. GG Instinct. Unicycling their way towards Godlike. Just a little la stroll in the garden. And Tiger realizes, wait, there's danger around the corner. Let's get the Morse activated and try to get a flank angle from across the river.
Shying away from fights are the teams who need to perform well. And shying away from a fight are the teams who are actually doing well in this lobby as well. So where is this game heading? Because Godlike, they're just being as ruthless as they can be. K9 are the only team who can actually put them down just in case they execute the fight properly. Yes, Nancy at this point of time trying to run away, getting closer towards the side of GJ Instincts, being the eyes of the team. But K9, they were the clever ones if you ask me, silently waiting for somebody to either get taken down or become weak in this lobby.
Oh. Okay then. Seems like Godlike Esports have their little mound of flesh cut out for them. They're trying to welcome more teams, and the UAV finally reveals that somebody is entering the vicinity. They don't know that it's K9 just yet, but I guess Nancy is busy shooting at GG Instinct. And now they're like, hey Nancy, we need your attention over here. We need to take down K9. Honey Sunny takes a bunch of damage, and look at that dash from the peak. Almost got the knock. But Xian has found Yogi. Nancy is somehow avoiding this battle. He's going towards the main cluster and hoping to find the angles. But Dafiq rushes inside only to have his bullets collide against the time turner. And Marco, Eco, decimate K9. What on earth just happened? Dafiq thought he was in control. He was chasing down Godlike. Dafiq had a sense of superiority. He thought that he was the one who's got his opponents on the run. But suddenly Godlike turned the tides. This is just the second circle, Arkan, and they've got 12 eliminations already.
I was expecting this. I was expecting this. Trust me, Crips, because they're going to be like, this is the last game of the day. Why don't we set another record out here? Because the first day, they couldn't have hit the number they wanted. But the second day, they want to cross the 250 marker. And they're very close to it. But again, I still feel like, Dafiq was one of the reasons K9 performed bad. I know it's a big statement out here. He was so, blindsided in just taking down those players of Godlike. He forgot that most of his teammates were actually down on their knees.
Yeah, it's almost like a little bait and switch. You bait Dafiq into a false sense of security while the rest of his teammates are trying to support him. He gives the call out that, yeah, we can surround them. We've got them cornered. And I mean, technically that was correct. They had them cornered, but then Godlike pop one time turner and all the shotguns are effectively rendered useless.
Triple takedown.
Nice work by Prodigy over here. He is getting quite a lot of frags for himself, putting an end to most of the 4N members. And now even Raichu goes down. Yeah, Aerobotz are taking it personally. They want to destroy 4N's Esports. Kunal, on the other hand, suffers a casualty. He goes down to Metaninza. Prodigy bold enough to use the vending machine, even though he knows that Metaninza is right here. The birthday boy is on top. Anshu shoots him from the side. And guess what? The thing that always happened, the third party that always inevitably arrives, has arrived over here. Godlike is back, ladies and gentlemen. Not at all surprising.
Look at that. Immediately, Ginothra goes on top of the building, becomes the eyes for the team. And they'll have to wait from this fight. That's the best thing they can do. Yeah. Immediately calls in for the tactical market. Even though there's a plushie which comes in over there to give him a bit of a damage. Yogi comes in from an off angle. He wants to take down this player as the best sniper in the lobby. Will be able to pull that off as well. With the birthday boy down on his knees. It's going to be hard for the rest of the teams to actually take this fight against Godlike as they pounce upon them. Another player gets taken down. Godlike, oh my god, the gods are doing the deed, ladies and gentlemen. All we can do is just witness as another player gets taken down even before he can survive a player. And the last man standing, Zap. It seems like the gods have sniffed another blood shed very close by.
Bro, they got 16 already. I think they want to let Zap escape so that he can go and res, so that they can shoot down his teammates again.
That's ruthless.
Right? Because at one point they will run out of people to shoot. What? 16? Bro, it's the second circle.
It doesn't matter. They're interested to end this quickly so that they can go back home and just cherish the night.
No, they're not. They are cherishing this. They're cherishing the bloodshed over here. They don't want to end this early. They want to prolong the suffering of all their opponents. Sorry, I disagree with you over there.
Let's see, because I am sure by the end of the day we might have a chance to talk to them and ask few questions. But for now, it's Team Tamilas. As they come in closer, they see Ani in front of them. Won't have any problem in putting him down as well. 10 eliminations. My goodness, 27 comes in from 2 teams in this lobby.
Yeah. I mean, it's just refreshing to see someone other than Godlike get double digits at this point. I'm tired of praising Godlike. I'm tired of uttering their name. Somebody stop them. iQOO, OGxTSG. Yeah, these guys need help. Hemu takes down Krish. Keep in mind that they also have a birthday boy in their midst. Arjun gets revived by Ayush.
Wait. Wait. Why did Hemo use an incognito now?
Probably to sneak up. I mean, it is quite an open stretch of land that they need to cover. And they don't know who's around the corner. They know that iQOO OGxTSG want to access the vending machine, so they try to get inside the command post area. But at the same time, they need to make sure that they don't get swallowed by the zone, because the third zone does hurt quite a lot. And unlike most other teams who split up, Reckoning stays relatively together. I mean, they have a bit of a 3-1 split going on, but they're still in the same point of interest. Legend climbs up on top. The IGL now realizes he's kind of trapped over here, and he's in danger from the boat maker if he's on the roof. Wildfox climbs up. He tries to go for the free fire, but Wildfox still wins against Legend. That fancy footwork keeping him alive. Ayush trapped. He can't escape. He goes over to the other side of the tent. His life spared for now, but he will be found because Sabo is pre-firing every single corner. Marco takes down Sabo. Oh no, wait. Marco just knocked him. Ayush got the confirmation. How is Godlike getting these shots over here?
I mean, I have no clue. I'm starting to doubt myself that am I just seeing things, or is it actually happening?
I'm hallucinating.
Because Godlike, from every nook and cranny of this map, they just come up to show to a fight, and all they do is just sweep the floor and walk away with eliminations. And look at this, Ayush gets in closer. Wildfox is the one of the key players, and eventually they're able to cut off the strongest link. Is this the beginning of the end for the side of Reckoning? Because iQOO OG on the other side quickly go in for the revivals, brings back all 4 of them into this game, and then eventually they get to, you know, decimate their opponents. But yes, Godlike, we were asking where they could be. Seems like they've got the top spot in the final circle.
Oh yeah, all the way in confinement. Wait, hold up, we just saw the previous fight in command post, and if the circle has shifted all the way up to confinement, iQOO OGxTSG are gonna die to the zone. Yeah, Arjun already getting eliminated to the zone. Godlike wipe out GG Instinct at 22 eliminations. Can we get a 30 bomb from them?
I mean, I'm expecting more. I'm expecting more, to be frank, because all 4 of them are alive. They've got a vending machine close by. They're picking up whatever is required. And look at that. Yogi now gets a grappler gun. Until now, he was down on the ground. So eventually, we'll be able to see another sniper going berserk in this lobby. As Yogesh and Script, they come in closer towards the side of Aerobotz. These 2 teams have played so much against each other. Now they know each other's strategy, but Team Tamilas, they are taking the best of this lobby. 18 eliminations is what they get with decimating Aerobotz. And that means now there's just going to be 2 teams eating away the rest of the lobby. That one is going to be Team Tamilas, and the other one is going to be Godlike.
Yeah, but Godlike are looking to pad their stats by decimating Revenant XSpark. iQOO with the triple elimination. He makes it look too damn easy. They are not even on the same level. Ayush looking into a corner, hoping to bury his face into the corner, hoping to stay alive. And yeah, there's no escape, bro. At this point, he's in denial. He knows he's already dead. He's just bargaining. He's speedrunning the 5 stages of grief. And Marco is trying to challenge himself by trying to land the jump shot. No, he could have gone around the corner. He could have easily rushed him down. But no, he's like, no, I want to do the harder thing. Marco is at 10 eliminations solo. Just to compare, just for contrast, iQOO OG as a team have 9. This guy alone has more eliminations than some of the teams over here combined. That's how dominant Godlike are right now. It's absolutely insane. 3 points away from the 30 bomb. They're definitely gonna get it. They're gonna set a new record by the time this day ends, and they find Legend.
God.
How are they finding everybody over here? It's like they've got this heat-seeking missiles activated, and they just find every single shot. Kaushik on the roof. He also gets taken down, even though he was just about to dip back down into cover. Yogi is ruthless.
Absolutely, as an IGL is trying to do his best and lead the fight from the front, leading by example and not by force, and he's doing it exceptionally. Marco gets in closer, puts another man down. Konshu and Yogesh, they're like, you know what, let's run back, let's not even dare to take this fight. But I don't think so Godlike are not going to stop, because the gods are reaping every single team out there, and look at them, they're still hungry for more. Yogesh very low on HP, and iQOO realizes that I need to step out and come in from a different direction altogether, and they get into a time turner for now. 30 eliminations is what you ask, and they've completed that crypts, and I feel like they're going to walk away with 5 more.
Yeah, maybe even 10. I mean, there's only like 10 players alive, out of which 4 belong to Godlike Esports. Oh yeah, so they can't get 40 bomb over here, unfortunately, because there's just simply not that many players alive. They find Sabo as well. what kind of information ability are they using? Do they have maybe like a Coda equipped or something which gives them all this information? Because how are they finding everything?
I mean, a Drake and a Coda is what I'm expecting, frankly. But again,
Yeah, damn.
I mean, Ani gets
They're
taken
ruthless.
down. Ani gets taken down. It's going to be the final two players of EMZ. Can they do a bit of a damage? Because all four players are still up and kicking. iQOO can put a double marker for himself as well. As it's going to be Marco getting 12 eliminations. And Rupesh is just going to be running around trying to survive for the longest time possible with Yogesh. And we see another jump coming in. It's going to be Yogi coming in closer. But he's allowing his teammate to do the deed as Yogi pushes Yogesh from that position. Two players gets taken down. Godlike seems like they're on the receiving end of things now. But will
wow.
they end on a good note? 34
Yogesh!
eliminations is what they've got. And the 35th is not far away.
Rupesh has to pull off the impossible, man. It would be the most anticlimactic end to a game if Rupesh pulls off a 1v2, but Godlike do not give him a chance. 4 booyahs in one single day. Yesterday, Nancy cut his birthday cake. Today, he chops the heads off his opponents. He just doesn't put the knife down. He turns that knife into a chainsaw and just speedruns his way towards a new record. 34 eliminations plus a booyah in a single game, and then you had 3 more booyahs on top of that. I don't even know if a record like this exists anymore. We might have to invent a whole new record for whatever Godlike just pulled off today.
I mean, Nancy says, just shut up because we are Godlike here. And somebody said that these people are just free or easy eliminations, and they're like, that is not how you play it. I'm going to show you how easy eliminations look.
This is the guy who said it.
My goodness, they go against him and they put him down.
Oh my god, Sabo really needs to eat his words now.
I don't know.
Honestly, Arka, I'm scared. I'm scared now. At this point, I don't even care what Godlike accomplished in this game. I'm thinking about the big picture over here. I'm thinking Godlike versus Total Gaming in the grand finals. I mean, at this point, we know for a fact that Godlike Esports are going to Ahmedabad, right? They might as well start Googling all the cool things to do in Ahmedabad, all the cool touristy spots to visit, because they're definitely making it to land. And they're so far ahead of the competition, they probably wouldn't even be relegated to the second spot. They are guaranteed to be at the top of the table, even if they score 0 points tomorrow.
I mean, do you really think that Godlike is not going to push themselves more and try to see
Obviously
whether they
they will.
can, break another
Obviously
record
they will.
of 35
Obviously they will.
eliminations? I mean, right now this team is like treating the lobby as I can't even say the right word at this point of time. 35 eliminations, 47 points in a single game. Whereas there are teams in this lobby where they've played 6 games and still unable to put up 47 points.
Yeah, there are teams who across the entirety of week 3 day 2, across the entire day today, there are teams who have not been able to score 47 points across 6 games. These guys did it in just 1. I don't even know what to say anymore. I'm so tired of praising Godlike. Now I'm gonna praise Team Tamilas for a change.
I mean,
21 eliminations is also very, very impressive, especially when you're in the same lobby as the freaking Grim Reaper.
is it good to call them the Grim Reapers, because that's the opposite of what gods are, right? But
At this point, they do both. They are the Grim Reapers and they are the gods. They can cosplay both heavenly and hellish entities.
I mean, if you speak so much about the gods, it's no more praising them. It seems like we're praying for them. That's what Godlike. Yeah,
you're
worshipping them. Yeah, exactly. That's what Godlike I've been making us do. 5,050 damage. Are you serious? That too with an M590. Marco, a double digit. 14 eliminations comes in from a single player. The Oscar Dash. We saw that, right? I think he registered
He registered a frag
elimination.
onto the feek.
Yeah, with an Oscar Dash, man, I've seen everything this team can pull off. And just imagine the kind of expectations they're building with this as well, stepping into the grand finals. J Beebs, Nikita and Joseph, I'm not at all bothered about the 3,
Yeah, nobody cares about that
Yeah.
anymore.
And Oscar Dash is enough for this lad.
Yeah, Oscar Dash, shotgun, done, bro. You're sorted for the rest of the game. I think he probably ran out of his R1 ability. Like, you can only use it limited number of times, right? You can only use it like some thrice in the game. And at this point, he was finding every single player, hiding in
Oh,
nooks
no,
and crannies.
okay.
He wasn't even playing Free Fire Max anymore. He was playing some different kind of search and destroy mode.
And Arvon, and that's the reason they knew every
That's
single
right.
location. Yes, exactly. At the same time, you know, I was expecting another Drake here and there so that it becomes easier, but it seems like every position they landed that Arvon ability, they found a player and they're like, hey, what? I got a a location of another player. I guess it's time for us to pounce upon him. Nikita,
Yeah.
being used by two of those lads. Quick moments when it comes to their feet, all thanks to Thiva as well as J Beeps. I mean, I don't want to break down anymore. I would rather say this
Oh
is
my
how you play
God.
the game when you know you're doing good.
5,250 on Yogi, 5,650 on Mark. I have never seen two players in the same game get more than 5,000 damage. Normally, if one player gets 5,000, everyone else is at somewhere around a 2,000 damage level. There's two players on 5,000 damage, and then iQOO on 4,455. What am I watching over here, Arka? These numbers don't make sense.
I mean, 14
simply
eliminations against 14 knocks. You knocked out 14 lads and you got all 14 of them.
Yeah, you got the confirmation so quickly.
Goodness.
Because Marco wasn't taking pot shots from far away, right? He was jumping into their faces so he can get the confirmations. It's Yogi who has 9 knocks and 7 eliminations. He probably missed out on converting those two because, he's taking pot shots from far away. And now you take a look at Godlike. It will be very difficult to keep a track of where they are, okay? They drop into Refinery and instantly head up towards Bayfront. They destroy K9 over there. They then head up north to fight Metaninza and Aerobotz. Aerobotz escape. Metaninza don't. They find Zap. 4 ends and Aerobotz come back towards confinement because that's where the circle takes them. And then they wipe out GG Instinct. They go back down south. They find EMZ. They then basically turn the game into a hide and seek affair. They've got 12 eliminations in the first circle. Oh my god. 5 more in second, 2 more in third, 7 eliminations in the fourth circle. And then 5. I'm done. I'm not even gonna bother counting the rest, bro. You guys can see the stats. You guys can see how ridiculously aggressive they were. Just
Man.
pray to the gods above that somebody nerfs Godlike in the finals. Otherwise, we know who the winner of this tournament is.
I mean, the only team which survived until the end is the team which did not take any kind of fights in the first 4 circle. EMZ, they took 1 elimination in the 5th circle, and that is all they did. They're like, they knew they're going to get decimated in case they reveal their location. So they did not get into any kind of fights. Apart from that, if there is another team which survived, was Team Tamilas, who just kind of walked in the footsteps of Godlike. They're like, you decimate the other side of the lobby, we'll take care of this side. And that's how these two teams just control the whole map of Kalahari. Even though the rest of them did a little bit of work here and there, the limelight, it was not even limelight, it's the sun itself was glazing light upon the Godlikes. And
It's not just
these
the sun.
4 led.
Even we have been glazing Godlike this entire day, bro.
I mean, it
Yeah.
seems like the new world order is here, ladies and gentlemen. Godlike have
Yes.
done everything possible in a given day.
Yeah. They've established new records. They were like, who holds the current records? SHUL Elite? Wait, they're not in the tournament anymore, right? It seems like we need to erase that record and write our own name over there. So they've done that.
Yeah.
I think their mission for tomorrow will be to compete against each other.
Yeah.
And see, Marco, Yogi, iQOO will have an internal competition
Yeah.
about who can get the most eliminations tomorrow. Because nobody else can compete against them as a team.
I mean, I think they had a list kept next to them. Okay, this is completed. Okay, what is the next one? The whole team having the maximum damage. Yeah, we can do that in this game. A solo individual can do the maximum damage. Yeah, that can be done.
Yeah.
A solo individual player getting a double elimination. Yeah, that can also be done in this game. What else is there? More than one player getting double elimination. I guess that can also be done. Let's try that out. Yes.
I just remembered. Sohan, or was it Vota? One of those two. In that one game where SHUL Elite set their record?
Yeah.
That guy got 15 eliminations as a single player. These guys, Godlike, got stuck at 14. So that's one record that they haven't broken yet. That's going to be their target for tomorrow.
Oh my god. I thought everything was done and you come up with another one. Yes, the team of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Who else can it be? 100 eliminations was the set record previously, but now they break it to make sure it's 109 total eliminations in a single game. 160 points in total. 56,875 damage. Man, these are just numbers to the lads we see on the screens right now. Nancy, iQOO, Yogi, Marco and Nobita, bow down to these lads because they have showcased that the team of the day can be taken with 4 booyahs in a single game.
As if yesterday's performance was not enough for them. They got 160 points today. How much did they have yesterday? 124? 125? Something along those lines? Right? So you combine that, and they're already close to the 300 point marker. Keep in mind that the safe cutoff for most of these teams is estimated to be at around 260 points, and Godlike have already surpassed that on just the second day.
I don't know, man. I have no clue what to say. I'll consider that Godlike is not there in the tournament anymore. They've already got into the grand finals, and I'll start to, think about the rest of the teams and try to build a storyline around them. And that's all we'll have to do. And that also, in case Godlikes allow us to do that. Because tomorrow, if they start to play like this in all the maps, I don't think so we're going to have anything else to do but just start praising them again.
Yeah. Wow, wait. I mean, take a look at the disparity, boys. There's like a 50-point difference between them and the second place team. Kudos to GG Instinct and Team Tamilas. I mean, the fact that GG Instinct managed to get 2 booyahs on a day like this when Godlike Esports is in prime form, that itself is a very impressive feat. So, kudos to GG Instinct. Even Team Tamilas for that matter. 70 eliminations and not a single booyah. They still managed to get more than 100 points. It is super duper impressive. And then, there's a 30-point difference between Team Tamilas and EMZ Esports. I did not expect EMZ to perform this well. I did not expect 74 from them. I thought that they would somewhere be in the low 50s, but 74 is super impressive. K9, finally a little bit of resurgence. They were stuck at 40-something points yesterday. Now they have 73, so that's amazing. Same with iQOO OGxTSG, getting 72 points. They probably needed a bit more, but I mean, honestly, that's all that they can beg for right now. WindGod and Aerobotz also with 70 and 69 points respectively. These teams did relatively well for themselves, but teams like Metaninza, teams like Revenant, XSpark, what's gonna happen to them?
I have no clue.
I mean, Nancy probably must have had a lovely birthday yesterday. His team dominated the entire lobby, and he had his birthday, so he actually has something to celebrate. But how on earth is Ginotra expected to cut the cake tonight when his team is struggling so much?
I mean, it's just another day at office, if you ask me, because these are some things, these are up and downs which they see regularly. But we all speak about Godlike, but one team which has impressed me the most today is Team Tamilas. Yesterday they were at the 11th position, 1 point shy of being at the bottom of the table, and today they cross 100 marker and being in the top 3. It is no less than a feat, because this is one of those teams who qualified from the city qualifiers, had not much of as a team, did not have that much experience in a T1 lobby, and now they show to us that yes, they can make a comeback.
और ये लीजिए हमारे सामने once again we have Team Godlike. Guys, congratulations. क्या हो गया था आज के दिन पे? भाई पहले बताओ, ये मिर्ची वाला लंच करके आए थे जो भाई हर जगह हाथ खोलते हुए नजर आए. 109 एलिमिनेशन. दूसरे प्लेस पे जीजी इंस्टिंक्ट 109 टोटल पॉइंट्स के साथ बैठी है. क्या हो रहा था? व्हाट वाज गोइंग ऑन?
इको भाई ने आज भी ब्रेकफास्ट नहीं करा.
बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया.
Echo, brother, please mercy. I'm telling you. Today the way you played, मतलब आज क्या खेला है आप लोगों ने. मैं तो बोलूँगा त्राहिमाम चल रहा होगा पूरी लॉबी में, and सबके सब टीम्स कह रही होंगे mercy please. But I just want to know, today is Nancy's birthday and I'm wishing him very happy birthday. But what was in the cake?
Yesterday, bro.
Oh, it was yesterday. So what was in the cake that gave you so much power today?
What was in the cake? Hey,
we
bro.
got sadly it cannot be revealed. It does seem like they cannot reveal it to us.
एको ने तो
But
सुनाई नहीं
Nobita,
आपने क्या बोला?
okay,
हम्म,
आप बता दो प्लीज नोबिता कि क्या था प्रश्न.
मतलब நேத்து சாப்பிட்ட கேக்ல என்ன இருந்துச்சு இன்னைக்கு அப்படி பெர்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணீங்கன்னு கேக்குறேன்.
Chocolate, bro. Chocolate cake. It was good.
Chocolate is good for energy, and we can feel that. Indeed. और आज के दिन पे आपके गेम प्ले की एनर्जी तो मुझे लगता है पूरी लॉबी ने आपका रैथ देखा है. बॉटम में बैठी हुई टीम्स को भी अब कल के दिन पे चॉकलेट खा के आने की जरूरत है. बट एको आई हैव अ क्वेश्चन फॉर यू. आर यू फीलिंग बैड दैट यू कुड नॉट गेट 50 पॉइंटर इन द लास्ट गेम बिकॉज द वे यू गाइज वर प्लेइंग, you guys were simply running berserk, running like mad guys in the entire lobby. Here and there you guys were taking down every single team that was in front of you. What was going on? You guys feeling bad that you could not get 50 pointer?
Yeah, bro. Just 1 or 2 point. How much point, bro?
I
don't know bro, how much point still.
3.
47 point. 3 points.
Oh, 3 points. Okay. We just played, bro. We want booyah there. That's all.
मतलब जो भी दिख रहे थे सबको मार रहे थे बस.
पर मतलब ये कल के दिन टास्क होगा क्या? कल के दिन 50 लग जाएगा?
Yeah, we will try, bro. Yeah. Tomorrow first match.
Okay, I have one question. So, Eko bro, what was the agenda for today? Like, कैसे प्लान करके आए थे आज के दिन शुरुआत? मतलब कल आप टीम ऑफ द डे, यस्टरडे यू वाज टीम ऑफ द डे, आपका इंटरव्यू है, सारी चीजें हुई हैं, बट आज के एजेंडा था लाइक आप बहुत अच्छी पोजीशन पे थे, काफी अच्छे आप आगे चल रहे थे, बट आज का एजेंडा क्या था दिन की शुरुआत का ही?
We were chill, bro.
Bro, we didn't think about, bro. We already qualified like that mindset. So let's play natural gameplay. Let's go for a kill. Like that only we played. But first match we got booyah. After that we got some motivation. So we will convert it again. Booyah. We will try. And we tried and we get 4 booyahs. That's it, bro. Yeah.
Okay. See, generally everybody asks about the predictions to the casters. On the caster desk, we have to make the prediction. But now I want you guys to make the predictions on our behalf for tomorrow. At the bottom, we have team Metaninza and team Kin9. Both struggling, both at the bottom. It does seem like the way they're playing, Metaninza, Kin9, they both want to accompany each other towards the bottom. So I want to ask you guys, do you think any of the teams, either of the teams or both of these teams would be able to qualify tomorrow?
What is the difference between 12th and 6th?
Huge, bro. Huge. Somewhere
Huge.
close to 40 points. 40.
Only
something.
one match, bro. Only one match. 50 pointer match or 40 pointer match. If they take, definitely they will be in
Which
competition
one?
again.
Which
And they
one?
will get
K9 can do it,
K9,
bro.
yeah. K9, Metaninza, both can do, bro. Potential is there. Yeah. Let's see tomorrow.
Okay.
बस एक मैच का ही दूरी है. 48 पॉइंट 50 पॉइंट
Bro,
निकाल
but,
देंगे हो जाएंगे.
वो कैसे निकालेंगे? सारे मैचेस तो आप लेके जा रहे हो ना. मेटानिंजा निकाल पाएगी ना K9 40 पॉइंट, 45 पॉइंट, 30 पॉइंट. नहीं. I want you guys to play well. अभी already you guys are somewhere close to 250. तो आप लोगों ने 284.
Yeah.
So for tomorrow, I am giving you the target for 450. Let's hit 450. Do you think you guys can do it?
Tomorrow we want rest, bro.
450 and all too much, bro. 350 above. 360, yeah. Let's try.
360, bro. 80 point only, bro.
Okay.
400.
380, 390. 450, how much is it?
400. Bro, 450 means how much point? 120 only.
Yeah, let's try, bro.
नहीं ज्यादा हो गया.
ये एक टीम के लिए एक टीम के पॉइंट हैं या दो टीम्स के मिला के आप करना चाहते हो? क्योंकि इसमें तो दो टीम्स क्वालिफाई हो सकती हैं. क्योंकि आप लोग एक अलग ही लेवल पे अपना आंकड़ा लेकर के चल रहे हो. बट आई हैव वन क्वेश्चन कि लाइक आज आपका बहुत अच्छा दिन गया है, तो अभी तक आप 2 बार टीम ऑफ द डे बन गए हो. कल भी 10,000 के ऊपर निगाहें हैं, उन 10,000 के ऊपर निगाहें हैं कि कल भी टीम ऑफ द डे.
Obviously.
छोड़ना नहीं है कल भी किसी के लिए.
छोड़ना नहीं है.
अच्छा,
अभी 10,000 तो नहीं ले पाए थे वीक 2 में, तो वीक 3 में 30,000 ले लेते हैं.
Easy.
So, Nobita. Free eliminations गॉडलाइक थी लास्ट वीक में. नाउ द टीम जिसने आपको फ्री एलिमिनेशन बोला था, आप एक दिन में 109 एलिमिनेशन निकाल रहे हैं. वो एक दिन में मतलब उनके ओवरऑल 12 मैचेस के बाद आई वुड से 120-25 के आसपास के पॉइंट्स है. सो
अरे वो कोई बात नहीं, वो मतलब उस दिन उनका अच्छा गया था ना, तो थोड़ा फॉर्म में बोल देते हैं लोग. कोई बात नहीं, शायद वो समझेंगे अभी आगे कि नहीं बोलना चाहिए. कोई बात नहीं, ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस में बोल दिया था उनने, बस. कोई बात नहीं, मतलब उनका मैसेज भी आया था, ठीक है कोई नहीं, ऐसा ऐसा. तो फिर हम ज्यादा सीरियस नहीं लेते, दोस्ती है हमारे. वो भी अच्छी बात है, मतलब वो कुछ सीखेंगे कि ऐसा नहीं होता, ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस में कुछ भी नहीं बोलना चाहिए.
अच्छा नोबिता, मेरा एक प्रश्न है आपसे. लाइक आज तो आप टीम ऑफ द डे हो, कल भी आप टीम ऑफ द डे थे. आप कल के दिन भी आपको क्या लगता है क्वालिफाई हो गए? अब तो हो ही गए लगभग क्वालिफाई. आपको लगता है आपके अलावा कौन सी वो 5 टीम्स है जो आपको लगता है आपके अलावा क्वालिफाई कर रही हैं? अभी कोई अर्ली प्रेडिक्शंस जो आपको
टेबल
लगता
तो मैंने देखा नहीं वैसे, लेकिन
फिर भी आपके हिसाब से
गॉडलाइक तो एक हो रही है, एरोबॉट्स हो रही है, एक TSG, ये 3 तो कंफर्म है. फिर शायद एक अंडरडॉग हो सकती है, विंगॉड शायद. फिर रेवेनेंट एक हो सकती है, एक और टीम, वन मोर टीम यार ब्रो,
टीम तमिलास.
ये दोस्त आप बोलते हो उन्हें, सबसे ज्यादा क्लैशेस आप उनसे लेते हो, सबसे ज्यादा जाकर के आप उनसे लड़ जाते हो. क्या है ये केमिस्ट्री? ये कैसा कैसा प्यार है ये?
अरे कोई भी हो जाए, कोई बात नहीं, सारे दोस्त ही है. अभी ऐसा किसी को नहीं है कि ये टीम बाहर हो जाए, ऐसा कि कोई टीम पे नहीं है हमारा टारगेट कुछ नहीं. सारे होंगे, अच्छी बात है. जो भी होंगे, जो मेहनत करके होगा बहुत अच्छी बात है. खुद से क्वालिफाई हो जाए बस.
Well said, well said. So Nobita, Eiko, both of you guys, I have a question for you. One more question, one last question I would say. Probably Aura has a couple of other questions, so Aura can ask. But last year, TEZ FFMIC Clash Quad. Comeback of the decade हमें iQOO Total Gaming, उस टाइम पे तो Total Gaming थे, उनके द्वारा देखने को मिला. Eiko को last year Total Gaming made a huge comeback of the decade was by them. Then in the Battle Royale, Total Gaming again did the same thing. This time, do you think Godlike, since you guys have already made it to the finals, do you think your performance, your preparations, your gameplay, your team is better than them, and this time Godlike can be the one lifting the trophy?
ट्रॉफी तो उठानी ही है, लेकिन प्रिपरेशन और थोड़ा ज्यादा करना पड़ेगा. अभी तो मैं खुद से बोल रहा हूँ कि ज्यादा प्रिपरेशन मतलब हार्डवर्क नहीं कर रहा है. अभी करना पड़ेगा हमें, और करना पड़ेगा. उस ट्रॉफी चाहिए तो और करना पड़ेगा, जरूरी है, करना पड़ेगा हमें. तो हम लोग कोशिश करेंगे कि और ग्राइंड करेंगे और हार्डवर्क करेंगे. मतलब डिसिप्लिन थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम होती है बूट कैंप में. डिसिप्लिन इंक्रीज करेंगे थोड़ा, सब कुछ ट्राई करेंगे. अभी मतलब बस क्वालिफाई हो गया, अभी 1 महीना डिसिप्लिन हार्डवर्किंग यही करना है हमें, बस ये टारगेट है. अगर ये करेंगे फॉलो, तो मुझे लगता है हम लोग 80% ट्रॉफी उठा ही लेंगे. देखते हैं क्या होता है.
वैसे 1 महीने का समय नहीं बचा है, अब समय भी काफी कम बचा है, कुछ वीक्स और उसके बाद ग्रैंड फाइनल है, तो जल्द करना पड़ेगा. आप जो डिसिप्लिन की बात करें, वैसे मैं जानना चाहूंगा पूरी टीम के अंदर सबसे ज्यादा डिसिप्लिन्ड प्लेयर कौन सा है और सबसे ज्यादा आलसी प्लेयर कौन सा? नोबिता,
डिसिप्लिन्ड मार्को को बोल सकते हैं. मार्को और योगी भाई दोनों डिसिप्लिन्ड है बहुत ज्यादा, और एको और मैं थोड़ा कम डिसिप्लिन है. ज्यादा सोते हैं, मतलब लेट सोते हैं.
And what about Nancy?
नैन्सी वो ज्यादा सोता है, टाइम पे सो जाता है लेकिन ज्यादा सोता है.
Very well. बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया. So guys, this was team Godlike. Total domination, Godlike domination आज के दिन पे. Thank you so much for joining guys. I hope कल के दिन पे भी हम आपसे मिले. Tomorrow as well. आप ऐसी रिकॉर्ड्स बनाए, ऐसे ही एक तरफा खेले. Thank you so much for joining. So guys, this was team Godlike, आज की टीम.
This is them not being disciplined,
not being serious.
This is them being chill.
I have nothing else to say. But yes, the agenda is clear. It's the 10,000 rupees they're after. So they're going to give more than the 100%. They're like, we missed it out last week, but this week we need the 30,000. Probably Nancy's birthday, they spend too much and they're like, you know what, probably we need to recover that. For the day.
I mean, Godlike do party hard. It's a fun fact. Like around 8 years ago, when I started my career in esports, my first salary was around like 25K monthly.
Okay.
8 years ago. These guys earned that much in 2 days, bro. They'll probably earn more than that by tomorrow. So yeah,
I mean-
it's absolutely insane how much they're dominating right now. I mean, if they're this dominant, now I'm starting to question myself. If they have been this dominant, how did they not qualify already in the previous week? How were they struggling in the previous week? Maybe that's what the whole, non-disciplined thing was about.
I still feel like they were wanting to push it until the end. They wanted to spend more time in the lobby because they won't get another serious lobby as that of this one. But ladies and gentlemen, there it is, 285 points, 93 comes in placement. But does that matter? Because 191 comes through eliminations. Just imagine, I don't know, 195 points is the team right below them, that is OGxTSG, and they're almost on par with just eliminations.
Yeah, it's like Godlike say they don't even need their booyahs and their eliminations to wipe the floor with the competition. iQOO, OGxTSG have just 4 more points than the number of eliminations that Godlike have. And then there's GG Instinct doing really well for themselves at 173. Aerobotz at 162. Their eliminations are tied with GG Instinct. EMZ Esports at 149 and then WindGod at 145. You see, the 4th, 5th and 6th spot are occupied by teams that we were calling underdogs up until now. I mean, at least in the group stage itself, we had established that Aerobotz are no longer underdogs. We had established that they belong in the tier 1 circuit, but the jury was still out for EMZ and WindGod. Anyone who has been doubting them so far, anyone who was still calling them underdogs has no right to do so anymore, because these guys have almost secured spots to the LAN finale. And then some of the bigger names, some of the teams that we expected to do really well, teams like Team Tamilas, teams like Revenant, XSpark, they are all in danger. And all 3 of these teams, WindGod, Team Tamilas, Revenant, XSpark, are tied at 145 points. Things are extremely dicey. This is as close as it gets, because only 6 teams will make it tomorrow. And given the current state of the lobby, Godlike, iQOO, OGxTSG and GG Instinct seem to be in the safe spot. But Aerobotz, EMZ, WindGod, Team Tamilas, Revenant, XSpark will have to work hard. Reckoning, K9 and Metaninza will have to work even harder.
But Godlike said, right, they're pretty confident that K9 can pull off a big number in a single game. So in case they're able to do that, at least a 30-pointer or a 40-pointer in a single game, again, they're going to be back in the competition.
But
All
they had
it takes
40 points yesterday.
Yeah, but they had more than 100 today. That shows that, they've seen both sides of the, seesaw. So I still feel like, it all comes down to the consistency, how well they're going to take things forward. But again, we have Metaninza on the other side. They've got 110 points in total. They'll need a 50-pointer. But I still feel like the game is too close for the 6th spot. Yeah, the top 3 have done really well, and they look forward to dominate more. But at the same time, there are teams like Team Tamilas, as I said, who have impressed. 100 points in a single game. They've done so well. Probably, they're going to be the top contenders for tomorrow, or they are the teams who are going to get targeted as well. Because Team Tamilas always looking forward for clashes in the beginning of the game. They understood, right? If we are unable to convert those 4v4s, that is where they fail. But today they were able to convert all of them, due to which they played so well.
Yeah. And I hope that they can keep up this form tomorrow as well, because every single team will need to step up tomorrow. The competition between the 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th spot is incredibly tight. And I mean, even a single point difference can make or break your entire destiny over here. They can really change your outcome of the overall tournament. I mean, there's 3 teams tied at 145 points, bro. 5th, 6th and 7th spot, they're all at the same spot. Sorry, not 5th, 6th. I think 6, 7, 8 teams are all at the same spot. And if they're all tied up at 145, then the number of booyahs and the number of eliminations will be considered. We will have to look into tiebreaker rules, which we did not even think would need to be activated. That's how close the competition is. And ladies and gentlemen, this is just the second day of this week. Tomorrow will be even more intense. The grand finals will be even more intense. So I would suggest you get your tickets right away. You know that the tickets are going to get sold out really quickly. It's the summer vacation. It's in Ahmedabad, one of the most accessible cities in the country. The tickets are going to go away very quickly.
Exactly.
So you better scan that QR code that's under Arca right now and get your tickets.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, at the same time, you were speaking about booyahs being taken by teams. Man, I have no hopes that Godlike is going to give those booyahs to the rest of them. So most of these teams will have to rely on elimination points alone. So that they have a good run, and then come into the final circles, probably try to challenge Godlike, and if they're able to take the booyah away from them, then obviously they're going to walk away with a big number.
Yeah. So yeah, basically Godlike have set themselves up as the final boss. Meanwhile, every other team is just struggling to get inside the top 6. Who's gonna make it to Ahmedabad? Which teams will come down to the LAN final? Find out tomorrow at the same time and the same place. Make sure you tune into the stream at 3:30 and all the mysteries will be unraveled at that time. See you tomorrow. Have a great night.
Yeah, man, I'm way too cold.
Get down in the car, one time give it all, bust it open hard, let me see you drop. Get down in the car, one time give it all, bust it open hard, let me see you drop. I fucked up this hustle, day we hustle, but the open hard, let me see you drop. I fucked up this hustle, day we hustle, but the
got you moving. I got you moving. This ain't. I got you moving. I got you. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you. I got you. I got you moving. I got you. I got you moving. I got you. I got you moving. I got you. I got it. I got you moving. I got you. I got you moving. I got you. I got you moving. I got you. I got you moving. I got you moving like you're going to the. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving. Moving like you're. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving.
Who knew I would make it this far? They hated, they never believed me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic got to say. I got them picking up the pieces.